Welcome to the world premiere of Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Sharon Stills, and I don't even know if words can express how thrilled I am to have you all here with me on this journey. I always talk about in menopause that it's a time where we can no longer physically birth children, but we can birth passions, creativity, new businesses, explorations, and you are getting to witness my birthing. I have been working so hard for so many months to produce this event and get it all together for you, and I am just overjoyed that you're here and so excited for everything you're going to learn. And of course, I would like to take a quick moment to thank other people because I did not do this all alone. So I'd like to thank the staff members, the people behind the scenes, my team, our amazing, intelligent speakers, and most of all, I'd like to thank our sponsors who you will be hearing from, and that would be the DNA Company, High Tech Health, The Bone Coach, Chili Sleep, Algae Cal, Dr. Pollock, and the Red Therapy Company. Without these sponsors, this would not be possible. So I can't wait for you to hear their talks and learn about what they're doing, because what they are doing is amazing and the tools they have will help you master your menopause journey. So I'd like to just give you a quick, exciting, get ready for day one. We have amazing speakers. We're going to kick it off with me talking about mindset and how to get your mindset straight so you can have your best hormonal journey ever, because believe me, mindset is the foundation of everything you do. We're then going to have an amazing talk from Kashif Khan from the DNA Company. This is a fascinating conversation. Genetics are cutting edge, and this enables you to see what you were giving with gene-wise, but it also empowers you to have the tools to change that genetic expression. So I know you're going to love that conversation. We're then going to have an amazing talk from Kevin Ellis, the Bone Coach, one of our sponsors, as I just mentioned. We're going to talk everything bone health, osteoporosis. You're not going to want to miss that one. Then we have the amazing Felice Gersh, who's going to give us a masterclass on cardiovascular health. Have your pen and paper ready for that one. Then Dr. Mariza is going to talk perimenopause versus menopause. We have Keira Barr coming on, and we're going to be talking about subconscious beliefs and the power of mindfulness. So there is a lot in store for you today, and I just want to say enjoy, have an open mind, be ready to have that open mind blown, and get ready to master your menopause transition. So thanks for being here. From the bottom of my heart, I'm so grateful. Hi, ladies. Welcome to Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Sharon Stills, and I am just genuinely humbled, honored, and ecstatic to be here with you all. I'll be teaching a class at the start of every day just so you can learn more about me and how I work with patients and how my views and philosophy on menopause and medicine, and just to get to know why I actually spent all this time and energy to bring this summit to you. So let's get started. I am a naturopathic medical doctor. I've been in practice for over 20 years, and I didn't go into practice to specialize in menopause. I went into practice to be a pediatrician, but as the universe had different plans for me. So early on, when I had just opened my clinic, a patient came into my office. She had Suzanne Summers' book. I think it was called The Sexy Years. It was her first of many books. And the patient said, Dr. Stills, I want what she's having. I want these bioidentical hormones. And I have to admit, my first response was, isn't that Chrissy, the dingy blonde from Three's Company that I grew up watching on TV? And why is she giving medical advice? But I have a very open mind, as you will learn. And I love learning from my patients. You guys live in your bodies 24/7. I just get the honor of checking in with you once in a while. So I said, look, give me the book. Let me read it. I read the book and I thought this makes a gazillion amount of sense. And with my knowledge, not only as a naturopathic physician, but as a doctor who has specialized in bioregulatory medicine and spent years and years and still does studying over in Europe and Germany to learn the best of what they're doing, I thought with all of that knowledge, I can make it even better. And so I prescribed her bioidentical hormones and her life changed. Her husband sent me flowers. She told two friends who told two friends who told two friends. And before I knew it, I had a very big practice practicing helping women go through menopause. And now at the time, I was in my early 30s and had a gazillion hormone problems. I had the worst PMS possible. I felt good maybe a week out of the month. I would bleed. I would feel good for a few days, and then I would just bam, get bloated, get cravings, get mood swings, couldn't sleep, get constipated. And this is how I was existing, which was not very fun. And so I thought, okay, one of the principles of naturopathic medicine is docere, which means teacher, which means I will learn and teach you. And so I thought, I got to get my own hormones in balance because now I'm helping all these women go through menopause and they're changing in front of my eyes. They're getting younger looking, they're getting skinnier, their hair's looking amazing, their skin, they're having sex. I mean, just fascinating that this is happening and I'm sitting there struggling. So I implemented bioidentical hormone replacement for myself, and I worked on my gut and my emotions and my lymph and my toxicity, all the things we're going to talk about, my liver. And I got better and I felt great. And so when I went through menopause, I'm now 54, in case you're wondering, grandma of two. And I went through menopause. I was 48, a little on the earlier side, but totally fine. And I never had a hot flash. And I credit that to pre-gaming, to having balanced my hormones so much earlier on, thanks to all these wonderful patients of mine who were seeking help for their menopausal transition. And so menopause became this beautiful transition for me and has been for my thousands of patients. And that is what I want for all of you. I am on a mission to change the conversation, to change the thought processes, to change our beliefs, to change our experiences, and for you to realize and embrace and really embody that menopause is this time. It's this sacred, as I call it, the sacred second act of your life. And it is a time to be ecstatic about. Not, oh my God, menopause is coming. No, no, no. Instead, like menopause, I'm coming for you. So I'm going to teach every day. We'll start the day with me teaching. And today I just wanted to kind of get you to know me and kind of give you a little bit about my philosophy, because my philosophy is truly the foundation. It's truly what I believe has to happen medically. We've got to have our head and our thoughts in the right place. It's really important. And I've learned this after over 20 years in practice and over 54 years as a human, that who we are is so much more important than what we are. So who we are being over what we are doing. And so that is why I say menopause, and you'll see it, I write it with the parentheses, because I am all about the pause. And so pausing is this underrated activity that we don't put any credence into, that we don't honor in the way I believe we need to. And so we're human beings, not human doings, right? But we're human doings, especially as women. And I know I've been there. I sit here equal to you, not sitting up here. I raised two children on my own. I put myself through medical school. I ran a very busy practice. I still run a busy practice. It's just more telemedicine now than in person. And so I understand what it's like to have a full life. I have family and people depending on me and counting on me and so on and so forth. And so it's easy to not pause. It's easy to just kind of get into life and get on the cycle and just wake up and go and work and eat and sleep and maybe watch some Netflix in there and just kind of, and the next thing you know, 10 years has gone by or 20 years has gone by. And so I feel like menopause, it has the word in there. And I know they're talking about your period pausing, and it is, and that's important. But I think it's like, oh, let's just use this opportunity to pause, to actually pause and think about our lives. I'll tell you a quick story. I had a clinic on the East Coast, a very successful brick and mortar clinic. And after 10 years, I walked away from it. And people thought I was nutso. They're like, why are you walking away from this clinic? You're helping so many people. You're very successful. It's a fine oiled machine. You've been doing it so long. It's hard to start a business. And what I said to them was, I think of my life as a book. And at the end of my life, I want it to be an interesting story. I don't want it to just be Sharon was born, Sharon went to med school, Sharon ran a clinic, Sharon went home, goodbye. I want it to be different. And I had this real desire. Maybe it was because I had kids young and I raised them on my own and I didn't get to have as much freedom as I desired. But I wanted more freedom than what a brick and mortar clinic was offering me at the time. And I wanted my story to read with the things that were important to me: traveling, throwing out my alarm clock, hot yoga, tea with a friend, making meditation a priority. And I wanted to create a life where my desires were at the forefront. And so I wanted a book that read, Sharon did this, and now Sharon's going to do this, and now Sharon's going to do this. So lucky for you, you were all catching me at the beginning of the next chapter because it's been 10 years since I closed my clinic. And now I'm in a new chapter of sharing and teaching and learning and growing and creating community and helping as many women as I can rock this time and this period in your lives. So that's good. But so that's when I paused and really thought about things. And I don't think that we do that enough. And so this is your invitation. You are here, you want to learn, and maybe you're here because you're having horrible night sweats and you want to learn how to get rid of them. And we got you covered. Maybe you're here because you are 10, 20, 30, 40 pounds heavier than you want to be and you want some new strategies for how you're eating. We got you covered. We got you covered on sleep. We got you covered on meditation. We got you covered on exercise. We got you covered. All of these things are important. I wanted to bring the conversation around menopause because the menopausal transition is so much more than just getting rid of your hot flashes. But now I want you to pause and just allow yourself to have this moment for you of how's life been going? Where have you been? Are you living out the dreams or the goals or the desires you had for yourself? Are you really content in your relationships, in your health, in your hobbies, in your community, in how you give back, in how you feel, in what your work is, in what your passions are, in everything, in how your day-to-day is? And if you are, I want to know what you're doing, because you are like, you are like no being I've met before, because we all tend to have areas where we're like, I'm not really hitting my desires there, or I could do it a little differently here. And so this is not a time to beat ourselves up. There is no beating ourselves up around here. This is a time to just pause and think about. So for example, I'll share something for me. One of my favorite things, one of the things you'll hear me say all the time is dance is medicine. I love to dance. And I just paused in my own life because docere, I practice what I preach. And I thought, you know what? I love to dance. Why am I not taking a dance class? So up on my screen, which you cannot see, but I've got little windows open of dance classes I'm going to call and see where's one that works with my schedule and is convenient, and I'm going to get myself in a dance class. And if I didn't pause and I didn't think about this, my best friend's not going to do it for me. My kids are not going to do it for me. My assistant's not going to do it for me. No one's going to do it for me. I need to really be in charge of what do I want out of my life. And so I often, in this pausing process that I do with patients, and there's an A, U, S, and E to it, but right now we're just talking about the P in pause. In this process, I often do a eulogy exercise. You're like, ooh, Dr. Stills is getting morbid here. No, just listen for a moment. So what do you want to be remembered for? Who do you want to be remembered as? For me, it's important to give back. So if I want to be remembered of giving back, am I volunteering? Where am I donating my time, energy, resources? And if I'm not, well, then more windows get opened on the computer and I start researching and think where I can volunteer and all of that kind of thing. And so this eulogy exercise gives you an opportunity to reverse engineer, because you know what they say, the top regrets of the dying are typically they didn't do what they loved, they didn't spend enough time with the people who are important for them. And so one of the other principles of naturopathic medicine, there's 6. So we talked about docere. Another one is prevention. And so I am really big, you'll hear me talking about prevention, pre-gaming. And so to me, the eulogy exercise is a way to prevent ending up in your life at the end of your life and having regrets or not feeling like you really lived the life that I am telling you you deserve. And so it's really important to me that we start thinking about these things, that we start thinking in this way, that we get excited. Menopause is a time, yes, we no longer are having menstrual cycles. So we no longer can birth a child, a baby from our womb, but we can birth creativity. We can birth new experiences. We can birth compassion for ourselves and for others. We can birth new lifestyle habits. We can birth so much at this time. And I am just thrilled that you are here along for this journey with me. So I love you all so much already, just for the fact that you're here, you have an open mind, you want to learn, you want to grow, and together we are going to become this community of menopausal magical beings. And I can't wait to experience that with you all. So enjoy today's talks. I cultivated them especially for you. I know you're going to enjoy them. And I will see you later. Did you know it takes only a few seconds to change someone's life? By sharing this event with friends and family, loved ones, you are giving them a key to health and happiness they may never hear about otherwise. All you have to do is click the share button below to help spread the word. I am so grateful for you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Sharon Stills. As always, a pleasure to be here with you. And we're going to have a really good talk today about a topic that's probably at some point has been on your mind, and we're going to get some good answers. We all hear about genetics and epigenetics and how it makes a difference and how our health plays out. And so I've got the man here to talk with us through it today and how it relates to you and your hormone. So I'm very happy and honored to be joined by Kashif Khan. He's the Chief Executive Officer and founder of the DNA Company, where personalized medicine is being pioneered through unique insights into the human genome. He's also the host of the Unpilled podcast, Growing up in Vancouver, Canada, in an immigrant household, he developed an industrious entrepreneurial spirit from a young age. Prior to his tenure at the DNA company, he advised a number of high-growth startups in a variety of industries. As he dove into the field of functional genomics as the CEO of the DNA company, it was revealed that his neural wiring was actually genetically designed to be entrepreneurial. However, his genes also revealed a particular sensitivity to pollutants. Now seeing his health from a new lens, Kashif drove further and further and started to see the genetic pathways that led to his own family's challenges and the opportunities to reverse chronic disease. His measure of success is not in dollars earned, but in lives improved. I love that. I didn't know that about you. Welcome. It's really great to have you here.
No, thank you. It's an honor, pleasure.
So this is just such an important topic because it's such a game changer, and it really is such a key part. There's a few different things that contribute to personalized medicine, but really understanding someone's genetic or epigenetic expression really can be the difference in why this works for you and doesn't work for me. And so I'm really excited to share this conversation with the ladies today. So, let's just dive in. How do we know? What do we know about DNA and our hormones? And
oh, there's so much. We need the whole day. Yeah. So, firstly, like 101 type stuff is that what we know we can glean from DNA is so much more than what we think, because the interpretation has got a lot better. So testing is something that anybody can do, meaning you literally can go buy a DNA testing machine and put it in your garage and start testing DNA. It might be illegal, but you can still do it. And the challenge there has always been, outside of rare genetic conditions where a gene directly equals a problem. This gene was turned off. I have a certain version of it. Things like BRCA, which we'll talk about, scary 4-letter words that make you think, oh, I have propensity towards a disease. That was kind of the limit of genetics, which is, what do I have an 80% chance of getting? Right? That was kind of what genetics was, which is why most people weren't interested. It's like, I don't want to know if I have an 80% chance of Alzheimer's. I'd rather just enjoy my life rather than have anxiety for 30 years. So what was missing was the genes point to poor biological function, right? There's something, if you have a good version of a gene or a bad version of a gene, you're doing that job good or you're doing it bad. That doesn't equal a problem, except for rare genetic conditions. What it equals is bad biological function. What was then required is, now that I have a profile, here's what this person is doing bad. What are the environment, nutrition, and lifestyle factors that then equal the problem? That's how chronic diseases are formed. They're not born with breast cancer or menopause problems or cardiovascular disease or Alzheimer's. All these things happen later in life because the body is very resilient, and those wrong choices you're making, the body will keep fighting until one day you get to a certain age and the hormone levels go down and the threshold gets crossed of how much nonsense your body can tolerate. And then the inflammation gets to a level where it turns into disease, right? So all we're saying now is we've moved far, far away from your gene means you got an 80% chance of breast cancer to here's why breast cancer happens. And if you know why, you can actually prevent it. Forget about fighting it, right? So we're way, way down that track now. And I think people need to learn a lot more about interpretation.
Yeah, I love this saying, genetics loads the gun, but your epigenetics, your actions pull the trigger. And so it's not a sentence that this is your genes and it's so empowering that we have the opportunity with the choices we make and the knowledge we get to make a different expression, to go back towards health rather than marching towards disease.
For sure. And that's been the challenge, is at nobody's fault. They didn't know what choices to make, right? The one size fits all trial and error. Okay, I need to lose weight. I'm going to go watch a YouTube video or listen to a podcast. It may work amazing. It may make you feel sick, right? That literally there's some people genetically that we have to tell them cardiovascular disease will actually make you get sick. Or sorry, cardiovascular exercise, will actually make you get sick. because the amount of oxidation produced by breathing in that much oxygen that you don't have the genetic ability to clear starts suffocating your cells and causing inflammation. For some people, no problem. They can be a marathon runner their whole life. There's some people we have to tell them, you can't go on a keto diet. Yeah, you might feel great in 2 weeks because you're in ketosis and the brain is firing and all these ketones make you feel so great. But a month, 2 months, 3 months into it, it's going to make you feel horrible. There's some people we have to tell them, I'm sorry, the day you got sick was the day you decided to become a vegan. And that's not true for everybody, but for some people, like the genes that create the enzymes to break down beans, lentil, legumes, chickpeas, it's very clear. So if you don't make those enzymes, how can you thrive as a vegan? Right? But if you do, you may do very well as a vegan. You'll feel great. Then you'll tell all your friends to do it, and one of them isn't going to do so well. So that's where genetics can sort of guide you. Let's remove the trial and error. Let's remove the one size fits all. And like, what do I need? What do you need? Here's my instruction manual. What is it telling me?
It's really the textbook definition of what naturopathic medicine is.
Right.
We treat everyone as an individual. We get to the root cause for you. And that, yes, unfortunately, because Aunt Mary had a great experience doesn't mean you're going to. And it saves you so much time, because that is a lot of how health care gets spread in our society. You talk to your cousin Jane and like, oh, I did this diet and lost 20 pounds. And you're like, oh, give me the book. I want to do it. And it's just not that simple. And as you said, it just can save you a lot of time and energy and problems. So how does DNA drive our hormones, and what does it have to do with menopause? What do the ladies need to know? What are some of the big things you can check and help with?
So this is another part of genetic reporting that was broken. And I don't say testing purposely, because testing is testing. Everyone tests for DNA. You're just figuring out what version of what gene you have. The interpretation is in the reporting. And gene reporting, if anyone here has done a genetic test, you probably got some document that says gene this version, gene this version. So it tells you about each gene, right? But the body doesn't work like that. The body, you have 22,000 genes that make up your genetic code. It's not a bunch of independent, separate processes. You have systems. And hormones are such an important place to think of things in pathways and systems as opposed to each individual gene. And this is why most genetic reports don't actually talk about hormones, because each gene on its own doesn't tell you much. You need to understand the full cascade. So what is that cascade? You make progesterone. Or you make progesterone, you convert that into testosterone, you convert that into estrogen, whether you're a man or a woman. And in that process, there's a multitude of ways you can go. There could be a very fast conversion of progesterone into testosterone based on what version of the gene you have. You could bypass the estrogen and convert that testosterone into DHT, which is like the manly man version of testosterone that gives you a nice ripped six pack, but your hair starts falling out, right? Or you could clear the androgen or the testosterone before you convert it into estrogen and have very low estrogen. Or you could have a big green light here that flows all of the testosterone into estrogen. You have a very heavy bucket. So what does that mean? You can understand, and this is one of three things you need to understand. What is your hormone dominance? What does your hormone profile look like? Are you estrogen dominant? Are you androgen or testosterone dominant? Are you co-dominant? Are you a little bit of both? Or are you more balanced where you just have a little bit of both? Right. So from that, you can start to predict, what does your body look like? What does your skin look like? What does your hair look like? What conditions may you be prone to if you add the epigenetic loads, right? So now, second, for women, important. If you're estrogen dominant, which so many of us, not me included, I'm not a woman, but so many women are, you may also be estrogen toxic, which means before that monthly cycle, or even if you're menopausal, you're still creating and converting. You convert that estrogen, depending on what version of what gene you have, either into 2, 4, or 16 hydroxy estrogen. 2 is great. It's the good stuff that you want. 4 and 16, potent toxins. You make toxins. Now, if you're in that bucket, that you're estrogen dominant, you happen to fall in that path genetically. This is what you're wired to do. And you're also estrogen toxic. So there's a very heavy bucket of estrogen being converted into this potent toxin that's starting to not look so good. Now, all of a sudden, there's an inflammatory insult that you're making every single month. Step 3, how well do you get rid of it? there's very specific genes that drive very specific clearance pathways, detox pathways. We've heard of glutathione and glutathionization. There's antioxidation. There's a gene called SOD2 that also supports it. There's COMT. A lot of women have heard about the COMT gene, which is at the tail end of what's called methylation and sort of takes the garbage out the door, right? That's its job. So you could have any one of these sort of genes turning different dials at different levels. So you may be estrogen dominant, you may be estrogen toxic, and you may not clear that toxin so well. Here's a perfect storm for the woman who now epigenetically decided to go on birth control pills and add more estrogen, decided to go on hormone therapy without understanding where and when to intervene and what version and what type, more estrogen, isn't familiar with the hormone disruptors in her environment, chemicals, food, pesticides in your grass, Teflon coated frying pan, all this stuff that you don't know is mimicking estrogens, which again creates an additional. That's the woman for whom, no surprise, once you're menopausal and no longer have a menstrual cycle and your body's trying to figure out what to do with this toxin, it starts to store it in fat, which is in your breasts and your hips, and you start to get things like breast cancer, and then you start to get things like ovarian cancer, and your menopause is a crazy roller coaster. So what we believe, and it's sad that I have to say this as a man, but what I find is, in all the work we do, what is the most underserved medically, and I just say this as an ambassador of women now, as a man, because I've seen so much of it, is female hormone health. It sucks so bad. It is horrible, horrible, horrible. And the key thing, it's just taken for granted that you're supposed to have these problems. It's your hormones. You're a woman. Live with it, right? When in fact, this very gray stuff is so black and white. Here's your map. Here's what your body is doing with your hormones. Now you know exactly where and when to intervene to have a beautiful, balanced life, as opposed to this roller coaster.
Exactly.
Right?
That's why estrogen, has been so demonized, when if you just, I love estrogen and it has so many beautiful health benefits, but you have to know all these pieces so you can use it appropriately, and you can be looking at what's going on downstream and how. So I love what you just said. It's and it is such an overlooked area. I think in mainstream medicine, it just, no one wanted, it's like, I don't know, what were you guys doing in medical school? Because I was thinking critically. I was looking into these things.
It's like you said earlier, that medicine is, treats the symptom. So we have this really good acute care system. You break your arm, you have terminal cancer, someone's going to fix you, right? You respond to the emergency. That same toolkit is applied to chronic disease. And so when you think of female hormone problems, we're dealing with the problems: endometriosis, fibromyalgia, bad menopause. We're not dealing with the so clear and obvious root, which is the hub of all of them, right? This one thing may cause 3 different problems, and now you're treating them in 3 separate siloed events with 3 separate pills and 3 separate doctors, when they're all the same thing. They could just be estrogen toxicity. That's the one thing driving all of this, right? So, and that's why, that it becomes gray, because when you treat female hormone problems at the symptom level, they're hard to measure, right? They're hard to, put into a bucket of some kind of clinical efficacy, because how is the person even perceiving it, to what degree, all that kind of stuff. And they're hard to fix, because you fix one and another one pops up because you didn't get rid of the root.
Right. Yeah, it's really it's a symphony.
Yeah.
So I want to talk about like the BRCA genes, and if you could just kind of set the record straight on what that all really means.
So it goes back to what I said. So I laid out the profile for why women get breast cancer at the menopause age, which I said: estrogen dominant, estrogen toxic, don't clear it. There's the profile. Now you got to add the epigenetics. Birth control pill. 85% of women will be on a birth control pill in North America for some elongated period. Hormone replacement therapy without first understanding, like working with somebody like yourself who knows what to give somebody, right? Not just random one size fits all. Endocrine and hormone disruptors. Now you're adding a load.
Yeah, and I would add to that also, my experience has been like patients, unfortunately, have gone through IVF.
Yeah.
And are put on all those strong meds. So that's a big one I see too, like in the working with a breast cancer patient who's dealing with breast cancer. I see that a lot in the history.
Yeah, just month after month of progesterone and estrogen, loading them up, not knowing what they're doing with it, right? So that's it. Those are those loads that are fueling this bad profile. So that's the woman for whom, once she reaches menopause, doesn't have a menstrual cycle, the body wants to protect you. So it keeps the estrogen toxicity away from the organs and away from the vasculature, and it stores it in fat, which you have in your breasts, with all these glands that are so sensitive that were not designed to deal with that level of toxicity, which leads to cancer. What we're told is, oh, BRCA gene, let's go cut a piece of you off to prevent cancer. What does the BRCA gene actually do? It doesn't cause cancer, right? This is the misnomer. The BRCA is supposed to, it's actually a repair tool. So it's a tumor suppressor. So if you have breast cancer, BRCA is supposed to go fix it. So the reality is that if you have a certain version, the not so good repairman, you're not doing a good job of repair. So if you were to get breast cancer, it's harder for you to survive. That's what we're saying about BRCA. There's nowhere in there that it causes it.
But that's what everyone thinks.
Yeah. Because and then, by the way, that's most of the doctors think.
I know.
Right? Because they don't dig into the why. When it comes to chronic disease, aging, all the poor dysoptimal health, we don't believe. In fact, it's asking why is shunned upon, because that's not part of the toolkit. The toolkit is check mark of success. The pain is gone. Whatever you're complaining about, the rash, the pain, the thing, whatever, we're going to get rid of that. We're not going to ask why it happened or dig deeper. And if we got rid of it, success.
Right. And they never ask, like, so we got rid of it, but then, where does it resurface when you suppressed it? Because it's going to show up again somewhere, and they never put those connections together.
Yep. So you think you have the bad BRCA and you don't repair tumors by cutting off your breasts, it may not happen somewhere else. If you're still loaded up with estrogen toxicity and causing all the wrong habits that cause the cancer to express in the first place, yes, it's much easier to come to fruition in the breasts, but it may happen in your ovaries. It may happen somewhere else. So it's so important to understand the why behind diseases as opposed to how do I mask diseases.
And I see it because this is an area I work with a lot. It'll just manifest in the chest wall.
Yeah.
Cutting off the breast doesn't solve the problem if you haven't balanced the terrain and you haven't gotten rid of the reasons it was there in the first place. And so it makes me so sad. I remember when, what's her name, like Angelina Jolie, there was like such a big thing, and I felt so sad that she was misleading. She did, I think it was that New York Times op-ed, and like I just felt like she misled so many women to just think the solution was just to go in and get a prophylactic bilateral mastectomy if they had a BRCA gene.
Yeah. I mean, it's really the word terrain you use is the right term, because it's understanding what you're wired to do, your genetic capacity. It's kind of like if you look at terrain outwardly, so you're talking about terrain inwardly. Okay, you're outside and you're driving a car and you're off-road, and you may say that in order to survive being off-road, I need better tires, right? That's kind of like BRCA, surviving or not surviving. If I have bad tires, I won't survive. If I have good tires, survive. So you switch your tires and things still go wrong. Did you not first ask that you have a Ferrari that you're driving off-road in the mud, and it doesn't matter what tires you put on it? It's not designed for that.
Exactly.
Right.
That's a good one. Yeah.
And this is the same thing with these. If you're not designed to deal with the hormone disruptors, chemicals, which by the way, some women do a much better job, some don't. If you're more estrogen toxic, if you don't clear the estrogen toxicity, if there's some red flag in your genomics that's pointing to you don't do this well, it doesn't matter if you cut something off, which was just like fixing the tires, the place where it actually happens, the flat tire, then let's get a better tire. You're still pushing this thing through the mud that was never designed to go through the mud. So what do you think is going to happen? Something else is going to break.
Exactly. It's a really good analogy. I like that. I might have to steal that. So in your, and I'm thinking about something that's when I read your bio, that you revealed that you were genetically designed to be entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
That's because we think about genetics and looking at the reports of how do I detox? Is my phase 2 working? Is phase 1 working? What am I creating? But what's this about genetically designed to be
So
entrepreneurial?
yeah, this is one of the things we uniquely do. So the three areas where I really think we dive a lot deeper. One is hormones. Another one is the full detox and methylation pathway, so cellular health. And the other one is the brain, mood and behavior. And the reason why we realized in our research, there's enough people that have published enough stuff about what every gene does. We don't need to study genes. We need to study people because we need to apply this stuff clinically. And that's why we have these insights about the breast cancer example, right? So what we then did is we then spent 3 years studying 7,000 people. So one by one, we met 7,000 people with their DNA in one hand, their health problem and history in other hand, to understand how they got from risk to problem, or people that actually had a bad profile that didn't get sick. We also studied them. What were they doing right? Which is actually almost a more important study. So then, having done that, we started to notice the behavior traits. And we started to notice that every time we met somebody with these genes that drove these neurochemicals, they did this, or they reacted like this, or they weren't compliant and they didn't do the thing we told them to do, or they overdid it. So there's a few main neurochemicals of the brain. We already know what they are in science. What we understood is the pathway in which they happen, that experience. So for example, dopamine is a chemical that allows you to experience pleasure. It also allows you to experience reward. The way that happens is first there's an anticipation phase. You know the thing is coming, so you start to feel giddy, and the dopamine is being deployed. Then you truly bind it. There's binders in your brain where you bind it, where you actually experience the pleasure, and you're in that aha eureka moment. Then you have to clear it. You have to get rid of it to come back to normal. And there's a couple steps there. Break it down. Broom comes and sleeps it up. So if you now understand the pathway, and you know what gene drives each step in that pathway, you know exactly how somebody behaves. So if I have your DNA, I don't ever need to speak to you to know your personality to a T. I know if you're more entrepreneurial, if you're more risk adverse, if you procrastinate, if you have high functioning anxiety that drives you towards things, or more acute anxiety that makes you stay in bed and not get out of bed, if you're prone to addiction or binging, like you just can't turn Netflix off, it's hard for you to get out of pleasure, right? Should you be an accountant because of the way your brain is wired, literally to that degree? So we've understood this stuff so deterministically. And for me, it comes down to this, to answer that question about why do I believe I'm entrepreneurial based on my DNA? Well, I have the absolute minimum ability to bind dopamine. So it's very hard for me to experience pleasure and reward. I have the absolute fastest clearance. So it's gone before it even started, which means I'm constantly seeking reward. I'm taking risks and doing stupid things that other people wouldn't do. But that's because I went down the reward path. I could have also gone down the addiction path because dopamine powers both reward and pleasure. Or if I didn't get either of these, I could have gone right down the middle, which is the depression path. Because I didn't feed my dopamine through reward. I didn't feed it through pleasure. I instead didn't get either and became depressed. So the context drives the outcome, but the wiring, just like we said about breast cancer, you could have the profile, but if you don't do the wrong things of taking birth control pills, etc., you're not going to get sick. Same thing with me. It depends what context I'm in, how this mood and behavior expresses. And there's other layers to it, how you experience trauma. How are you more sensitive to stimulus around you? Are you more irritable? Do you give things way more meaning than other people? So it becomes a burden to you. All of this is mapped out genetically.
It's genetic psychology. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm thinking also just, the doctor in me is thinking how it can really, be harnessed to help patients.
Oh, for sure.
Know how they're going to respond and how they're going to react and are they going to procrastinate? Are they going to be compliant? Are they overly compliant?
Yep.
There's so much benefit, what you can derive from this.
This is what we do internally in our clinic, which is more of a research clinic. But when we deal with a patient, not just the protocol or whatever we're doing, the interaction is custom. There's some people we know we can't tell them the problem because they'll never start the solution because they just give it so much meaning and they're just stuck on the problem. So we have to take it a different way. There's some people where we know that we have to overdo the problem because they just don't give a damn, right?
I'm so excited to start integrating this because I do that intuitively.
You do it
Like
into the, yeah,
there
yeah.
are certain patients where I'm like, you may not know the name of your homeopathic remedy because I know by the time they leave 2 hours later, they're going to bend down every
Yes.
materia medica on what this remedy means, and they're going to start freaking out. And then there are others where, yeah, you're like, you need to get them a little more involved so they have a little
Yeah,
skin in the game.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That is fascinating. So back to hormones. Is there anything else about hormones that the ladies listening you think is important for them to know?
Yeah, I think that, so we see it sort of as three phases. There's that early stage of, call it puberty and development, and there's that kind of fertility mid-adult phase, and then there's that menopause phase. And this is where I talk about these phases because these are where the problems are. And I think one area that doesn't get enough attention is the first stage. There's so many young women because, again, in dealing with your hormones, we're usually reacting to problems, and the problems usually start when you're older. We're not reacting to things that aren't disease based, which a lot of it is mood and behavior related. And I use my own niece as an example. In fact, I'll tell you her story. So, and she is the reason why we went from a research company to a commercial, we got to change the world company. Because when I realized and saw what happened to her, I realized like how many young women are struggling like this and just could have gone down a very different path. So let me tell you what happened with her. She, during sort of, it was about 2 years ago, my sister, my mother, and my niece lived together. And my mother was texting me during a call and I didn't answer. I figured I'll call her back after. And she was calling. Says, your niece, something's wrong. You got to get over her. She collapsed. So I said, okay. So I called a pediatrician friend and he said, it sounds like an anxiety attack. Once I got there, I explained it. And that's what it looked like to me. You couldn't really breathe, tight chest, all this stuff. So he said, if it happens again, let me know. But, it sounds like she's past it now. And in his mind, it's like, teenage girl, this is what happens, right? They go through this kind of stuff. So it happens again. And this time my mom said, you need to take her to the hospital because she fell over and she can't walk. So they thought she had actually fractured something. So I took her, Canadian healthcare system, it's free, but you got to wait 6 hours to see somebody. So we go to the hospital. I called my pediatrician friend again. I said, can you help me with like getting her in a bit quicker or whatever you can do? He said, I'll try. And the quicker was 6 hours. So wow. What happened in that 6 hours? Scans, tests, there was no problem. This time the doctor working in the hospital in the ER said, if it happens again, let us know. And I knew what that meant. If it happens again, we're diagnosing her with anxiety and she's getting a pill.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I thought at that time, oh, silly me, I have her DNA, which I also have for my kids. Let me dive into this. I dropped her off, got a phone call, got distracted, didn't take a look. So it happens again. This time mom calls me freaking out and crying, saying that your niece has run away from home. She left a note saying, I can't take it. I have to leave. Right. And it is completely out of character. She's a sweet, young, innocent girl. Like she doesn't even go out by herself. But she's with her mom or my mom. And like she doesn't, it's not, you would not expect this at all. Mm-hmm. So I said to her, first of all, for her running away from home probably means she's like down the street. Like she's not gone anywhere. I'll find her. I'll bring her home, figure it out. So literally I pull up to their apartment building they live in and she was standing there outside the lobby. And she just didn't, so I grabbed her, put her in the car and I said, just tell me, is it a boy? Is it bullying? Is it like social media stuff? Like what, all the usual suspects. And she said, I don't know. I just needed to get out of there. And it's kind of like she's running away from herself. There's like a feeling and she just is so clueless as to what it is. She just needed to leave. And even that didn't help her. Mm-hmm. That's when I literally right there went into my email and opened up her DNA report, which was sent to me like a year before that. And I started to look for red flags, not for her problem, but for what's a gap in the DNA. And the first thing I found was her hormone dominance. So when women have their menstrual cycle, at the very beginning, the hormone levels are very low. You just finished getting rid of everything. So there's nothing there, right? So her being androgen dominant had a much deeper valley. because there wasn't that many hormones to begin with, right? So testosterone dominant. So and then I started looking at the calls and texts from my mother, and they're like clockwork, like every 28, 29 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I asked my mom, this has something to do with her menstrual cycle. What can you tell me about the days you call? She said, you know what? You're right. Her thing had just started, right? The cycle, the period had just started. So I realized that's the bottom valley. So she was absolutely the lowest she could possibly be. So then I looked for other things. So why did it happen then? Why now? Because she had already had her cycle for a year and a half. So this was during peak COVID lockdown time in the winter in Toronto, and she hadn't been outside in 4 months, which meant zero vitamin D. Then I looked at her vitamin D genetics, and there's 3 steps. How well do I take vitamin D from the sun, D2, and convert it to D3? She did that horribly. That's gene number 1. How well do I transport that vitamin D from the blood to the cell where it's actually used? She did that horribly. Gene number 2. How well do I bind and actually use that vitamin D? She did that horribly. So her entire vitamin D cascade is horrible. No surprise, because our ancestor is more equatorial. There was a lot of sunlight, so you need to mitigate that overdose of sun. So, and this is really important, by the way, for people that aren't familiar, the 22,000 genes that make up your genetic code, 2,000 require vitamin D to function. So 10% of your human biochemistry is dependent on this one thing that's actually a hormone, right? And this is why bone health, brain health, immunity, everything gets better when you have the right amount of vitamin D. So now, why did it express as this mood and behavior issue? Like her uncle, she has the lowest possible dopamine receptors, and she has a very, very fast clearance. So it's very easy for her to feel not so well mentally. So hormone levels, slim to none, already feeling kind of off. Vitamin D, 0, making it even worse, exponentially worse. Where does it trigger? Mood and behavior, because she was already teetering on the borderline of not feeling pleasure and satisfaction with life. And it turned into this anxiety response. So that when the minute I figured that out, I called their team. We put her on a high dose vitamin D, 10,000 IU at the beginning of her cycle, 5,000 IU in the first week, and then 2,500 maintenance. I put her on L-theanine to boost her dopamine levels. That was it. She has not had this issue since.
That's amazing. I love that.
That's all she needed. Now imagine if I didn't have this information, I would have gone back to my pediatrician friend and said, what now? Well, now it's time for a pill. Oh, she's running away from home. She needs an anxiety pill. How many young women are going through the exact same thing, and they're taking birth control pills for their pimples, or they're like whatever's going on, and they have no clue what their hormones are actually doing in their body. Oh, hormones are for my period, or for that very, very surface level meaning of what hormones are and what they actually do in your body, and what vitamin D does and what your brain chemicals do, and that functional map of who you are, right? And why you're reacting different. Why didn't her mother have that reaction to the COVID lockdown, right? So that personalization is what takes it away from she needs to be an anxiety pill, right, to like 2 supplements. And it's been almost 2 years now. She has not had the problem once again.
Such a powerful story. And it certainly goes, you can use that story for anxiety, for infertility, for menopause, for everything. And
for everything. Yeah.
Really, I love it because it pinpoints, because you actually knew what it was, right? Even like, so yes, she could have gone to a traditional doctor who would have given her Xanax or whatever kind of medication and totally blown it. Or even just in working with a healthcare practitioner who sees things like I do, she could have gotten the wrong supplement, or they might not have realized it was the vitamin D, or too many supplements, or focus on diet when she really needed the vitamin D.
Right.
So really, it makes you a medical detective, but an accurate one when you have the genetic output, the epigenetics, and what's going on. It's just a win-win for the doctor and for the patient.
Yeah, it's literally, you said, imagine doing the detective work and starting from scratch. There was a murder in Beijing. Great. Where do I start? Right? You need clues, right? Versus there was a murder on this street. This was a guy's name, and he was with this person 5 minutes before the murder. Like that, the amount of work and investigation required when you're starting from like one size fits all trial and error versus here's your genetic map. Just look for the problems. Right? It's your biology is being driven by these codes. So where's the code broken?
And once if we could have it where everyone tests this young, it's like this is it. Now it's not like you have to test it every 6 months.
Yeah, that's the beauty of and this is why a lot of genetic testing companies went down the route of selling data, which is a big problem in the industry, is because you only need to test your DNA once. It's your DNA. You're born with it. You're going to die with it. The epigenetics change based on your choices. That's what we're talking about. How do you make the right choices? And so that actually caused a problem in the genetic business because they realized, hey, once I sell you a DNA test, we're done. Like there's nothing else to sell you because your DNA is not going to change, unlike blood work or, gut samples or whatever. And so they all went down this data selling route because that became the reoccurring business. So we realized that there was a big opportunity to be the insight company if we just follow and mine the insights, like all of what we've been talking about today. And instead of giving you a DNA report, give you a map of what's going on. And then you'll work with us on coaching and supplements and other things. And it becomes a different way of that reoccurring relationship. So, we're very strict about that in terms of the data, because that's what we think makes the product not work, because it's now designed as a data collection tool as opposed to an insight delivery tool.
So we're safe with your company. Because I wanted my son, this was years ago, to do 23andMe because we were then converting, and he was like, I'm not doing it. They're selling the data. No way.
Most giant companies, if you walk into their office, they have these giant minus 80-degree freezers to store your saliva sample and sell it for research. We destroy them.
Wow.
And people think we're crazy because those samples are worth $5,000 each.
Wow.
But we're not in that business. And in order to truly do what we do well, we have to pick a direction. And our direction is insights. It's supporting health. It's not about mining your data to sell.
Well, thank you for being ethical. And so with your company, are you constantly evolving and finding new insights? Is there constant research going on?
There is, and it's going deeper into what we already know. So for example, we used to talk about anxiety. Now we talk about high functioning anxiety, low functioning anxiety, and acute anxiety, because genetically they're three very different things. And on the recommendation side, which is one unique thing we do, we offer recommendations for the genetic expression level. We're constantly learning there, and I think that there's a lot more work to do there. We're also studying more genes, but we only work on stuff that's functional in nature, meaning we're not looking for like things like BRCA. There's plenty of companies that you can go get that from. We're looking for the hormone cascade and why does cancer happen. So most of your genome isn't functional in nature, to be honest. There's a few key systems: hormones, phase 1 and 2 detox, methylation, cardiovascular, mood and behavior, and then how you metabolize, diet, nutrition, metabolic pathways. Those are the key systems that, if you were to understand them, cause everything else. Right? If you fix this stuff and you have innate cellular health, like proper cellular health, you've sort of fixed everything. You don't have to worry about the symptomatic expression of stuff. So we've taken a very different route. And my belief is there isn't really much more for us to add.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's sometimes where you have to say that more isn't always better.
Absolutely. And I agree with the systems. That's kind of, again, naturopathic medicine. Those are the systems. If you fix those systems, fix the gut, fix the liver, then everything kind of has a way of working itself out. And so rather than chasing symptoms.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. I love it. I love it. I love it. So where can the listeners learn more? And well, actually, before I ask that, what are those supplements behind you? Are those DNA?
So I'm actually hiding in a room in our office because there's a renovate. We had a water leak at home, and I have a nice setup where we do our podcasting and all that stuff. And there's just so much noise. I escaped to the office, and I'm hiding in a room which has some supplements stored. So we actually make supplements that are formulated based on managing genetic expression. So, for example, I can't sleep at night. It's not, hey, take some melatonin. It's more like, what is the genetic pathway that is either breaking your circadian rhythm and clock? That's a different reason why you can't sleep. I can't fall asleep because my clock doesn't work. Or you're overstimulated by stimulus, so you wake up in the middle of the night, where your serotonin response is off. Or maybe going back to phase 1 and 2 detox, you're not clearing things so well, so you're struggling with what you did the day before, and then you're sleeping on a toxic mattress and toxic pillow, and you're getting even more toxic exposure, so you don't wake up feeling rested. So genetically, those are very different. So we don't say, here's, like I said, melatonin, here's the genes that need to be upregulated for you. And so what you see behind me is some of the stuff we've been working on, in our research.
Awesome. I love it. True personalized medicine.
Yes.
So for the ladies who are intrigued and want to learn more.
Right. I would say that, by the way, I'm just on the fly going to make up a promo code, because I think, I thank you for listening and being part of this. And, if you're here, you're a true health enthusiast and you already understand that there's more to it than what you're being told. So let's help you work on that. So don't go to the website and buy. Let's give you a bit of a deal here. So if you go to thednacompany.com and /SS, so Sharon Stills, right? SS, the dnacompany.com/SS, I'll make sure that there's a code in there that prompts a promo code discount for you guys.
Thank you. I was going to ask, so thank you. Thank you for offering. Yeah, I think it's just, I'm just blown away. And I think it's just such powerful, amazing work, and really the future of medicine, which hopefully the future is here now, because this is how we truly understand our bodies and how we heal and what we need to do to stay healthy. So you have contributed to that in a very powerful and meaningful way. So
thank you. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. And for me, it's fun. It's more fun than it is work, and I'm never going to stop.
Good. We don't want you to. Well, thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule, for hiding out and sharing your wisdom with us, and for just educating and letting the ladies know what's possible and how they can learn more about themselves. That's what this summit is about, to really put the power in their hands to
For
know.
sure. It was a pleasure and honor.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for being here. And we'll see you again real soon for the next one. Hi, if you're enjoying these presentations so far, which I know you are, I can't imagine you wouldn't be, then I really want you to consider taking home lifetime VIP access to the entire summit at a special discount right now. You're not only getting on-demand access to all the 40+ interviews and hundreds of dollars, probably thousands of dollars in free bonuses, but you're also becoming part of a movement that says menopause is your sacred second act, and it is time to rock it. Hi everyone, it's Dr. Sharon Stills, your host of Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. And Summit family, I have exciting news for you. I know I've been shouting out the sponsors and talking about them and how they made this event possible, and I want to highlight the DNA company because they are going above and beyond for our community. So often you're thinking, after hearing all this information, where do I start? What do I do first? It's easy to get into overwhelm, and I want to take that away from you. I want to give you a path so you actually know where to start. And the answer to that question is with your DNA. By getting your testing done, you can see why you sleep the way you do or don't sleep, your immunity, your cardiovascular health, your fitness, your mood issues, your hormones. You can see how your DNA is setting you up either for great health in those areas or for not such good health. And the good news is, once we see what your DNA has set you up for, it doesn't mean that's your life sentence. We can then implement strategies, nutrition, diet, exercise, supplements, so that we can change the expression of your DNA so you can live this amazing, vital life. So here's the amazing offer. I want you to get a pen, go to dnacompany.com/hormones, and order your DNA test. And if you do that through our special summit community, they are going above and beyond. I told you they're going to throw in a free live masterclass for you all with their CEO, Kashif Khan, who I interviewed, and their clinical director. I'll be there too. They're going to go over things with you, answer questions. It's going to be an amazing opportunity for you. And if that's not enough, they're also going to throw in a free longevity report for you, which is typically $99. And this gives you guidance, get ready for this, on how to use your DNA reports to add an extra 10 years to your life. So we're all about aging, longevity here, graceful aging, and this is going to give you information that is going to support you on that journey. So I am so thrilled about this. So if you are interested in this, which I can't imagine you're not, because it's such a fantastic opportunity. And remember, this is not testing you need to spend money on and do over and over and over again. This is something you do once, you see the results, and then you can use those results throughout your life to enhance your health. So the website was dnacompany.com/hormones. So go there, order your test, and then you're going to be invited to this free live masterclass. You're going to get your longevity report. You're going to get your DNA report. And I'm available if you want to work with me and dive deeper. You can always come work with me. Together, we can help you have the most amazing hormonal journey of your life. So thank you, DNA Company, for all you do, for your generosity, and for your true commitment to really wanting to improve people's lives. So see you at the free masterclass. Hi, I hope you're enjoying the Mastering the Menopause transition so far. I would absolutely love to hear from you. So please let us know in the comments below about what you've been inspired by, what has moved you, what's helped you see things in a new light, what you're going to start implementing immediately in your life. I just love getting the feedback and hearing all your comments. So looking forward to seeing them. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Sharon Stills. And today is the day we're going to talk about them bones. I know that is something that's on all of your minds as we age. We worry about osteopenia and osteoporosis. And today I have Kevin Ellis with me, who's better known as the Bone Coach. He came properly dressed, and he is a certified integrative nutrition health coach. He's a podcaster, a YouTuber, a bone health advocate. He's the founder of bonecoach.com. He's one of the sponsors of our summit. And he actually had an osteoporosis diagnosis in his early 30s. And he realized just how challenging it can be for the average person to make sense of what needs to be done to improve and how to move forward confidently with a stronger bones plan. So today, not only has he transformed his own health and made continued progress on his own journey, he's now dedicated his life to helping women with osteopenia and osteoporosis gain clarity and confidence that improvement is actually possible. He has a unique 3-step process, world-class coaching programs. I'm so excited I can't talk. I'm stumbling on my words. And his team of credentialed experts have helped people in over 1,500 plus cities around the world get confident in their Stronger Bones plan. And I've brought him here for you so we can have this super important conversation and you can learn what you need to do to help your bones. So welcome to the summit. Thanks for being here.
Sharon, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, such an important topic, one I deal with my patients every day, and something that's on everyone's mind. So I actually didn't know that you had we always think of osteoporosis as we own that, the women own that, but tell us your story.
Yeah, so it's kind of shocking, right? When you see a younger male or hear about a younger male having been diagnosed with osteoporosis at a young age. And for me, it was equally as shocking. At the time that I was diagnosed, I had all these other health issues that were taking place. I had poor sleep, high stress, fatigue. I had hormone issues and digestive distress, digestive issues. And then all my health issues came to fruition. And I was diagnosed with celiac disease and then subsequently diagnosed with osteoporosis. And, celiac disease, for those who are not familiar, that's where the ingestion of gluten damages the villi and the small intestine, prevents you from absorbing nutrients. Those nutrients like calcium and vitamin D and phosphorus, super important for your bones. I was having a hard time absorbing those nutrients, and my body still needed those nutrients to serve, to execute its daily functions. And those nutrients were being raked from my bones. And that is what ended up contributing to osteoporosis at such an early age for me. And I was completely shocked at that point in time, because I had young kids that were on the way that I was just worried I wasn't going to be able to be there for them. And I set down this path of, how do I figure this out? I have to make improvements. I have to improve my health. My father, he passed away at a really, really young age. When my mother was 5 months pregnant with me, my father was told he had cancer. And 2 months after I was born, he passed away. So I had this fear growing up that I was going to follow down that path. And when we had kids on the way and, and I was told I had osteoporosis, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm living this nightmare that, I never wanted to live. So I had a really strong reason to figure this out. So I went down the path of reading and research and consulting with experts and spending a lot of money and trying to figure all these things out. And I started making progress, was improving my health, improving my bones. And I got to the point where I realized in this journey, it is not the average 30-year-old male that's trying to figure this out. It's the average woman who is 45, 65 plus that has osteopenia, osteoporosis diagnosis, and they're presented with 4 things. Take your calcium, vitamin D, go for a walk, and take a bone drug. And that is woefully inadequate. And that's really the reason why I set down this path to create Bone Coach, became a coach, built out a team, developed these programs, and created bonecoach.com, because this was such an important area that I knew I could affect some great change in. So that was really my passion story leading into this whole journey.
Wow. I'm sorry of the loss of your dad at such a young age, but such a good reminder that we are not our family history necessarily, that we change the way our genetics express themselves. I see that all the time in practice, where patients get really nervous because they're turning 53 and that's the time their mom died, and that we have the power to make differences. And your story is so inspiring, that from a serious condition, you totally turned it into rainbows and happiness and health and benefit for the world. So that's super. So, all right, let's do this now that we know why, because I would imagine some women are like, well, why is this man going to tell me about my bones? This is a woman thing.
Oh yeah.
So
once people, trust me, I get that all the time. Once people come into like our ecosystem and they understand me a little bit and where I come from, they start to come around and they realize I'm pretty knowledgeable in this area.
Yeah, you're in the trenches. You are there. So, and that is common with celiac disease and gluten. So that's just a good connection for women to have. So let's talk about, just in case most people have an idea of osteopenia, osteoporosis, but let's hear exactly what is it, just so we all start out on the same foundation of understanding what this actually is.
Absolutely. I think that's a great place to start. So osteoporosis literally means porous bone, and it's a condition that's characterized by either not enough bone formation, excessive bone loss, or it's a combination of the two of those things. And in osteoporosis, both your bone density and your bone quality are reduced. So the way you find out you have osteoporosis is through what's called a DEXA scan, dual energy X-ray absorptiometry. It's a painless test, kind of like an X-ray, very low levels of radiation. You lay down on the machine does a scan, and it tells you your bone mineral density, the actual mineral content of your bone. And then what it does is it generates a score. And that score is called a T-score. And the T-score is telling you how much your bone mass differs from the bone mass of a healthy, average, approximately 30-year-old adult. And if you've got a T-score of +1 or -1 or 0, that's an indicator that your bones are normal and healthy, right? If you've got a score of -1 to -2.5, that's considered osteopenia or low bone mass. And that's like a precursor to osteoporosis. And if you have -2.5 or lower, -2.6, -2.7, so on and so forth, that's considered osteoporosis. And the greater that negative number becomes, the more severe the osteoporosis and the greater the risk of fracture. So most women you're not getting these scans done, and usually, in my opinion, until it's too late. I would prefer to see people get them done, baselines done in their 30s and their 40s, but a lot of times they're not getting them done until their 50s or 60s as a check in the box. Their doctor orders them, they get this scan done, and then they realize, oh my gosh, I have low bone density. What do I have to do now? And that's kind of the starting point. Usually where I'm meeting people at is right at the point of diagnosis.
Right. I think that's really important. If you are going to use DEXA as a way to measure, then you should be doing your own, because everyone has different bone structure, and it's inaccurate if you're all of a sudden showing up at 50 or 60 and doing a scan, and now you're being measured against this amorphous average 30-year-old. And so it can be really misleading. And so in everything, it's always good to get your own like thumbprint of what you are, so you can measure against yourself. It's why I have my patients get their children start doing blood levels and things, just so we can be tracking and seeing. It's much easier to prevent or to understand if we have something to look back at. So yes.
You're speaking my language. You're speaking my language here. Okay. So you just touched on something though, which is great, right? Just because you get a bone density scan, that's not the whole part of the picture, right? When you get your bone density scan, that's telling you your bone density, the measure of how much bone you have, the actual mineral content of your bone. But there's another part of that picture you probably don't have, and that's your bone quality. And that's how that bone is organized, the microarchitecture, the structural integrity of that bone. Bone density and bone quality combine to create bone strength. So a lot of times you only have part of the picture. Now, to get that full picture, that full bone quality picture, there is an add-on software to a bone density scan called a TBS, a trabecular bone score. And you can ask for that. And there's also, you can go look it up and see if there's one in your area that may or may not have it. But if you can get those done at the same time, you can leave with a measure of your bone density and your bone quality and a better representation of your bone strength, because bone quality is really, really, really important. I've seen people that have been in the -3s with their bone density that have never fractured, right? I've seen people that have been in the -1s in what would technically be considered osteopenia that have fractured multiple times. And a lot of the reason for that is that bone quality piece. Exactly. So super, super important part of the picture.
Super, super important. And while we're just talking about testing from a functional perspective, N-telepeptide or urinary, can you speak to that also?
Absolutely. So I love this question because it goes a little bit further than just taking the bone density scan as that's the final result. Here's your medication, because there's still more to the picture that we need to understand. And you don't know, for example, if when you get that bone density scan, if you are still actively losing bone right now, right? And you have to understand that before you move forward. And I always tell people to imagine your body is like a bucket, right? And the water within that bucket represents your bone mineral density, the measure of how much bone you have. Imagine that bucket has a tiny hole in it with a very tiny leak. And over time, over years and years, that water level gets lower and lower and lower. That's what's happening with your bone density, right? Until one day you go and you get that scan and you realize you have low bone density. But when you get that scan, you don't know if there are still holes in your bucket, if your bucket was just not full to begin with. And you have to understand those things before you start jumping into a medication. So in terms of understanding if you're actively losing bone, there's a test called the C-telopeptide test. a serum CTX. That is a great measure for bone resorption, bone breakdown. There's also NTX, NT-low peptide. That's another way to look at whether your bones are actively breaking down or not, because if that activity level is elevated, that can be an indicator of active bone loss. At the same time that you're looking at the activity level of bone loss or bone resorption, you need to be looking at bone formation markers too. The bone formation markers are P1NP, procollagen, type 1 N-terminal propeptide. That's a good one. Osteocalcin is another one. And bone-specific alkaline phosphatase. That gives you a really good picture. And I would always suggest when you get a bone density scan, try to get as many of those as you possibly can. At the very least, get your CT low peptide or urine NTX or something like that at the very least. But if you can get more of those for your baseline, get them, because that's what we need to monitor future changes from 3 to 6 months down the road, especially if somebody is still actively losing bone and something's contributing to that loss. In 3 to 6 months, we need to see if we're addressing those root cause issues and if those markers are improving.
That's great. So now you have it, like you have the information and you have why, so you can go to your physician. And if in hearing why you want this and why they're important, your physician doesn't want to run these levels for you, time to go find a different physician, right? Like,
true. Absolutely.
I run these levels on patients, and I'm always open. If someone comes to me with something, I'm like, oh, I'll just add that into my blood levels like that I run.
So why might a physician not want to run those tests? Well, let's see. If you're going to your general practitioner, for example, and they've just gotten your DEXA scan results back, and they're giving you the results, and they just say, here's your Fosamax. Well, that might not obviously be the right approach moving forward. Then you ask for some of these bone turnover markers, and they say, no, they're not going to order them for you. Part of the reason may be because they're not familiar with their interpretation. If a physician orders a test and they don't know how to interpret that test, it could create a liability for them also. So what they may do is they may try to refer you out to an endocrinologist, who then may or may not actually order that test for you. So I like what you're saying here, Dr. Sharon, because in these situations, if you have somebody that has a functional background or understands that side of the picture, they're more likely going to be able to order those tests and understand the interpretation of them.
Yeah. And you could tell your doctor that they could get educated and learn how to interpret it. I mean, I am constantly on the phone with labs when I'm running new levels, learning how to interpret them. So it just takes a little extra effort on the doctor's part. And
Sure.
So you want to have a team who is willing to put in the extra effort for you. So let's talk about, you mentioned Fosamax. So before we get to root causes, let's just have the pharmaceutical conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
What is the standard treatment protocol, and why is it not acceptable?
Yeah, so standard treatment protocol is kind of like I outlined at the beginning: calcium, vitamin D, go for a walk, take a bone drug. Now, when you're presented different options for bone medications, and it's not just Fosamax, there are a lot of other options for bone medications, and there are different use situations where a drug might be used, or maybe better to use a specific medication. But what I always caution people with is these drugs are not like taking an aspirin. They have a dramatic effect on bone physiology. So you really have to understand the short and long-term implications of use and things like that. So there are two categories of these medications. There are anti-resorptives, which include bisphosphonates and rank ligand inhibitors. So bisphosphonate would be like Fosamax. Rank ligand inhibitor would be like Prolia. And then there's another category of medications called anabolics. And the anti-resorptives, their whole job is to help slow down the activity level of cells that break down bone. Okay. And the reason why that could be a challenge and why it may not be the most effective thing long-term is, yes, there are short and long-term implications and side effects and uses with those drugs. But probably the biggest concern is that as you're going about your daily life, and this is normal for every single person, whether they have osteopenia or osteoporosis or not, you're doing activities. You're starting to get these little micro cracks and fractures, that your body that's just normal and natural for all of us. And then what happens is you have these cells within the bone that say, hey, we're starting to get these little micro cracks. We need to build stronger bone, right? So you have these bone cells that come in called osteoclasts, and they scoop out that damaged bone. And then these next cells come in called osteoblasts, and they fill in stronger, healthier bone. That's normal for every single person, right? You need those cells to come in and scoop out the damaged stuff so the new, fresher, stronger bone can be laid down. When you're taking one of these medications that slows down the activity level of cells that break down bone, you're going to continue to accumulate those tiny little micro cracks and fractures as you go about doing your daily activities. But if you slow down the activity level of those cells too much, you can't then scoop out that damaged, worn, weakened bone, and you won't have that new bone come in and fill in later. So what happens is 5 years down the road, 3 years down the road, whatever it is, you can start to accumulate more of those, and that's going to lead to weaker bones long-term. Mm-hmm. So that is one of the biggest concerns with those medications. That's for bisphosphonates. And I'm not saying that in every situation that might not be helpful for some people. There may be, I see smaller percentages of people where that may be necessary and important, but the vast majority, there's so much more to be done before you even do something or get to that point. So that's one of those categories of medications. The other one are anabolics. And a lot of times an anabolic medication, they're designed to help build bone and build it faster. And the reason why those drugs might be important is because if somebody is coming in and they have poor quality bone and they've maybe fractured multiple times, that is usually going to be a situation where a physician is recommending an anabolic medication. And if you take an anabolic medication, those drugs usually have a length of time that you can use them for, 13 months, 2 years. There's like a maximum limit you would want to use those medications. But what a lot of them don't tell you is you have to then follow that medication with an anti-resorptive medication. So there are just a lot of things. There's a lot of education that has to be done before you consider going that route. So I would say 85 to 90% of the people we work with that I talk to, there's a lot that can be done before you would ever even, get to that point or consider that point. So.
Absolutely. I'll up the ante to 100%.
Yeah.
I never put patients on those meds. I mean, you did a good job of explaining why they don't really work very well. And also they just have a myriad of side effects that are nasty. Yeah. And so we're trying to solve a problem. We're not really even solving it. And then we're creating a whole nother host of problems. So I'm sure some of you are listening are on these meds, and I'm not saying to stop them today, but this is a wake-up call of there's other ways, and you can go on a journey of figuring out how to get off of those and what you need to do. So let's talk about some root causes. Like why does this occur to begin with?
Well, so let's talk about, there are different types of osteoporosis, right? So there's primary osteoporosis that occurs as a result of a decrease in estrogen in postmenopausal women. Estrogen has a protective effect on bone. When estrogen levels decrease as they do during menopause, that causes an increase in the activity level of cells that are going to break down bone, right? So that's primary osteoporosis. But then we have a whole nother cause of osteoporosis, which is secondary osteoporosis. And that's where bone loss and osteoporosis occurs as a result of behaviors, disorders, diseases, medications, and different conditions. And that's the category I fell into. And a lot of times that's the category people, because we've worked with people that have anywhere from their late 20s to their mid 90s. And so a lot of times it's not just hormones that are the contributing factors. So we don't want to make an assumption that, oh, it's just hormones and move forward. You have to rule out the root cause issues too. So we can, in terms of the actual root cause issues, let's get into some of those. So there are multiple different ones. Medications. Let's talk about some of the more common medications that contribute to bone loss. Glucocorticoids. So these are steroid medications that are designed to suppress inflammation. And what they're doing is they're mimicking natural steroid hormones produced by your body. They're often used to treat things like asthma, autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis, prednisone and cortisone. Those are some of the big names there, right? Bone loss is a common side effect with those medications, and that's for a couple different reasons. The first one is that it's reducing the intestinal absorption of calcium, and it's increasing their urinary excretion of calcium. So you've got a calcium deficit. Primary mineral constituent of your bones is calcium. The other part of this is glucocorticoids. They're directly acting on those bone cells that break down bone, the osteoclasts, and they're increasing their lifespan, which is going to reduce your bone density. So if somebody is on those medications, just know that bone loss is going to be a side effect of those medications. SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. That's a class of drugs that are typically used as antidepressants. There was a review of 19 studies on the effect of SSRIs on bone that indicate they have a negative effect on bone mineral density and increase the risk of fracture, right? So that's an important one too. Mm-hmm. And then antacids. This is a big one that a lot of people aren't aware of. So a lot of times when someone has heartburn, right, or acid reflux, what are they taking? They're taking Tums, they're taking some kind of something to reduce that stomach acid, but usually they have too little stomach acid that they're trying to suppress. And the drugs that they're taking are proton pump inhibitors like omeprazole, Nexium, Prevacid, H2 receptor antagonist drugs like ranitidine or Zantac. I took those for a number of years, and I was suppressing the little stomach acid I did have. And the reason that's a problem is because you need stomach acid to properly break down and extract nutrients from your food. Amino acids, calcium, magnesium, iron, B12, all those nutrients are nutrients that you need. And if you're suppressing that stomach acid, you've got low stomach acid, that's going to be an issue for you. You're going to have a hard time with those nutrients. So that can be something that contributes to bone loss and osteoporosis long-term also.
I'm loving this interview. You're just hitting everything. I have to tell you, one of the very first things I do is check hydrochloric acid, stomach acid. And most people, it used to be, I mean, I've been practicing for over 20 years. So it used to be, it was like over the age of 30, 35, it started declining. It's declining now. I have children in my practice who have no stomach acid, and it leads to asthma, and it leads to all sorts of issues. So it's a chronic condition, and there are different ways to check. You can do the fancy Heidelberg machine if you have someone near you who has it, or you can do a hydrochloric acid test by challenging yourself. Also, something just for you listening, in your complete metabolic profile, you can look at your globulin levels, and globulin should be between 2.4 and 2.8. And if it is lower or it is higher, that often means you are hypochlorhydric or you don't have enough stomach acid. So that's such an important piece of bone health that no one ever really puts together. So I'm so excited you brought it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's so important. So important. Gosh, let's talk about some of the conditions, right? Some of the other things that can contribute to bone loss or secondary causes. Any GI disease, right? If we've got a Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, celiac disease, perfect example, right? Perfect example right here. When you have those, nutrient absorption issues are going to be a contributor, most likely. And if you have celiac disease, you also have the autoimmune component there too. So it's not just a matter of not being able to absorb certain nutrients. It can actually be, if you've got one autoimmune condition, that opens up essentially Pandora's box into other autoimmune conditions where you could potentially have an attack on bone cells too. So especially if somebody has an autoimmune condition, we need to start approaching things in a way that's going to help us put that autoimmune disease into remission. So that's one of the first places you have to start if you have an autoimmune condition. And if you have an autoimmune condition and you're still eating things that are leading to joint pain and digestive issues and whatever, you got to start there first. Start with your nutrition, improving your sleep, reducing your stress, all that stuff that you probably already learned and talked about. And Dr. Sharon probably does an amazing job with that's the stuff you have to address.
Can never hear it enough.
I know.
It's easy to say, hard
Let
enough.
me add another note in there for that.
What about, you mentioned behaviors associated. What do you mean by that?
Well, so leading a sedentary lifestyle, for example, that's one. We were talking about the metaphor of a bucket before, right? And I mentioned how some people might not actually start with a full bucket. They might not reach peak bone mass. So 90% of your bone mass is put on by the time you turn age 18. The remaining part of that bone mass, the remaining 10% approximately, fills in by the time you turn 30. So by the time you turn 30, your bucket is about as full as it's going to be. Okay. So if when you were younger, you had poor diet and nutrition, if you led a sedentary lifestyle, if you smoked or drank excessively, if you had an eating disorder, all those things can contribute to bone loss or not achieving peak bone mass, or even to this day, that could be a contributor to active bone loss as well.
So and can't go back and fix what you did, because I was able to check a few of those off myself, but it's what you do now, what you do with that information in the moment. So prevention is always preferred, but taking action anytime is always also a good thing. So diet, what do you recommend for bone health?
Well, I'm sure you've already touched on this one, but I'll go ahead and reinforce it from the bone health perspective also, because I feel like you and I are jiving really good on this. So sugar. Okay, let's talk about sugar for a sec. Reducing your sugar intake is key for bone health. Sugar damages bone by triggering an inflammatory response. It lowers your vitamin D levels. It depletes your bone healthy minerals, so your calcium, magnesium, chromium, copper. It inhibits intestinal absorption of calcium, and it blocks the absorption of vitamin C. Vitamin C is super, super important for your maintaining a healthy skeleton, basically. And when I'm talking about sugar, a lot of us think about just, the white Domino's sugar or whatever it was. That's not just the sugar I'm talking about. I'm talking about your breads, your cakes, your cookies, your pastas, your pizzas, your crackers, that kind of stuff, that all breaks down to sugar in your body. So you just have to be aware of those things. And that was one more plug for reducing your sugar intake if you needed it.
Are you okay with in your program fruit, or do you feel like that?
Fruit is okay. We would focus on, like, berries are great. High vitamin C foods, those are great. But then you obviously want to mix in other important nutrients in foods as well. So your lean, healthy proteins, and yes, that can include animal proteins. So that's an okay addition to have, and probably an important one to have as well. And let's even just talk about protein for a second. Your bones are 50% protein by volume. So they need amino acids. A lot of times, this is one of the areas I see people falling very short on. They think they're getting enough protein, but they're actually not. So I would highly recommend that, for insurance purposes, if you're getting 30 grams of protein a meal, like that's great. That's really, really good. But you need to at least be getting about 0.55 grams of protein, per pound of body weight. So if you're weighing 100 pounds, you're getting at least 55 grams of protein a day. But I would probably, just from an insurance perspective, I would try to get about 30 at your different meals. So
yeah, we've been spoken about like a pound per pound, like an even, eating your weight in protein in grams. So.
Yep. And I'm like, that's the very, very minimum. Like, so what I'm talking about is, some people don't even hit that when I see them. So you've at least got to get there. But then if we're talking about actually building muscle strength, which is going to help improve your bone strength as well, your muscles are made of protein, right? And amino acids too. So you need additional protein to help support that growth.
And I'm just going to go back to, because I am hydrochloric acid obsessed. You have to make sure you have enough hydrochloric acid, because I see so many patients who are eating enough protein and they're not absorbing it because their hydrochloric acid levels weren't optimized. So you always got to be thinking, we're not just what we eat, we're what we absorb. And we always got to be thinking kind of backwards, because it's good to do these things, but we want to make sure if we're doing them that we're actually getting the benefits from them.
Absolutely. And then one of my favorite sources of protein, which also has, it's a great source of minerals as well, is any of those smaller fish, but especially if they still have the bones in. And I'm not talking about the hard, pokey bones that, might poke in your mouth. Like if you go to Vital Choice, for example, has, they've got canned salmon, they've got canned sardines. Those are great because what do they have? They have protein in them, great source of protein. But then they also, if you get them with the bones in, those bones have all the things that your bones need as well. They don't just have the minerals, they have different growth factors and proteins and things like that that are going to support your own healthy bones. And as a bonus kicker, if it doesn't feel like I'm already selling you on sardines, this is the final kicker. Omega-3s, right? Omega-3s are the dampeners of inflammation. Anything that contributes to inflammation in the body is going to help accelerate bone loss. So it's a great, great addition to include in your plan.
I love it. I love it. So don't be picking out those bones.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Them up and eating them. See, I've always eaten the bones. I guess I just intuitively knew it was a good thing to do. People would think I'm weird.
No, yeah, there are plenty of cultures that do that too, and they'll pulverize different bones and things like that to incorporate them to make sure they get enough calcium in their diets as well. So, super, super important.
So you mentioned omegas, and you've talked about hydrochloric acid. You mentioned calcium. Could you talk just a little bit about calcium, vitamin D, what other nutrients you like for proper bone health?
Absolutely. Okay. So vitamin D, that's a no-brainer, right? That's one of the most important nutrients for not just your bone health, for overall health. So super important. And then I would also, in terms of supplementing with vitamin D, ideally we're trying to get as much as we can from the sunlight and things like that, if you're able to, but that's not always going to be enough, right? Especially because when you get to wintertime, in probably most of the areas that most people are living, the sun's rays aren't going to be strong enough to generate enough vitamin D production. So sometimes that may be a case where you're going to want to supplement in colder weather months and things like that. But before you just start supplementing blindly, get those levels tested. Get your parathyroid hormone tested, right? Get your calcium levels tested. Get all those things tested before you start supplementing, because you don't want to just start supplementing and then find out you have some other health issue that needs to be addressed first. And then you can actually have too high of vitamin D levels, right? So the normal range for vitamin D is 30, and if we're in the US, 30 NGML to 100 NGML. That's a wide range. That's a really wide range. And if you're over 100, that can actually be a contributor to bone loss as well. So you don't want to have too high levels of vitamin D also. So vitamin D is important. Vitamin K2 is also really important. Another fat soluble vitamin. I would say there are a lot of different forms of vitamin K2. MK4 and MK7 are probably the most important ones that people hear about most when it comes to bone health. MK4 has a shorter half-life. It means it stays in your blood longer. And then MK7 has a longer half-life, so it stays in your body, a couple days. You can get these from different dietary sources, which is great. So the K2, MK4, you're going to get from things like beef liver or grass-fed ghee and butter, or dark meat chicken, or pastured egg yolks. That's where you can get that MK4. The MK7 is going to come from hard cheeses, fermented foods, sauerkraut, kimchi, natto, and bacterial fermentation in your gut also. So the reason why K2 is important is because K2 is actually making sure that the other nutrients, especially the calcium, is going to where it's supposed to, which is in the bone and not in your soft tissues like your arteries and your other soft tissues too. So super important nutrient especially if somebody is trying to figure out that whole supplement picture. So
yes, thank you. Yeah, I don't let patients take vitamin D without taking K2. And my experience with vitamin D is that because it's a fat soluble vitamin, you really want to take it in a liquid form where it's emulsified. Your body will absorb it better. I've just seen this time and time again. So just a little tip there. And circling back to the sugar, I just want to acknowledge that we know it's easy to say stop sugar. And we also know that sugar is more addictive than cocaine. And so don't beat yourselves up. If you are a sugar junkie, you might need to work with someone. It might be a process, but if you can do it cold turkey and you can suck it up for 3 days, and those 3 days are not going to be fun because you're going to be craving. But once you get through those first 3 days, the cravings really stop. And often when you've been craving sugar, it's because ding, 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 you don't have enough protein. So while you're going off the sugar, really listen to what Kevin was saying about really getting your protein levels up. It's going to help with that process. Absolutely.
Absolutely. There is one other nutrient that I think is important to give a special shout out to, which is magnesium. So important. One of the primary functions of magnesium is that we need it to make proteins in our body. So like when you eat proteins, we're talking about protein here, how important it is for your bone health. What happens is you obviously break those proteins down into amino acids that we can then rebuild in our bodies into various proteins. In order to rebuild those proteins, you need magnesium to do that. So just about everything in the body is protein or is made of proteins. So that's just really, really important for people to understand. And then magnesium plays a key role in converting vitamin D into the active form that promotes calcium absorption, right? So that's super important too. And then people have to understand is that as your calcium and your vitamin D intake increases, so too does your need for magnesium. So if your doctor has ever just said, take your calcium and your vitamin D, but you never heard about magnesium, your need for magnesium is going to increase as you start to increase those other things as well. So really, really important.
Very important. Do you have a special form of magnesium you like to recommend?
A bisglycinate chelate is great. Magnesium bisglycinate chelate or glycine those are great forms as well.
Oh, yeah. And magnesium is one of the most depleted nutrients in our body. So if you're craving chocolate, another sign you're probably magnesium deficient.
Yeah.
And stress depletes it. I talk about stress always because it's such a major factor. And the way to check your magnesium, don't just let them run it in your serum. Get an RBC, which stands for red blood cell, because that's where magnesium hangs out inside the red blood cell. So you'll get a more accurate level of how depleted you are or aren't.
Yeah. And another good form of magnesium malate is another good form too. So yes. Yeah, those are good ones.
Well, this has been fantastic. Have we missed anything?
Do you want to touch on exercise for a second?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, you did mention being sedentary, not being a good behavior. So what do you recommend for movement?
Yeah, so exercise is super, super important for your bone health. It plays such an important role, and you need two different types of stimuli. You need muscle pulling on bone, and you need impact. The most effective interventions are using one or both in combination. And what's happening is, let's talk about the muscle pulling on bone. You have a mechanical signal that sends a chemical signal that's telling those bones to become stronger. And then the impact is also important too. A lot of times I had mentioned when somebody's told they have osteoporosis, the last part of what to do is go do some weight-bearing exercise, go do some walking. I'm going to tell you right now, walking is not enough. Okay. That's not enough. Even if you've addressed all your underlying root cause issues, walking may help you maintain, but it's not going to, you have to have more to your plan. So the other weight-bearing exercises you can incorporate. And when I say weight-bearing exercise, I mean, weight-bearing exercise is exercise that your bones and your muscles have to work against gravity to keep you upright. right? They're activities that you're doing on your feet. So that's running, jogging, hiking, dancing, gardening, playing tennis, high impact aerobics, jumping rope, playing soccer. Any of those things can fall into that weight bearing exercise, which is great. Like there are a lot of activities that fall into that, and probably a lot of things people love doing in there.
Mm-hmm.
But then there are other activities that are non-weight bearing that are not going to be helpful for bone. So cycling, paddling or canoeing or kayaking, swimming, right? Those are not providing the stimulus your bones need for, for actually becoming stronger. Now, it's not to say that you shouldn't do those things, right? If you love to cycle and ride your bike and it makes you happy and it reduces your stress and you're just looking at the sunset, as you go off into the distance, that's great. Do it. But don't count that as your only form of exercise. Same thing with swimming. Don't count it as your only form of exercise. Doesn't mean you should avoid the pool. Get in it if you love it, do it, but don't have it be the only thing. Now let's talk about the other part of exercise that you have to be doing, which is muscle strengthening exercise, resistance training. You can use heavier weight. You can use heavier resistance bands. You can use free weights. You can use barbell weights. But the movements that we want to be doing are the bigger compound movements, right? The squats, the deadlifts, the overhead presses, those kinds of movements are the ones that we want to incorporate. Now, for somebody listening to this, you might be like, wow, that sounds intimidating, especially if you haven't done any working out or anything like that before, or at least, in a setting like a gym where you've got a bunch of weights. That's okay. Find somebody who can look at and evaluate your body mechanics first. Don't just go on YouTube and say, I heard this guy say, go do some deadlifting, and then we jumped in and did it. You want to find somebody who evaluates your body mechanics, make sure you have good form, and take time progressing up to the 5 to 10 rep range. That's the intensity that the studies show is going to be best for supporting your bone health. Okay. But you don't just want to ramp up to that point right from the start. So be patient with yourself. You'll eventually get there. And the last note I'll make is that it's not like 1 or 2 exercises are going to be the end all be all for your bone health. Bone remodeling is a really slow process. So developing a plan, being consistent with that plan, doing the right things over time, that's what's going to give you the best shot of improving your bones long term.
Fantastic advice. And I would also just like to, I know you mentioned hormones, but we didn't really talk a lot about hormones, and hormones are so important. It's one of the things I'm always telling patients, even if you're not symptomatic and you're not trying to get rid of hot flashes, you still want to be using bioidentical hormones. And one of the reasons is for prevention of osteoporosis, among other things. So could you just speak to that before we finish up?
Yeah. And I'll just reinforce what you just said. I mean, considering bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, especially the earlier on too, preventing bone loss, it's so much easier to slow and stop and prevent more bone loss than to build it once you lose it. Both are possible. You can build bone strength at any age. It just becomes more challenging the older you get and the more bone you lose. There are fewer cells involved in that process. That process becomes less efficient. So the more you can do up front on that side of prevention, bioidentical hormone replacement therapy can absolutely play a role in slowing, stopping, preventing more of that bone loss. You're going to be better off longer term. So
this is definitely an interview that you're going to want to share with your children, your daughters, your sons, your nieces, your nephews, because it's something we want people to learn about early. And like Kevin said, there's still hope. We can still make differences. I have women come to me in their 60s, their 70s, and we can still make changes. It's never too late, but if we can learn earlier, so share this episode with everyone you know, because it's so important. So this has just been fantastic. How can we learn more about you and your 3-step program? What is the 3-step program?
Well, so the 3 steps are identify and address root cause issues of bone loss. nourish your body and absorb your nutrients, and build strength of body, mind, and bone in a way that prevents fracture and injury. So we teach people that through different programs that we have, where we guide them step by step along the way. So if you have osteopenia or osteoporosis, or you know somebody who does, and they're struggling to make sense of all this, know that there's help out there. There are people who understand this, who know how to help you. And Sharon, you brought up a really great point, is that I've had many, many conversations with people, thousands of conversations at this point. And one of the things that I hear is that people don't just want to learn for themselves. They are talking about their daughters or their daughter-in-laws or somebody else that they want to learn, so they can help prevent that in that person as well. And I love working with the people we work with. I work with people mostly 45 to 65 plus. My real passion is in the side of prevention also. And eventually our focus is going to be on preventing disease and osteoporosis in kids from a really young age. So super, super important. But yeah, that's a little bit about us.
Love it, love it, love it. And I was just sitting here thinking, how much time do we really spend like thinking about our skeleton? It's covered with all our skin and the hair and everything, but perhaps take a moment after listening to this and just really meditate and give thanks to your skeleton that supports you and helps you move through life, and show it a little TLC. So this has been fantastic. I know everyone learned a lot. Thank you so much for being here and contributing a super important piece for women and men on their hormonal journey and mastering their menopause transition. So we'll see you all soon. Bye. But first, I would like to take a quick moment to thank all the staff members, my team, the people behind the scene, our gifted, talented, amazing speakers, and most of all, our summit sponsors. For without them, we just would not be having this summit. And those sponsors would be the DNA Company, High Tech Health, The Bone Coach, Chili Sleep, Algae Cal, Dr. Pollock, and the Red Therapy Company. So thank you to all of you. Hi, ladies. Welcome back to Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. I'm still your host, Dr. Sharon Stills. Beautiful to see you all here. And we are going to have a great conversation. I have a menopause expert in the house, and we are going to talk about your cardiovascular system and things you need to know to help you on your journey. So this is going to be a good one. Grab a pen, grab some paper. You're going to learn a lot. You might want to take some notes. And so I have with me today Felice Gersh, who's an MD. She's a multi-award-winning physician with dual board certifications in OBGYN and integrative medicine. She's the founder and director of the Integrative Medical Group of Irvine, a practice that provides comprehensive health care for women by combining the best evidence-based therapies from conventional, naturopathic, and holistic medicine. For 12 years, she taught obstetrics and gynecology at Keck USC School of Medicine as an assistant clinical professor, and she now serves as an affiliate faculty member at the Fellowship in Integrative Medicine through the University of Arizona School of Medicine. I didn't know that. Felice is a prolific writer and lecturer who speaks globally on women's health and regularly publishes in peer-reviewed medical journals. She's the best-selling author of the PCOS SOS series, and her latest book, Menopause, 50 Things You Need to Know, which is available on Amazon and was also rated in like the top 5 of all menopause books by Good Housekeeping.
Yes.
So we've got an expert in the house. So welcome. It's so great to have you here.
Well, it's just wonderful fun to join you and have a chance to talk to your very interested audience. I mean, I know everyone out there cares about women's health, women's healthy aging, and menopause.
So you have quite the impressive bio, and I'm sure that's just a little bit of it. So how did your journey get you to being a women's health expert? Did you have a personal story, or how did this end up being your passion?
Well, I went into medical school because that seemed like a wonderful career, and I only knew about 3 careers growing up. You can either be a teacher, a lawyer, or a doctor. So when you have a limited menu, it makes life a little simpler. And I thought, I definitely, of the 3, I choose doctor. So, but I didn't know what kind of doctor, but I figured that out as I went through medical school because I loved my OBGYN rotation. I said, this is for me. You have adrenaline rushes when you're doing like obstetrics and they say, you know, emergency, you needed, you know, to come and do this emergency delivery or C-section. And you got to have continued long-term care of patients. You had relationships, you got to do surgery. I mean, it's like you had to know lots about everything if you're going to do a good job. So that was for me. So in terms of how I progressed into like integrative medicine, it was, I always knew from the very get-go that there had to be more to maintaining and optimizing health than just pharmaceuticals and surgeries. So from the very beginning, when I opened my practice, I incorporated what I called my ancillaries. I had a Chinese medicine practitioner, and I had a nutritionist, a psychologist, a biofeedback specialist, massage therapist. So I just brought in a team that could augment my skill set. And it was only though after about 15 years ago, when I decided it was my time after thousands of deliveries to move on from obstetrics. It was hard, you know, giving up skill sets, but I added new ones. And I decided, you know what, I'm not doing obstetrics anymore. And I'm going to become more knowledgeable about all the things I've been using my ancillaries for. I'm going to go, and I ended up doing a journey, trying to learn more, ended up doing the fellowship, the 2-year fellowship at the University of Arizona School of Medicine and Integrative Medicine that I'm now affiliated with. And I've never looked back. I finished that fellowship now a decade ago. It's hard to believe. And I've just continued on my journey to help women at every stage of life to optimize their health in a medical system that really neglects a lot of unique issues that women face. And so it's challenging for us women. And so I'm here. Hopefully I can help.
I know you can. So we said we were going to talk about, there's so many things we could talk about, but we were saying before we went live that we haven't really dug into the cardiovascular system. We talk about hormones and how they're protective, but I'd love to have that deeper conversation with you to really educate the listeners about what they need to know about their cardiovascular health.
Well, it happens that the number 1 killer of women remains cardiovascular events. And this is not really understood so well. When women are asked, what is the biggest killer of women? They usually choose breast cancer, which is far, far, far down the line. So women have significant issues as they age with their cardiovascular system. And what is the cardiovascular system? It's the highway for getting nutrients and oxygen to every cell in the body. It's not like an optional system. And it's very simple in its sort of, when you think about it, you just pump a heart, heart pumps the blood, and then it travels through all these vessels and delivers the oxygen, the nutrients, and then it travels back, picks up more oxygen, picks up more nutrients, and just goes around and around. But when you get down to the detail, it's very complex and very, very interrelated to female hormones. And when women go through this inevitable universal stage of female life, we call the menopausal transition and menopause, it has a huge, huge effect on the function of the cardiovascular system. And it's so important that women understand what this all means to them. And then, of course, the first step is to define the problem, understand it, and then, of course, come up with viable, effective, safe solutions. So that's what we want to talk about. And so every woman can lower their risk of having a heart attack or a stroke.
All right. Well, let's do it. let's give them this information because it's so important. So what do the women need to know? What do they need to be aware of?
Okay. Well, first of all, I like to make it very clear. The so-called sex hormones, which would be called, estrogen.
Hold on one second.
Progesterone.
Hold on one second. You froze.
Oh, no.
So let's start. So start with, first of all, I'd like to make it very clear.
Okay. Gee.
Yeah,
okay.
Weird.
Oh, goodness gracious. I have usually a very good connection. Okay. The first thing I want to make sure that everyone understands that what are labeled the so-called sex hormones that are produced by the ovary, estrogen and progesterone. And we're not going to talk too much, but we can touch on, if we have time, testosterone, but that does not change at menopause. So we're just going to focus on estrogen, the dominant, and then progesterone, its very helpful sidekick. But I have renamed. They're called sex hormones, but I have renamed them myself. It hasn't caught on quite yet, but this could be the beginning. I changed it to life hormones because they are the essence of life, because the human body, the female body, is very well designed for pregnancy. Now, fortunately, we as human females can actually, hopefully, choose when we want to have babies or not have babies. And we love that as our prerogative, because in most animals, like it's hard to think of any animals besides humans that can actually say, you know what, this is a good year to have a baby, or this is not a good year, like they just have them, right? But the thing is that to understand that the female body evolved for fertility and pregnancy. Now, being pregnant is a very complicated, stressful time for a woman's body to go through. And you need a healthy organ system base, like every organ system in the body. And particularly, we need to have a very powerful and healthy cardiovascular system to enable successful fertility and pregnancies. So every organ system in the female body has hormone receptors for estrogen and progesterone, not just the female organs like the uterus and the fallopian tubes or the vagina. Of course, they have hormone receptors, but so does every artery in the body, every vein, the heart muscle, and all the nerves that feed the heart. We can go through every organ system in the body. They all have hormone receptors because all the organ systems of the body have to be working together in synchrony and in the same time zone, so you have to have the circadian rhythm being together for every organ, which is also very much controlled by estrogen, the form that comes from the ovary called estradiol. So every organ system is linked through estrogen and the reproductive organs, because you need a healthy body to have a successful pregnancy. That's why I call them life hormones. And once you understand that all these organs require adequate amounts of estrogen, and not just having it, there's also rhythms. We live in a very rhythmic body that's linked to our solar system. It's like so amazing how we evolved on Earth, and we have, circadian daily rhythms, we have seasonal rhythms, we have lunar rhythms. It's like just amazing. But so we have the rhythm of hormones, we have having hormones, and all of this is essential for having a healthy female body, the totality of the female body. When we lose our ovarian hormones, and that's really what menopause is. It's not about the loss of periods. That's just a manifestation of the loss of the female hormones. It's about loss of metabolic homeostasis, about having everything sort of properly regulated and functioning at an optimal kind of a level. And the cardiovascular system is heavily involved with estrogen. And that's like so sad that it's not recognized as such, so that when you have the loss of your ovarian hormones, and I would rename menopause, but no one's asked me yet, to ovarian senescence or aging ovaries, because the menopause just so belittles what is really going on. It's not just about loss of periods, it's about loss of ovarian hormone production, which means that you have this enormous metabolic shift in the body, like a real metabolic hit that affects every organ system, including our ability to make energy, which is so critical for proper heart function. So I'm going to go into a lot of that. But in order to understand the real significance of menopause on every system, and then we'll focus on cardiovascular system, is that all of these systems, organ systems, have estrogen receptors. That's where I'll focus. They also have progesterone receptors, but I'm going to focus predominantly on estrogen. That's like the master hormone. So we're going to have to learn about how important estrogen is, that estrogen is key to female optimal functioning. And we lose that when we lose our ovarian production with menopause. Fortunately, there are compensating ways, and we'll talk about some of the things that we can do to optimize, even in the environment of ovarian aging, how we can actually still have healthy functioning. But we don't ever come up with all these solutions if we don't actually just acknowledge the facts. They are what they are. Menopause is a huge metabolic shift, and it affects every organ system. And then now we'll talk about the cardiovascular system.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm totally on board with life hormones. I will promote your
Okay.
cause.
Yay. So the one thing to start with, as I began, is that the prime directive of life, and I figured this out as I was delivering baby after baby during my peak baby delivering years, is the creation of new life. And so in order to get through pregnancy and have a healthy, uncomplicated pregnancy, you need to have a really amazing, healthy cardiovascular system. Now, what happens to the blood volume when a woman is pregnant? It doubles. So her heart literally has to pump twice as hard. So the female heart is very endowed with all of these little energy producing factories called mitochondria. And estrogen is critical for the function and health of mitochondria. So few people even realize that, even cardiologists. So we have all these mitochondria. They all rely on estrogen to work properly. And remember, when I say estrogen, I'm talking about the estrogen from the ovary, which is a type of estrogen called estradiol. So estrogens are a family of hormones. It's not one type. There's several types. And there are also endocrine disruptors that are chemically made hormones that are never found in the human body. And people call them estrogen. Well, because they bind to estrogen receptors, but technically they're actually endocrine disruptors. And that's like what's in birth control pills. They're actually not human hormones, and they really interfere with normal human hormone function. And that's their goal. But we need to understand what they are and what they can and can't do to both harm us and help us. So what we have is a heart that is filled with these energy producing factories called mitochondria. And estrogen not only helps them to create energy through what's called the electron transport chain that creates all this ATP, all this energy, but estrogen also helps to maintain the health of the mitochondria, because when you create this energy, you have a byproduct that's actually poisonous to the mitochondria. It's, like a metabolic waste product, and it's called superoxide. It's two oxygen molecules together, and that is poison. And it cannot diffuse out. It can't get out of the mitochondria by itself. And if it stays in there, it literally will destroy the mitochondria. And estrogen to the rescue. It actually involves an enzyme called superoxide dismutase that is very regulated by estrogen. And that converts the poisonous superoxide into hydrogen peroxide. Now, hydrogen peroxide is kind of a poison too, but unlike superoxide, it can diffuse out of the cells. And once it gets out of it and out of the mitochondria, it can be converted into harmless water. So, but you've got to have that estrogen to make energy and to preserve the health of the mitochondria. So after menopause, you can see things are going to go down, in terms of the energy of the heart being made properly. Not only is estrogen so critical in the form of estradiol, the ovarian produced estrogen, but there are actually receptors in the heart creating energy that are called estrogen related receptors. What that means is the substance, they call it the ligand, that binds to the receptor is not estrogen. It's something else that we don't even know what it is. But that won't happen if you don't have estrogen there, like a cofactor. So it's like a helper. And without proper estrogen, that other whatever mystery thing is that needs to bind to this estrogen related receptor to create energy won't happen. And it's even more, the estrogen metabolite. Well, old estrogen goes through the liver to become modified. We call that biotransformation. So it can be eliminated from the body. You don't have the same estrogen in you when you're 30 that you had when you were 20. It's like it gets changed, right? So the old estrogen goes out, but in the process of going through the liver, some of that estrogen is converted to another metabolite called methoxyestradiol. And that is so amazing that it actually has its own receptors in the heart. Is that amazing? That there are even receptors to estrogen metabolites to make energy. So what happens to women in menopause, which is not true for men, because men don't have the same kind of a heart in terms of its energy capabilities, because they don't go through pregnancy. And so after menopause, if you do an ultrasound of the heart called an echocardiogram, you can actually see that the heart is energy deficient when it doesn't have enough estrogen. And it shows up because the heart does two things. It contracts, and that's when the blood pumps out, and it relaxes, that's when it refills. And the pumping part is the systolic, that's what creates the higher number for your blood pressure. And the lower number is the diastolic, and that's when you're not pumping and the pressure goes down. So it's out, higher pressure, refill, lower pressure. The refilling is the diastolic phase of the pumping, of the, pump out, refill, pump out, refill. No one pays attention in men to diastolic, the refill, we'd call like the resting phase. They only pay attention to the contracting phase. So if the contracting phase is weak, then that leads to what we call congestive heart failure. And that's very, very dangerous and very bad. But the refilling, when the heart is just opening and relaxing and the blood comes back in, the diastolic phase, no one pays attention. But on an echocardiogram in a woman, when that should be like very smooth, in a woman, it can be like stiff. And it's like a stiffer heart, a lower energy heart. And that is seen on an echocardiogram as mild diastolic dysfunction. And left to its own and lower estrogen over time, it can actually proceed into more life-threatening heart failure. And this is like a major thing that every woman, in my opinion, when she goes into menopause, should have a simple, non-invasive ultrasound of her heart to evaluate what the status is of the energy of her heart. And estrogen can help, to maintain energy production in the heart. So that's one of the really important things to think about, because heart failure is not rare in women, and it's very underappreciated and under-recognized. So that's like with the heart. Now, in addition, estrogen is really important for the electrical conduction system. So the heart is an electrical creature, right? And it has this, electrical stimulus that causes the proper heartbeat so that it contracts at the proper pace. And women without enough estrogen, and this is one of the most common symptoms that women have, they have altered not only the conduction system, but the neurological system called the autonomic nervous system that triggers this. Okay, so it's electrical and that's nerves, right? So that becomes also more dysfunctional. And one of the most common symptoms as women transition into menopause are palpitations. A lot of women have palpitations. They go to the doctor, they're put on a drug called a beta blocker. Okay, so, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but it has to be understood that why is this happening? Okay, it's happening because they're losing their estrogen, and estrogen maintains the proper neurological stimulus to the heart and the electrical conduction system. And as women get older, they're more apt to develop in an estrogen deficient state and inflammatory state, which happens as well, which we'll talk about, atrial fibrillation, which is a dangerous condition of the heart where it goes, really, a very fast heart rate that is not going to pump blood as well. And the blood doesn't flow properly out of the heart, and it increases risk of blood clots forming in the heart that can then flow out into the brain, causing strokes. So atrial fibrillation is pretty common in women. So these are like all related to estrogen deficient states. So the heart is really essential for health in the female body, and it's really dependent on having proper estrogen present. And so, and we need to recognize that as well, the heart has a blood supply, right? So of course, what is a heart attack? It's when the heart itself is not getting adequate supply of oxygen. That's through the coronary arteries. And the coronary arteries have some big ones, and they have like the right and left, main coronary arteries, circumflex, and those are the ones that typically get involved in male heart attacks. In women are a little different than men in so many ways. They often have involvement of the little blood vessels of the heart. You know how like a big highway breaks down into smaller roads, and ends with a little country lane, perhaps? Well, the arteries in the heart, the coronary arteries, start out with the biggest arteries, and then they feed off into smaller and smaller and smaller until they have the littlest ones, the capillaries. Women tend to, unlike men, not have their biggest problem with the big coronary arteries, the ones that they stent all the time, but rather with the micro arteries, the smallest ones. And they tend to be the ones that cause the most trouble in women. So it's a very different scenario. Women have this, problem more with their very small arteries, and they can trigger just as much a fatal heart attack, even though they're little, because what kills people from a heart attack isn't how much heart is killed. That can lead to heart failure later, because you have damaged muscle, the myocardium of the heart doesn't get enough oxygen, then it won't pump well in the future. But that's very bad, but that's not what kills people right away. And women die much more commonly from their first heart attack than do men. And they tend to get misdiagnosed. Women's heart attacks are not always exactly presenting the same way, which I can tell you about in a moment. But what kills people from a heart attack are fatal arrhythmias. That's why when someone has a heart attack and they collapse, they don't say, let's go and get the blood clot out or something like that. No, they do that for a stroke or dissolve it. That's different. But in the heart, it's an arrhythmia. It's ventricular fibrillation. The heart is like jelly, jello. It's not pumping any blood. It's just like shivering, like a little shiver kind of thing. And they get out what? The paddles, right? It's like stand back, and then they shock them, right? So and women get a lot of problems with that when they get their first heart attack, and they die at a much higher rate than men because they have altered both blood flow to the heart, the small vessels. They have, altered neurological systems, so they're more prone to getting arrhythmias. So these are really important things to know that are often not recognized. And also, a lot of people think that every heart attack should be like the classic one, where you grab your heart in your chest and you say, pressure, pressure, pain down my left arm and that kind of thing. But women, one of the most common presenting symptoms of a heart attack is anxiety and nausea. And then, what happens? Sometimes they I just don't feel right. I don't feel right, and I just feel like something's wrong, it's this ominous feeling and anxiety feeling and pressure, but not necessarily not in their chest, but maybe in their tummy, and they just feel like my tummy doesn't feel right. It's it's a different kind of a feeling. Sometimes they do go to the emergency room and they're given tranquilizers and sent home. And sometimes then they die. They're misdiagnosed and they're trying to educate ER docs, it's like women are different than men. They can present with heart attacks differently than men, but it's important for every woman to take charge of her own health and know that, just if you suddenly out of the blue have this what's happening, could it be an anxiety attack? Yes, it could be a panic attack, but it could be a heart attack, So, you got to make sure that you alert all family members too. Don't let them just give me a tranquilizer and send me out the door. And I've seen that actually in hospitals where the patient is now in the hospital having a heart attack because, things can happen. They come in for, gallbladder surgery, and then they end up having a heart attack because of the stress and, the whole environment. And they feel something's wrong, they keep buzzing the nurse, something's wrong. I've had this horrible feeling. I just feel anxious. I don't know. And they just tranquilize them, so definitely, be aware that these are differences, so many differences. And, I'll pause here to see if you have any questions, or I can talk all day. So
I'm this is a great interview. I'm just kicking back. And
I want to make sure because, it's obviously, it's such a huge deal because women die all the time as the most common cause of death. And people think that women are immune because it's a male thing. And honestly, before menopause, the incidence of heart attacks in women is not zero, because, you know, we live in a toxic world now, but it's very low. It's very low. But once you get to age 65, and it's increasing as you go, but once a woman hits 65, she actually surpasses men in the incidence of high blood pressure and strokes, equal in terms of heart attacks, and higher risk of death from the heart attack. So, you know, you're not home free. I always say there's like this little afterglow from all the hormones you've had. Hopefully, if you've had, you know, normal hormones and you enter menopause in a healthy state, that you have this sort of, like, I call it like a halo effect, that you get to be pretty good for the first decade of menopause. And then, you know, people think, wow, this, you know, I had some hot flashes, but, you know, this menopause is pretty easy, but they don't see what's happening under the surface, that their blood vessels are developing atherosclerosis, that, you know, their heart is not as energetic because nobody's looking, you know. These are the invisible, the covert signs of cardiovascular changes in aging, and they don't manifest clinically, you know, like overt disease or issues or anything that really stand out often until into the 60s. But the precursors are happening in the 50s. So it's just that it doesn't, you know, doesn't manifest yet. You know, they talk about, and you probably have people talking about Alzheimer's, that it can start, you know, 3 decades before it manifests clinically. Well, it's not 3 decades, but it's like a lot of years can go by where things are subtle, they're happening under the surface, and then suddenly, you know, you have these conditions. Like when I tell people when they have diagnosis of high blood pressure, hypertension, that's not an early sign of vascular disease, guys. That means you already have significant vascular issues going on. That's why I'm very big, and that's what we all have to be in integrative and functional medicine, and being proactive, because the best, you know, every cliche is so true, you know, an ounce of prevention is worth it, because there is no pound of cure, guys, you know, that's the problem. So it's like a pound of prevention, because it's really hard to reverse a lot of things. Like when someone has significant heart failure, I mean, I can help stabilize with my approaches, but I'm not going to reverse it. When someone has significant vascular disease, I can't just reverse it. But when we take proactive steps early on and realize that things are happening even when you don't feel anything, even in the perimenopausal years, they've shown that 5 years before the period ends, there's already changes in vascular health. You're already developing problems with the lining of the arteries. And by the way, there's significant bone loss even before you lose your last period. That's an artificial marker. The last period, that's, you know, the official definition of menopause, 12 consecutive months, no period. That's made up. Think of menopause as a process, and the process is going on for years before that last period happens, and that's the end of it. So all the negative things that are happening metabolically throughout the body are happening years before the end period, just like, you know, the brain is deteriorating years before Alzheimer's is diagnosed. It's only by being proactive that we can actually have a huge impact on the evolution of these cardiovascular conditions.
Just brilliant. Here you ladies, you just got a master class. This is what we go to conferences to hear, and you're hearing it here. So just brilliantly and eloquently explained. And so I don't have much to add to that.
Well, I was going to say, if we have time, can I talk about artery health? Is that okay?
Sure. And I also want to get to, let's definitely talk about artery health. And then I want to get to what are your solutions?
About treatment, absolutely.
Yeah. So, but yes, let's talk about arteries.
So the highways of the vascular system, there's arteries and there's veins. They all, you know, the arteries are the outflow system where the oxygenated blood, the nutrition is coming out to the tissues, the cells pick it up, and then the veins take it back. And they're all estrogen related in terms of their receptors. They need estrogen for proper function. In terms of arteries, there's an enzyme that actually exists in artery walls that creates this very critical antioxidant gas that maintains the health of the arteries and the lining of the arteries, called the intima. And that gas is called nitric oxide. And there's this enzyme is called endothelial nitric oxide synthase. And estrogen is like the engine that keeps that enzyme functioning properly. And it's so important to make plenty of nitric oxide. Some people actually have talked about aging as, some people talk about aging, well, it's mitochondrial dysfunction, it's, other, dysfunctions. And some people talk about it's nitric oxide deficiencies, evolution, that gets lower and lower and lower, because nitric oxide is really essential for everything that's functioning. And the arteries are no different. You need to have nitric oxide. In an estrogen deficient environment, you're not going to make enough nitric oxide. That's just pure and simple how it goes. And it's so important to have nitric oxide that men who, if you have men in your life or anyone out there who's male that's listening, men should love estrogen too, because much of the benefit of testosterone, which we want men to have plenty of testosterone, is actually from its conversion into estrogen, the form estradiol. There are enzymes called aromatase all over the body in many organ systems, many organ systems that convert testosterone into estradiol, the same estrogen that the ovaries make. But in men, it's produced on site. We call that paracrine. Endocrine is where it's made in one organ and it travels to another by blood. So it's like produced here, delivered there. And paracrine, it's made here, used here. And that's what men do with their estrogen. They make it on site and then they use it on site. So it's not circulating. So you won't measure it in the blood, but it's very critical. The enzyme that converts testosterone into estradiol, called aromatase, is in artery walls. That's how important it is, so that men get the nitric oxide they need to have healthy arteries. So it keeps the lining very healthy. It also helps to keep the arteries dilated so they don't just become constricted, and that, of course, is going to restrict blood flow and elevate blood pressure. And estrogen also controls the different little peptides that are involved in the immune system, so that you don't have like the inflammatory process ongoing. So, inflammation is what causes damage to the artery walls. So, you want to maintain it, but you also don't want to have a lot of inflammation going on, because when you get inflamed artery walls, they'll crack and fissure, and that's how you develop plaque. So you end up having all this problem with plaque only when you have damaged arteries. And nitric oxide and estrogen together work to maintain healthy arteries. So it's amazing. And also, cholesterol is always talked about as the evil, like the evil cholesterol. Well, cholesterol is essential to life, by the way. The body loves cholesterol. The body makes cholesterol. That's not an accident. 90% of cholesterol is manufactured in the liver on purpose. And we even have a recycling system in the gut to pull it back in, because it's so essential. And it, makes up the steroid hormones, cell membranes, the brain. But if you have inflammation, which, by the way, because we'll be here all day, but estrogen functions on all the immune cells, there are receptors in all the immune cells. When you don't have enough estrogen, you become pro-inflammatory, the gut microbiome changes and it becomes abnormal. We call it dysbiotic, and you get impaired lining. So that leads to impaired gut lining, which we call leaky gut. And the immune cells have a lower threshold to creating inflammation, producing those inflammatory cytokines. So they're like landmines waiting to go off when they get connected with the toxins coming out the gut. Whoa, you have a whole body that becomes low level chronically inflamed. So when you have inflammation, that drives a lot of problems in terms of cholesterol. So cholesterol is harmless. It's only when it becomes rancid, or what we call oxidized. And then it becomes oxidized cholesterol. Now, oxidized cholesterol is actually protected against, guess what? By estrogen. Estrogen controls an enzyme called peroxidase 1, PON1 or PON1, that actually reduces oxidation or rancidity of cholesterol. And when you have low estrogen, the receptors in the liver, called LDL receptors, don't work properly. So the cholesterol in the blood can't get pulled out of the blood back into the liver for disposal, down the bile duct into the colon to be pooped out or recycled when needed, because the body regulates what it needs. But you can't eliminate cholesterol properly if you don't have enough estrogen, because the docking system doesn't work right. So the receptors are not working right. So the cholesterol can't get pulled out of the blood. So virtually every woman after menopause, if she's not on a hormone replacement, and even then, because we can't like replace the ovaries, she'll have elevated cholesterol. And the liver also becomes dysregulated because gut and so on is dysregulated. That translates into the liver, that it produces too much cholesterol. So it's like all these things going awry. So you have oxidized cholesterol. You can't get it out of the circulation, and you keep making more than you should. And then the immune cells pick up the old oxidized cholesterol that's circulating because the body has no other way to get rid of it. So the immune cells called macrophages, which are like the trash collectors, they go around and pick up old yucky cells and dead cells and, viruses and bacteria. So they're like the trash collectors, and they gobble them up. And they gobble up this yucky old cholesterol that's all oxidized, and then they fill up the immune cells. Well, the immune cells are attracted to damaged yucky cells. If you have damaged arteries, they're attracted to the damaged arteries, and they work their way in through the little cracks and fissures on the inside of the lining of the artery, get stuck in the wall of the artery. And those are now called foam cells because they look like they're full of foam, but they're actually all oxidized cholesterol inside of them that they pick up. And then they cause more damage in the artery wall and attracts even more immune cells. So come to the party, guys, and all these immune cells go fill up the artery wall. It's all full of yucky old cholesterol. That's what plaque is. And more inflammation builds up like a volcano, and it can explode. And that's ruptured plaque. And that's what causes strokes and heart attacks. Not plaque, but ruptured plaque. And none of that is going to happen when you have adequate estrogen, because you won't oxidize your cholesterol. You'll clear it out of the blood. You won't have all those foam cells picking up all the yucky oxidized. You won't have damage to your artery walls. That's why after you lose your estrogen in menopause, all of these processes start to escalate. And it's not hopeless. So this is not like, oh my God, doomsday, because it sounds like it sometimes, when I talk about, all these things happen in menopause. But the first step, remember, to solving the problem is to define it, own it, and recognize it. Then, and only then, can we have rational solutions. Like, for example, statins. Everyone knows what statins are. They're like Lipitor and Zocor and Crestor. Those are the brand names, Rosuvastatin, Atorvastatin, so all these statins. And statins are designed to block an enzyme that makes cholesterol. Unfortunately, that enzyme also leads to the production of CoQ10, which is involved in energy production. So that's a problem. In fact, they took the highest dose of simvastatin, also known as Zocor, off the market, the 80 milligrams off, because it was causing heart failure. Why would it do that? Because it blocks CoQ10, a coenzyme in making energy. So you are trying to prevent heart attacks by causing heart failure. Not a very good trade-off. So they took that off the market. But all statins will create some energy producing deficit. In addition, in women, all the original data on statins was collected in men, because up until 2015, women were not even required to be in studies that related to general population stuff. And so they weren't. And so all the data on statins, which wasn't that great anyway, was all in males. Turns out women are different. Remember, women are different, and they do not respond very well to statins. And in fact, they have almost no benefit. You have to treat like way over 100 women to prevent anything from bad happening. And it significantly increases the risk of diabetes, which is horrible, and estrogen helps to reduce the incidence of diabetes. So women after menopause have higher risk of diabetes, and then statins only add fuel to the fire of inducing more diabetes. So, and doesn't really reduce events. It can lower cholesterol, but what do you care about lowering cholesterol if it doesn't lower heart attacks and strokes? So that is like a false premise, but it's based on the idea that cholesterol is inherently bad. So what statins do is they lower LDL cholesterol. LDL cholesterol is not bad cholesterol. It's a type of cholesterol particle. Cholesterol can't travel around the body by itself. It needs little carriers. Okay, and they're called apolipoproteins. They come in different varieties, and one is like LDL, and then there's HDL, but none of them are good, none of them are bad. They're all there for a purpose. But once again, if you have oxidized cholesterol, that's a problem. So there's no drug, well, except estrogen, which nobody thinks about as a, like a therapeutic approach to anything except us. But so what they do, they can't lower oxidation because they don't even talk about inflammation enough, right? So it's inflammation that drives the oxidation of cholesterol. So it's like rancid from the inflammation. So instead of like talking about, let's lower inflammation, let's look at a healthy anti-inflammatory lifestyle and the proper diet and stress and sleep and all the things that are lifestyle related. No, they just want to lower cholesterol. But if you totally lower cholesterol, like hugely drop it, you're going to drop LDL. And then, well, if there's less LDL, there's less to become oxidized. Well, that sounds rational, but you need LDL cholesterol. So, it's like, like we don't want termites. Well, one solution is burn all the houses down. Well, great solution. Now we're not going to have termites in our house, but now we have no houses. It's like not a good solution, guys. We want to prevent oxidation, not get rid of all the stuff that acts as a substrate for oxidation. You see what I'm saying? This is like irrational. So that's why statins are not sensible, but we have to, and especially in women, so we have to have other solutions. So statins are not the solution, and blood pressure drugs can be useful, but they don't make arteries healthier. Okay, they just lower blood pressure in various ways, and they all have side effects. Okay, so what are we going to do? Well, number one is lifestyle. Now, number two is hormones. So you see the order I said it in, because I think of life and being healthy like a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. And, as you age, you kind of lose some of your pieces of your puzzle. I don't know if you've ever had a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, but for me, every time I get one out, not too often, maybe more during COVID, because I'm not doing anything, but, there's like a few pieces missing. Like, where did they go? How did I lose these? That's kind of like as we age, we like lose these pieces of our puzzle that keep us healthy. Well, of the 1,000 pieces, I consider the 400 center pieces, which are critical to seeing the picture when you put the puzzle together. Those are the hormone pieces. But the other 600, the surrounding ones, that's lifestyle. When you start a puzzle, where do you start? Like your 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle with the frame, you look for the straight edges, right? The corner pieces and the straight edges. So you always start with lifestyle. That's your 600 pieces of your 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. So lifestyle is everything that you know. You have to get adequate sleep. You have to eat the right food, which is a heavily plant-based diet, real food. I like quoting, our, the guy that was out there, Mr. Paula, it's like, eat real food and not too much, so like anything is better than eating ultra processed food. That's like anything is better than eating ultra processed food. But I'm a very big fan of, I call it vegan plus, or it's called sustainability diet, where you eat tons of plant-based foods and a little bit of animal, but not too much, just a little bit, for the sustainability of our bodies and our planet. Because we can't like have animals everywhere eating tons of grain and all this, even grass, we don't have enough open grasslands to feed a bazillion, grass-fed cows and such. So, eat a little bit of animal and a lot of plants, and a variety, all kinds of plants, and, vegetables and whole grains. That means not pulverized grains made into like cake or something. And so whole grains and the legumes, beans. These are like the most affordable foods too, by the way, all kinds of beans and lentils, every kind of vegetable that exists on the planet, and fruits and everything. I also have another model. Don't be afraid of fruit. Eating too many pieces of fruit isn't why we have an epidemic of diabetes in the US. Trust me, it's not because people ate too many apples, or even too many bananas. That's not the biggest problem here that we're dealing with. It's that ultra processed food and the environmental toxicants, which is another part. So you eat the right food and you eat it at the right time, because everything is rhythmic. So you don't eat all your food at midnight. That is not a good idea. Even if it's good food, you try to eat your food and not too many meals. I say no more than 3 times a day. Don't snack all day, because you got to get that insulin and down, because insulin is essential to life, but we don't want to have a high amount all the time. It'll make you fat and it will make you inflamed. So we want to, eat the right food at the right time. We want to get enough sleep, because we know so much about sleep. It's not the absence of awake. It's like a very active time of the body. That's when you have this giant surge of blood to your brain, and you like reduce all the inflammation, and you get some growth hormone. And it's like you get your melatonin, which has like so many different actions in the body, not just sleep. It's like a very potent antioxidant, reducing things like oxidized cholesterol. So you need to get that sleep, and you need fitness. We live in such a sedentary environment, our lives. So exercise is like the cure-all for just about everything. It improves gut microbiome status, and it beats antidepressants like so many times over in terms of improving mood. It activates, your mitochondria. You can have mitogenesis, increased mitochondrial production and health. So exercise, fitness is so critical. And then stress control, chronic stress is a killer. There's so many mechanisms. We understand how chronic stress, and it changes your cortisol, your autonomic nervous system, your gut function, and so many things. So, I'm huge on mind-body medicine, and that's not woo-woo. That's like evidence, science-based medicine. And environmental toxicants, all the collection of plastics and flame retardants and pesticides and herbicides are so toxic. They're mostly endocrine disruptors. A lot of the problems that people face are because of endocrine disruptors that interfere with the normal function of hormones, particularly estrogen, and they call them like diabesogens. They're endocrine disruptors that increase diabetes and obesity, and they're interfering with, guess what? Estrogen. Because I could, I do ode to estrogen, because estrogen also regulates your appetite. And of course, mitochondria burn fat. So if you have mitochondrial dysfunction, which happens, guess what you're going to do? Make fat. It's a different skill set to make fat than to burn fat. So after menopause, women are very good at making fat, not so good at burning fat, which makes you tired too, because fat is energy, right? So nobody wants a big middle and fatigue, but that's what happens to a lot of people. But we can work on that, with exercise alone is amazing for improving the ability of mitochondria to burn fat. And I have to do a call out to phytoestrogen foods. So a whole array of foods. Most people don't even know that. They know soy, soy is a phytoestrogen, but so are all the legumes, all the beans, lentils, nuts and seeds, and many vegetables and fruits. There's many different types of phytoestrogens. There's the isoflavones, there's the lignans, resveratrol, which is considered like amazing. It's a fasting mimetic. It gives a lot of the same effect as if you fasted. And it's like in grapes and other fruits. And resveratrol is an estrogen mimetic. It's like a mimic of estrogen, a phytoestrogen. Pomegranates have phytoestrogens. Flax seeds with the lignans are and like all the seeds. So many foods that we think of as healthy, they have these magical ingredients. I call them the magic sauce of foods that are plant-based, that are called polyphenols, and they're actually phytoestrogens, which means that they're like magic ingredients, bind to estrogen receptors in a very good way, and actually can help the cells to maintain a lot of their healthy function. And they've actually done studies that show that night sweats and hot flashes, which are not just bad, they're a bad omen for the future. Their high levels are associated with increased risk for heart attacks, for example. And you can actually dramatically eradicate them through eating soy, organic whole soy, but you can add any of the phytoestrogens. So a heavy plant-based diet will reduce night sweats and hot flashes. And that's a healthy thing to have happen. So don't underestimate the power of our food as a menopausal antidote. So we have all these different things, and then we have hormones. And I know people have talked about hormones, but hooray for hormones, that some people cleverer than I have been able to, create human bioidentical hormones that we can get into the body to mimic what ovaries do. The thing that has to be recognized is that 20 years ago, when this unfortunate study called the Women's Health Initiative was came out after it was actually shut down, they did not use human bioidentical hormones, and they made all kinds of really ridiculous generalizations. It would be like doing a study This is my analogy. If you use a study with strawberry flavored jelly beans and you find the effects are not so good, like cavities, diabetes, obesity, but the conclusion isn't don't eat strawberry flavored jelly beans. Unfortunately, the conclusion is never eat organic strawberries. And that is, as bizarre as it seems, that is really what they did. They badmouthed and they, vilified human hormones to the point that so many doctors think that our beautiful natural hormones, our life hormones, are actually death hormones. They kill us. They do not kill us. Those are endocrine disruptors. The things that they gave are never found in a human body, which makes them endocrine disruptors. So if I told you to lick plastic all day, and then I said, guess what? That wasn't really a healthy treatment. Sorry, I told you to lick plastic all day. That, you would say, well, that seems obvious. That was not a healthy thing to do. I wouldn't want to get my hormones by licking plastic all day. But that's kind of what they did. I mean, as bizarre as that once again sounds. So if you lick plastic all day, what does that have to do with the man in the moon? What does that have to do with your hormones, your beautiful hormones that you make from ovaries that we can now replace because of brilliant people who figured out how to manufacture human identical hormones that we can give? But the people are so afraid, even a lot of doctors who prescribe them, they give these little minuscule doses. That would be like, broccoli is good for you. Why don't you eat 1 bite a month? It's like, that's not really adequate. Okay, so you don't want to give ridiculously low doses. What you want to give is the most efficacious dose. So what would that be? To mimic something like what a healthy 25-year-old woman would have in her body. So we can't make you 25, but we can at least try to get the hormones into a physiologic level, not some joke level. And that's what a lot of the studies used that came out after the Women's Health Initiative. There was the doctors doing the studies were so afraid of hormones that they give absurdly low doses. And then when you measure the levels, they weren't any different than menopausal levels. And it's like, well, duh, that's why it probably didn't have that much of an effect. And there were other problems, like they kept using the wrong stuff also because the doctors doing the studies, sadly, didn't really understand hormones at all. But they meant well. So A for effort, but F for outcome. So,
yes, so true. I mean, you got to make sure, the labs we use with a postmenopausal woman, when you have her on hormone replacement, you're putting her into a luteal phase so that she actually, you're not putting her to be in a postmenopausal phase because
that's not the goal. Right? Or even an early follicular phase when estrogen is at its lowest. That's a really important point that, that you're making here is that estrogen, the effect on the immune system is actually dose related. So low doses, low amounts are actually more pro-inflammatory and higher doses are anti-inflammatory, which is manifested in the menstrual cycle. The menstrual cycle doesn't have the same dose, all of estrogen, it's not static. So when a woman is ovulating, she has this giant spike of estrogen. And at that point, she's the most anti-inflammatory for good reason. It's down-regulating the innate immune cells so they don't attack and do what? Kill the sperm or the developing, embryo, if there is one. So the last thing you want to do is kill, because remember, those are foreign objects in the body. Our immune system is designed to attack invaders. So we don't want the immune system to attack invading sperm, because so that's why the immune system is down-regulated at ovulation. But during the menses, when people are bleeding, that's actually the lowest level of estrogen produced. And that's an inflammatory stage of the woman's menstrual cycle, because what's happening that's pro-inflammatory? Well, her uterine lining is dying, it's dead, it's having to be expelled. And in order to have that happen, there's a pro-inflammatory prostaglandin that's produced in the uterine cavity. But if you're too inflammatory, that's the problem. Then you make too much, and guess what? Then you have too many cramps. So you're supposed to have a little bit of cramps because that's the uterine muscle contracting to expel the uterine lining, just like it's a mini version of like what happens in labor when you have prostaglandins. That's how we use prostaglandins as an OB. We would like ripen the cervix and prostaglandin. So, and when prostaglandins can trigger, okay, when you have a drop in progesterone, you trigger the prostaglandins, the endocannabinoid system. It's a whole amazing complex interreaction. And it happens on a microcosm, a tiny little level when you go through your period. But when you have too much inflammation, then you have a lot of menstrual cramps, so if you have a lot of cramps, it means you have too much inflammation. You're making too much of this pro-inflammatory prostaglandin, and your estrogen level is quite low at that time. That can also trigger like migraines, menstrual migraines. So, we have pro-inflammatory, we have anti-inflammatory levels of estrogen. And so in menopause, you don't want as your goal to give the tiniest amount of estrogen that has no anti-inflammatory effects. So we got to get this straight. Don't go for oh, right. If we're going to go against nature, which realistically, if we're giving hormones in menopause, we're going against nature because nature sees this as an exit strategy, like you've served your purpose, so bye, so, because most animals in the animal kingdom, when they reproduce, when reproduction is over, they die. Okay, not too many animals live past their reproductive capabilities. We're lucky we get to, but nature kind of disarms us a little bit, makes us go into a little bit of a deterioration state. And so we're trying to outsmart Mother Nature in this way. So if we're going to try to outsmart Mother Nature, we should outsmart it on its own terms by recreating the environment that is the most connected to being optimally healthy. It's like when they tried to create new food and outsmart nature, that did not work. The ultra processed food did not do better than beautiful garden fresh and farm right off the tree and off the organic farm food. So we don't want to recreate a new hormonal environment. We just want to mimic nature, okay, like at the best time of our health, like in the 20s. So we're not trying to recreate a new dynamic of hormones. That's why I just say we're not smarter than nature. If we're going to try to, though, be smarter than nature, then we have to mimic nature by creating an environment in the body with hormones that are mimicking the hormone status of a healthy person at the healthiest stage. Because remember, every cell in your body is a different age. Like, it's like the cells of your body don't think, oh, Mary is now 54, so she's decrepit. No, it doesn't work that way. The cells of the body are genetically programmed to do what they're prone and genetically programmed to do. They don't know how old you are. Remember, every cell in your body isn't the same cell that was there the day you were born. Cells die. That's why we love stem cells, right? By the way, estrogen helps with that. So, of course. So we want stem cells so we can make new cells, right? And when your stem cells are gone, then you can't make new cells. That's the end, right? If you can't get rid of old cells and replace them with new cells, you can't fix anything, right? So that's why we want to have the big pool of stem cells. So every time the body makes a new cell, it doesn't think how old you are. It just does what it's programmed to do. That's so important to think about, that every cell just does what it's to do if you just give it what it needs, the right nutrients, the right hormones, the circadian rhythm, you reduce toxins, and then that's the ticket, ladies, to healthy longevity. Give the cell what it needs. And that includes every lifestyle thing. And in my book, it means hormones.
Amen. And that was our estrogen sermon.
Yes.
Thank you.
To estrogen.
Exactly. Yes. I was just thinking, all hail estrogen. And I just loved being able to sit back and just everything you said, I just 100% stand behind and agree with. And
yay.
So true. I love your analogies of the strawberry jelly bean and even how you talked about, because I say the same thing, but I love how you talked about the puzzle and how the lifestyle is, because it's so true. So, oh my goodness, thank you for blessing us with your wisdom. It's obviously you are a proficient lecturer, and I feel like I just was at a hormone conference and just got a real good story.
If you're going to give me your time, I want to give you something back.
Well, I know the ladies, I told you were going to learn a lot. You're going to want to listen to this one again and again, because there's just so many juicy pieces in here that are so crucial, which is why part of why I wanted to do this summit was just to dispel all the myths about estrogen and get rid of that unfounded fear and really make you love and fall in love with Queen Estrogen. So thank you so much. And we can find your book. Tell me the
Oh,
title again.
Yeah. So my menopause book, Menopause 50 Things You Need to Know, is on sale as we speak on Amazon.
Fabulous. Well, you know it's going to be chock full. 50 things. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for just being who you are. You're a force of nature and just doing so much good in the world and helping women. And so I so appreciate you. And thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
All right, everyone, you got a lot to digest. We'll be back soon. Did you know it takes only a few seconds to change someone's life? By sharing this event with friends and family, loved ones, you are giving them a key to health and happiness they may never hear about otherwise. All you have to do is click the share button below to help spread the word. I am so grateful for you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's Dr. Sharon Stills welcoming you back to the Mastering the Menopause Transition. I am excited to see you all again, and we are going to have such an important conversation today that I am personally super excited for myself, because we are talking with the master of exercising and how to do it right and what you're doing wrong and what you need to know when you're going through perimenopause and menopause. And so if you are like, I've been gaining weight, or I do my exercise and nothing's helping, this is the conversation you're going to want to hear. And to me, it's all about bringing in people who know. Like, I'm a physician and I make sure women exercise, but I'm going to learn along with you all today. So this is going to be a good one. And my guest is Debra Atkinson, who is flippin' 50. She is a functional health coach. She's a hormone balancing fitness expert. She has helped 250,000 women, probably more than that, flip their second half with vitality and energy. I love her tagline, which is the title of her book, You Still Got It, Girl. That is like the best tagline ever. She's been a TEDx presenter. She just has a long, long list of credentials and accomplishments and just amazingness. And so welcome, Debra. I am so excited to have you here today.
Well, thank you. Flattered by that opening.
Totally true. Totally from the heart. I am like, because it's true. Just because you're a physician and you work with women doesn't mean you're an exercise expert. And
Right.
It's really important that we all kind of have our lane and we learn and from each other. And so your lane is a really important one. And I guess for starters, I'd just love for you to maybe tell us your story, how you got into this, why you're doing what you do. I would love to hear that.
Well, okay. So we'll go way back. You know, I never intended growing up to be a fitness professional. And really, you know, if you think back to when we grew up, at least I'm 58. I mean, fitness professional wasn't really a thing. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, career day, that one was not on the board yet. But I became somebody who was exercising more regularly, self-initiated right after high school. And it was the first time, you know, that I'd really like gone for a walk or gone for a run, not because a coach said you have to do this, but because I actually enjoyed it. And I started enjoying the benefits far more when I was doing it that way as well, which is a great tip right away. So just for anybody who's a little reluctant, that's the best place to start with something you enjoy. But I had one foot in graphic design for 2 years. And back in that would have been 1984, everybody in graphic design and the arts smoked, drank, and stayed up all night to do their projects. And I was like becoming healthier and healthier. And I'm like, I don't fit in here and I don't want to do it this way. And so I flirted a semester with one major and the other. And by the end, I had some great instructors, and I realized what I wanted was to help a lot of other people feel the way they had made me feel, empowered, like I had more energy, like I was more creative to do the other things in my life. And, you know, so that's really, I think, been my mission all the way along, is to help people be a better mom, a better spouse, a better boss, a better employee, a better whatever, and enjoy the ride more themselves while they're doing it. and getting better biceps and going sleeveless, that's all icing on the cake, but it's not the real thing. And so that's how I landed there. How I landed specifically narrowing down to women that we are talking to right now is a bit of an accident. Nobody intentionally has a midlife crisis, but I did. And, at 49, I quit my job on purpose. So I created that havoc, and that brought with it some, things that were happening the same year my son left for college. So I've got this empty nest now, and he's getting a life. So I needed one. And I jumped in with both feet. I literally quit everything. I didn't inch my way in. I said, I'm going to build this online business. And I had no idea what I was doing. I knew fitness face to face, body to body. I didn't know how to build a course. I didn't know how to get online. I didn't know anything. And there wasn't all the help that there is today because of the pandemic, certainly. So there was a big learning curve, and a relationship fell apart. So my soundboard was gone. In about 14 months, I had about 8 major life stressors. And I found myself not letting myself away from the computer, because this was where my future was. I was building this course. And so I became somebody who was exercising maybe 20, 30 minutes a day. And I had been somebody who exercised hours a day for the last 30 years. And about a year later, I realized I was thinner, I was leaner and stronger and healthier looking. And people were asking, what are you doing? And I'm like, not much, So, that flew against everything that I had learned. Exercise more, eat less, right? That's certainly not what I was doing. And, so I said, okay, I'm going to dig into this, because I had taught for 15 years at Iowa State University in kinesiology. And I'm like, for years, was I saying the wrong thing? Because this is not what I was telling people to do. And what I discovered is that only 39% of all exercise and sports medicine research features women at all. And so if you look at all the hormone phase changes in our lives, we could say that there's 7. Now, some people go through them more. They have multiple babies, for instance. Other women don't choose to, or maybe aren't blessed to go through all of them. But on average, there's 7 major hormone changes, and every single one of them demands a unique exercise prescription. So if we're just exercising, and just going to a program, and we're standing in a room with men and with women and with all ages, potentially that exercise prescription for the program wasn't designed for any one individual. So it's been like gambling. If we didn't know to ask, was this program designed for me based on women just like me? Chances are no, because most of the research is done on young athletic males. They're easy to find, they're easy to deal with, they have fewer hormones. Exactly the reason that we're hard to research is the reason we need to research us, exactly, right? But it's slowly coming around, because we're beginning to demand it, and we're beginning to point it out that this is wrong, and it's an injustice, and it's not fitting for us. So functional fitness really has been a buzzword for a long time, but I would say it's not the word that you think that it is. It's not the stay off of the machines and only do dumbbells, because I think a machine can be very functional depending on your goal. But functional related to hormones and related to your signs and symptoms and how you feel, as opposed to a quota. That's what Flipping 50 is all about. Is yes, there's a better blueprint based on the research of women, but then there's also, let's talk about you. And are you feeling like you can do that? Or do we need to maybe reset and restore first? And when you are restored, we can progress. And it's not at all a time when you need to or have to slow down. If anything, we need more intensity in our exercise than we've ever needed before, if we feel good. and are able to do it. So the bottom line, the umbrella for me and for Flipping 50 is I think there's no more powerful health influencer in the world than a midlife woman. She's got 3 different generations looking at her. You know, our young adult kids are looking at us. Our friends, I mean, where do you get your advice from for exercise, right? You better be me, by the way. But you know, and your partners, your spouses, and then parents and in-laws, they're looking at that midlife woman. And so whatever you're doing in one way or another, you're influencing, good, bad, or ugly. It's happening. So that's what keeps me getting up in the morning.
That's just fantastic. So I have so many questions. So 7 hormonal changes. So let's talk about what do you want to just maybe talk about them really quickly, and then we can spend more time on the menopausal change?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, of course, just reaching puberty, right? So when we're talking, and unfortunately right now, I mean, that happens with 5th graders, you know, I mean, younger and younger because of our obesity problem somewhat. But, you know, let's say you've got an adolescent teen, you know, what you want to do with that teenager is going to be very different than what you do with somebody prenatal or postmenopausal. We want them doing some impact. We want them creating bone density while they can. And although you may not relate that, I mean, that is a hormonal change. They still have an open door, open window to put deposits for bone in the bank until about 30. So we want to keep having them do things like jump rope. You know, if you're going to give a gift to a child for exercise, swimming is great. It's great for muscles, but it's not really going to help their bones. So gymnastics or a jump rope are fantastic things to do with them because it helps build that bone density. So those kinds of things. And getting girls comfortable moving and loving their bodies, no matter how they're changing, I think so very important during that stage that they're hearing also from those of us older, positive statements, positive thoughts about the way we feel about exercise, about the why we exercise. I think we're influencing them by those things as well. So then there's you know, there's a couple stages here, but there's young adult when we don't want to be pregnant, right? I mean, there's that, you know, and then there's prenatal, which also we don't even include this in the 7. A woman who wants to, or needs to go through infertility, you know, she's having problems. That's a whole nother animal, and she's going to have more of a roller coaster ride. That's going to influence her need to exercise, her desire to exercise, what's happening with her body is going to change. So adjusting to that as well. During pregnancy, obviously, we've got totally different goals, but exercise is definitely now finally, you know, grasp as something that all pregnant women ideally could do. You can start, you can continue, and it should be relative to you and your needs. And of course, then if you've got any special needs, we cater to that. Postnatal, you know, if it took a year to build a body, you know, it's going to take you a year to recover from that. And I don't know, I like to say probably mine took 18 years. I don't know. That was just the sleep deprivation keeps on giving, right? But there's that. And then, you know, a lot of women, oddly enough, can be layering. They're in postnatal and they're in perimenopause at the same time. So, I mean, we've got a double whammy for a lot of women. And then menopause, although, you know, menopause, and I'm preaching to the choir here, but that's just a blip, right? It's 12 months since your last period. When I'm talking to fitness professionals, I like to sometimes break it down into perimenopause and menopause, even if it's hindsight, we're looking at that, and postmenopause, where menopause is that time, the last 2 years of perimenopause, and then the first 2 or 3 of postmenopause, because during that stage and age, we know there's a more rapid possibility we lose muscle. and lose bone density. So even if you didn't know you're coming to an end, like it's month 7 and it's month 8, for some reason, it doesn't happen like that for all women, I've found. But we do know when it happens, you've got a couple years there when hopefully that wakes you up, that if you're not strength training, we need to be strength training. If you're not addressing your protein needs, probably we need to do that. And in conjunction with strength training, because the two together really help muscle protein synthesis. So post-menopause, I like to say, I remember at first when I began flipping 50, women were like, well, what about flipping 60? Or I'm way past that, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. But I like to say, I mean, it's till death do us part, right? I mean, we're going to be impacted by our hormonal changes until death. And we certainly have hormones until death. So cortisol and insulin are always going to be there.
So you mentioned strength training, you mentioned protein needs. Do you have like a formula for the women listening? Is there some kind of average of how you should think about how much protein you get? Are all proteins made equal, or what are your type of recommendations in that area?
Yeah, great question. So I know this is a little bit of a bumpy road. It's a little bit of I feel like I need to say a disclaimer. It's not my job to persuade anybody, and I'm not going to judge any way that you might be eating. So I think no matter how, if you're plant-based, if you're animal-based, that's not the concept. But what we know is that, animal protein is different than plant protein, or beef, for instance, or bison or elk or venison is different than the quality of the essential amino acid profile in, say, turkey or chicken. So it all varies slightly. And what you're looking for is, I like to think of a New York skyline, and then there's me. I'm from a super small town in the Midwest. The skyline just is not there, and so you're looking for a protein profile, something that offers you New York skylines where everything is high and all the essential amino acids in it are high. Instead of that Midwestern small town, there's barely a bank and a store and a bar, that are making that skyline, and they're not very tall. And that's the difference, if we use that analogy. So what's important about protein is, yes, choosing the right quality. And for a lot of my plant-based followers, what they will often do, and we agree that, at a certain point, especially on plant-based, because so many protein sources are high in fiber, we get to a point where you're so full, you actually can't eat all of the protein, that the RDAs, many of us believe, are antiquated. And there's been research out since the 90s that still isn't mainstream. I think there are a lot of influencers now talking about it, but it's still not something that everybody in your family, if you sat around the table and said this, would believe, that your body weight in pounds, ideally, and if you need to lose weight, it may be closer to your ideal or your lean body weight in pounds in grams of protein per day. But it's like a bottle of penicillin. If your doctor said you need to take this, they're going to say you need to take this 3 times a day, and this dose at each of those 3 times. And that's what we know about protein as well, that even distribution throughout the day over the course of meals, not just one big Uncle Buck steak at dinner time, or skipping throughout the day. It works best if you get that dose multiple times, especially as we get older. So if we're over 50, that's true. But as we get to be 70 and 80, it's going to be even more true that we need that pickup at those different points during the day. So the irony is also this, that the more active you are, the better you are at using or synthesizing protein for the benefit of your muscle, for gaining strength and keeping that muscle mass so you have better metabolism. But the less active you are, the worse your muscle protein synthesis. So it might be the opposite if you've thought, well, I'm not an athlete, so I don't need that. In fact, aging older adults who are sedentary potentially need it more because they don't actually digest and break down those proteins for the use of their body, as well as an athlete or athletic person. If you exercise intentionally, we're just going to call you an athlete today. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will own that.
Yeah. Feels good.
I love it. So just to repeat, it was your weight. So if you're 125 pounds, then it's 125 ounces of protein in divided doses throughout the day. And animal proteins are superior.
Yes.
And so if you are, I learned this the hard way. I was one of these like crazy vegans in my early 20s, and I'm blood type O. And so we really need protein. We are like the carnivore blood type. And I never felt good as a vegan. I was always sick. My periods were messed up. But I was just so righteous about not eating anything with a face. And then finally I had this moment where I thought, I want to be impacting in the society and participating and giving my gifts and helping people. And if I don't feel good, then does it really matter if I'm not eating animals? And so I started to eat meat, and it like changed my life on health-wise on every level. And I do my best, for those listening. I'm conscious. I give thanks to the animal. I eat grass-fed. I eat organic. But it sometimes, if we're doing something and we're not doing, and it's hurting our health, sometimes we just have to take a look at our reasons as why we're doing that. And I do have patients who are vegans, and we work together. But sometimes it's like hurting yourself when you're trying to do something good, but you're hurting your own health.
Yeah, I love that. And I think that, backing up to where we started, it's not my intention or job to persuade anybody, but what I think anybody should be doing is, looking at the numbers, like how is it impacting you? And of course, yes, how you feel, there's that, and how you're sleeping and your libido and those kinds of things. But the way I want people to look is, measure, but not just on the scale, measure your percent body fat, measure the amount of lean muscle you have. And especially after 50, we want to watch that. We want to guard it. We want to hold on to it. We certainly don't want it to go down. So we want to be doing the strength training and eating in the way that helps us either maintain our muscle or gain our muscle. And that is possible at any age. It's been proven. I find that some of my plant-based people will do supplements. They'll take amino acid supplements in order to give them that extra bump. And I'm a huge advocate of food first, because we need the other micronutrients from the food. You're not going to get those in a pill, but then you get yourself as far as you can. And then when you need a little help, then the supplement, I think, is there when it's called for.
So we love you vegans. We love you vegetarians. But we're just saying there's lots of different ways to think of it and options. Just to keep it clear here. So you mentioned measuring. So should we throw out our scale? Should we have a certain kind of scale? Let's have the scale conversation.
Yes. So throw out your old scale, potentially, yes. Or if you're right now, it's not in the budget, hang on to that scale, but also then make sure that you get a tape measure and you're measuring your inches. I call that the poor women's, body composition scale. Because if your weight on the scale is not changing, however, your inches are positively changing. And for some of you, I think it's unfair to assume everybody here needs to lose weight. Some of you probably feel you need to gain weight. Maybe you're on the frail side. And we don't want that to happen either when we're in our 50s and 60s, because 20 and 30 years from now, that doesn't look good, right?
Mhm.
So whatever it is that you need, but you're seeing those changes happen. And for some, it's not a huge loss or gain in total, but it's a change where maybe you're losing it around the belly where you need to, if it was gaining and you were at risk, because that's where we carry risk for heart disease and other diseases as well. So I love a SMART scale for anybody who can, budget for that, afford it. They're actually very affordable now, but a SMART scale will measure for you right at home in the comfort of your own bathroom, in the buff. You can do this any morning you want to, but it will measure for you your body composition. And we should be clear here that body fat percent is not the same as what you're familiar with as BMI. Body mass index is just, you can tell me that by looking it up. It's your height, your weight. So we need to know, is that BMI full of muscle or is it full of fat? Because your health is very different based on that. And, worst example probably here, I can't think of a female, but Arnold Schwarzenegger, you can imagine him. He was very short, right? And stout, but he was Arnold, right? He was Arnold. And he would have a terrible BMI, although he was like 100% muscle, back in the day. And his example is that although his BMI is probably just off the charts terrible, he was very healthy, based on lean muscle mass to fat ratio. So you want to be sure that when you go to your doctor still does use generally BMI as a measure, and it has some degree of help, but body composition is really what you want. And if you can go deeper, we can do the math ourselves. Your total weight minus your fat weight, we'll know what your lean is. That'll include your bone and your organs and your muscles, but we know your bone and your organs are probably not going to change much. If we see change, we're going to see it in your muscle. So knowing that is really a great benchmark for what impact are your habits, your exercise habits, your nutritional habits, sleep habits, even having on your lean muscle mass.
Okay, so the SMART scale.
It's SMART scales.
So let's talk, you mentioned strength training, but I'm included in this as a postmenopausal 54-year-old. Am I doing the right exercise? What kind of exercise should I be doing? You said it changes. Should I have been doing different things in perimenopause or now that I'm postmenopause? Like, what's the scoop?
Great question. So in general, if I can give you a general blueprint, let's talk about if you aren't feeling really good, you're going through a roller coaster in perimenopause and you're not sleeping, we wouldn't want to say, just do this. This is what you do, no matter what, feel good, feel bad. We wouldn't say that, right? So it does need to change. If you're not feeling good, here's how we'll change. We'll talk about that. But here's what we know from the research. For women specifically in menopause, as they're studied, and this goes for a little bit broader, men and women, but I think we can intuit, and I'll have you vouch for this. So you see a lot of midlife women. We know that it's even more true for them. There's no difference at all between the benefit of getting 2 or 3 times a week strength training. So that said, what's everybody's biggest objection? Time. Generally, right? I don't have time to do that. I don't have time to exercise. 2 supports a little bit less time. We have to do that. But women that I meet who want to get fit, want to feel better, maybe feel like I've got this stubborn body fat that I can't get rid of, almost always are already tired before they come asking for that exercise program. So to pile on more stressors, because even exercise of a positive kind for good health is a stressor. Your body likes to be on the couch, right? So yeah, and we need to keep that stress low. So by doing twice a week, what we allow is adequate recovery. And that's the one thing that probably in the last 30 to 40 years of our adult lives, we have negated, we've always been told more exercise, less food, or the more you move, the better it is. And that's the American way. So we may have an international crowd here, but I don't know about you, that's the way it is over here. And so looking at, twice a week instead of, say, Monday and Wednesday and Friday, the way most of us used to exercise, Monday and Thursday allows you 2 full days between. So that's about 72 hours. And what many studies find is that the older we get, the more we probably get more fit by taking that additional recovery between. So I'm not saying to anybody, slow down because you're too soft and you're not resilient, but we're saying if you want to get in better shape, you will actually just put more time between your high quality workouts, because our muscles need to repair and we're just not quite as good at it now as we were 20 years ago. So we need a little bit more time. We can do it, but we need that a little more time. So twice a week strength training. In those strength training workouts, you want to do the whole thing, your upper body, your lower body. So it's total body. So you're all done. You're not going to do a little of this on Monday and a little of that muscle group on Tuesday. You get 8 times the results doing total body as you do if you were doing that split routine, is what it's called, when you do your chest and your triceps on Monday and you do your legs on Tuesday. Because most of us don't have that amount of time for every single day or 4 days a week to be strength training. And if you are only going to do a smaller muscle group, you need to do more exercises. So you're adding a lot more time duration wise. So now you're talking, you've got to exercise or do strength training for at least 4 hours or 5 or 6 hours a week, as opposed to get 2 high quality workouts and it might take 30 or 45 minutes. Maybe it takes an hour if you have it, but it's all about quality, not really quantity. Like it's not the minutes. So twice a week strength training, 2 muscle fatigue. So this is a big one and we can't skip it. So a lot of people will do 15 repetitions because that's how many we're supposed to do, and then put the weights down and go on to the next exercise. But if you are that perky after 15, something is wrong. Okay. So we need to get to that last few feeling like, I don't know if I can do this one, feeling like it's getting sloppy, like I'm starting to cheat with other muscles. That's a good sign. This is the only place in the world where failure is success. So we actually want to reach just temporarily that muscle is done, not in the 3rd set, if you're doing 3, in set 1, okay, and in set 2, and in set 3. So they all need to really count.
So if you're not reaching that point, then would you be increasing the weight to a higher pound, or would you be doing more reps, or which is the way to go?
Great question. And it depends a little bit on you. So we could say it depends on you, your needs, your status, or it also depends on your body type and your goal and what it is you want. So we have to start with status. Number 1, for a beginner, generally the number that you do, the number of repetitions in a set will be a little bit higher. So we might want a beginner to do maybe 20 or even 25 repetitions, because that's going to mean it's a lighter weight. And so we're going to not just condition the muscle, but we're going to let the connective tissue around the joint adapt. And even when your mind and your muscle feel like I can lift more, that connective tissue is like your foundation, and you would never skip building a foundation and letting it solidify in a house. And you don't want to do that in your body either. So you can't rush to fitness, because then you'll probably look back and say, oh, that's why I got that injury, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So taking it slow if you're a beginner, or if you have arthritis, doing a few more repetitions, not so many that we're doing now, wear and tear, but so we don't have the heavyweight stress on the joint. So we'd probably keep you there and finding a weight where, yes, you were choosing slightly heavier weight. So you were reaching fatigue, but you were at a higher repetition range.
Gotcha.
If you were somebody who had more experience, you are somebody who's lifted weights regularly and fairly intensely. You came close to fatigue most of the time, but you said, my number one goal right now is bone density. What we know is, getting off the couch and doing something is more bone density building than lying on the couch, right? Then lifting lightweight is better than that. But lifting heavier weights, the heaviest you're able to, and if you're able to do 10 or fewer repetitions, that is most closely associated with bone density benefits. So not everybody can do that. It becomes a dance between bone density and arthritis or osteoarthritis potentially. And we have to abide by where's the risk. We don't need to cause risk. We'll do the best we can, taking care of that so there's no pain and we get the benefits we can, or we do the other things. So heavier is best if bone density or if metabolism is a big goal, because we know that for weight loss, boosting lean muscle mass, it's more metabolically active tissue. So we're going to get a bigger boost that way as well. So heavier weight, if you're not fatiguing at 15, if you can, and if you're a beginner, yes, then I would increase the repetitions instead.
So I have so many questions. So say someone is 60 listening and has never really lifted weights. Is the window lost for building bone density, or how?
Great question. So it may be, but here's the benefit. Stopping the loss is still there, right? That's going to be there for good. And, I don't know how we want to get into supplements, but I will throw this out, and this may be something you want to research or add your 2 cents about. What I have had is success with women in their late 50s. So I can't say 60, which is the example you gave, but starting to strength train. They hadn't before, but of course, that's how it happens. You go to the doctor, they have you do the scan, and you get that diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, okay, I need to lift weights. I've been hearing that. Now I know. Now I do. And what we've found is that the weightlifting plus a supplement called AlgaCal.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. Has supported gains for a couple of my private clients, and a couple of our group members have also had good results doing it. So I had a woman who just before the pandemic started came to me. We met once in person and then the pandemic hit. And so she went online. She was doing digital programs, but I had told her about AlgaCal and said, if I were going to recommend something to my mother or myself, this is what I do. You do your due diligence, and so she did. 9 months later, she called back and she said, I'm ecstatic. She said, I had my second bone scan and it's better. It improved. And she said, my doctor's thrilled. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's always opportunity to improve or slow down, which is helpful. So you talked about twice a week strength training, which is really exciting, that like you get to rest more. That seems so much more digestible. And speaking of digestion, I just wanted to throw in, when we were talking about protein, it's really important that I see this a lot in patients who are eating a lot of protein, but they're not absorbing it. And so it's really important to evaluate your hydrochloric acid levels, make sure you're chewing and eating slowly, so that if you are eating a lot of protein, you're actually utilizing it. Because I can't tell you how often I see that, where women are like, but I eat so much protein, and I look at their diet diaries, I'm like, but you're not absorbing it. We don't have the stomach acid and the digestive capabilities. So we talked about the strength training. What about cardio?
Yes. So you mentioned recovery, right? So there is a lot of recovery between the strength training, but we do want you to be active on those other days. So let's talk cardio and then break up with cardio as we know it. All right. So most of us here grew up in the time when, you know, you got your heart rate up and then you're going to keep it there and cruise, and then you're going to bring it down and cool down. That steady state cardio, we called it. So that died. 1980 called and wants it back, right?
I just have visions of like Jane Fonda and Lucille Roberts and
so short periods of that are okay. But if you could think of this, and see if I have a pyramid around here, I don't, but if you can think of like a pyramid, all right. And if we could divide that with two lines, so we've got three sections in it. Ideally, what we want to do is we've got low intensity exercise or movement. You go for a walk, not even for a heart rate or for a distance or a speed, but you go for a walk and you enjoy it. That's movement. That's low level, kind of the base of the triangle. And we should spend quite a bit of exercise time there, moving to counter. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm sitting down. Are you sitting down?
I am.
I know, right? So we sit so much, and, you know, we need to counter that because life didn't used to be like that. And nobody back when it wasn't needed a gym the way they do today, right? So we need to just move, and don't think of your exercise or your walking necessarily as exercise, but do find ways to do it. So while I say walking, I throw that as a blanket statement to any of you who like to garden all day or like to golf and are willing to walk a little bit more than just ride, and who like to go stand up paddleboarding or like to be moving throughout your day. That's what you're doing, is looking for activities and maybe sports, but really things you can do for extended periods of time and not be sedentary. That's the goal. And then the high is that's where we do interval training. So that's where we do the kind of interval training where you actually get breathless. And of the cardio that you're going to do, those two kinds are most related to longevity, most related to maintaining lean muscle mass, and most related to decreasing cortisol or stress levels. And cortisol, we all know, you know, as a stress hormone, cortisol bad, but cortisol breaks down muscle. So you may be doing all of this activity to gain muscle and eating the protein, but if you're under a great deal of stress or you're trying to exercise more and more, you may be adding to that cortisol, which is causing actually muscle wasting, the opposite of what we want. So you may be amazed to find less exercise, but more movement actually is the key.
So we got our strength training on Monday and Thursday. Do you recommend we be moving every other day? And
I recommend movement every day. I mean, some kind of movement. I mean, maybe on one day it's yoga, but most days it's walking or it's version of walking. So maybe it's golf and gardening and a walk, or if you have a dog, you're walking every day, and that's probably a good thing for both you and the dog. But then you can punctuate with high intensity interval training.
And how often are you doing the high intensity every day, or just a couple of those days?
No, that's such a great question. So I'm going to be talking a little bit more about something called high intensity repetition training as the time rolls on, but we're kind of just looking at the tip of the iceberg. Traditionally, though, high intensity interval training is maybe bursts of 30 seconds and recovery of 30 seconds or a minute. So you can recover longer, so you feel ready to go again, but you're literally getting breathless. So if you were outside going for a walk, you could pick it up and go faster with walking, or you could find a hill and you could walk up that hill, try not to lose your pace, turn around, come back down, slowly recover and do it again. So those repeats, maybe 4 times, maybe 6 times. and then finish with you've started with a warm up, you end with a cool down, and that whole thing can take 20 minutes and then you're done. Warm up to cool down, the whole thing. So if you want to continue, it probably wasn't high intensity.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's okay to do. Is that okay to do every day? The little hill?
No. So what we've seen is at a point about 6 years ago when there was enough research, we'd all been doing it, right? High intensity wasn't just for athletes anymore. Everybody had been doing it. There was enough data to show that injury rates went up about sitting down, right? 544%.
Whoa.
In the same time that interval training started to increase. So we know injury rates are there and prevalent. So it's choose wisely what activity you're going to do. And I find, I can't point to research on this, but I can find when I sit down with other medical exercise specialists or other even physical therapist friends of mine, when we talk about midlife women, there is a correlation between the increase of injury and a midlife woman. There's more plantar fasciitis, there's more tendonitis, there's more bursitis. And so we know there must be a hormonal contingent, but research hasn't come up with anything to say, this is it, this is why. So I would choose wisely. And what I like to say is, if you're going to do interval training, think of it as you have 45 minutes in your interval training bank for the week. So we don't need to start with that, but you might do 3 sessions of 15 minutes of interval training a week. Or you might do 2 of 20 minutes a week. And that would be spending your allotment and knowing that, okay, I'm still below that curve where injury risk goes up. And it doesn't mean that you couldn't get away with more, but I think that's a good guideline for realizing, things get muddy when we just start doing more. Unfortunately, your intensity probably will come down. Right. And the longer you do something, more you do something, the more sloppy we will get. So if you keep it short, you do a few really good high intensity intervals, call it a day, because you've done all the good you can. You can't do more good. You've just done good.
This is like good news, ladies. Like less is more. Who knew?
It is okay to walk away feeling good. Yes.
I love it. I love it. So 10,000 steps a day, is that a fallacy? Is that something we should strive for?
It is not necessarily proven. So, I mean, it's a guideline, but here's the statistic that is true, that one of the risks of losing muscle, and so we know bone loss is osteoporosis. So your audience may or may not know muscle loss, significant muscle loss is called sarcopenia. So one of the 3 risks of muscle loss, significant enough to be qualified as sarcopenia, one of them is step count. So for adults who were closer to like 1,000 steps a day, they were much more at risk for sarcopenia than adults who got 6,000 or more a day. So I think you've got to look at your overall activity. So yes, I think step count for some people is very helpful because we're a little competitive with ourselves. It's like after dinner, if it's not there, maybe you're going to be more likely to go around the block. But I also think if you're somebody who lifts weights and you swam some laps, I mean, that step count might not be there that day, but you've been pretty active. So don't wear yourself out or beat yourself up for the sake of the step. So look at the whole picture.
I wear an Aura ring, which counts steps. And it also, lets me know, hey, you need to get up and move if you're like, if I'm sitting at my desk too long, which I love those little reminders. I think those things can be helpful because sometimes we all get busy and you're really involved in something and you can forget. Obviously, like getting a stand-up, that's on my to-do list. I want to get one of those stand-up sit-down desks so then you can be going up and down and moving your body.
Yeah, not be in the same
important.
position for so long. Yeah.
So I have a couple of more questions before we finish up. Otherwise, I'll keep you here for hours and hours and hours. So do you recommend, what do you recommend before you work out as opposed to after? When do you eat? Should you do a protein shake? Are there any tips you can give?
Yes. So great question. And that kind of circles back. So thank you for doing that, because we talked about muscle protein synthesis. And as we age, we're not as good at using the protein that we eat to the benefit of our muscles. So it takes more protein than it did for us when we were 20. So if you and your kids are fighting over that last hamburger, you take it. You get it. You gotta say no. Okay, but and then we know you're not likely to do that. But ideally, the sweet spot for muscle protein synthesis, when you pair the high protein meal, which boosts your muscle protein synthesis, with your strength training, which also boosts it. But if we can marry the two of them, then really you get a boost. 90 minutes after a high intensity strength training workout. And I would say this would apply to if you're doing high intensity intervals and you can time this right. But that's the sweet spot for muscle protein synthesis. So it's about your perfect time to, if you're due for breakfast then at 90 minutes, or due for lunch or due for dinner, perfect. If not, maybe a smoothie or a shake, another way to get that in. So you've got 30 or more grams of protein at that meal. That is kind of threshold for getting the adequate essential amino acids that you want.
So I just want to make sure I understood. When you're done working out, you wait 90 minutes. Like, what if you're hungry? You have to wait.
Yeah, well, and let's address that. So to those who, number one, if you exercise in a fasted state, and I'm just going to say that personally, I'm not a fan, and professionally, I just did a masterclass recently on this, that there is no difference in fat burning after exercise in a fasted or in a fed state. So for women who are already more susceptible to negative effects of stress and cortisol, more likely to be in muscle breakdown at midlife, it may behoove you to eat something to stop that cortisol breakdown before you go into an exercise, which is also breaking down muscle. So realize that healthy exercise breaks down muscle. It's between the exercise that the fitness happens, not during, but between, when those muscles repair themselves. So yes, I'm a fan of eating something before. And I think that to midlife women who are a little bit more sensitive to carbohydrates, you need to play an experiment for yourself and see what you're doing. The body tends to want to burn on carbohydrates and will digest that easier when you're doing high intensity things like running or jumping. You got a lot more gut activity and you're jostling it. So you want to make sure it's easy to digest. It doesn't have to be a lot, but a half a banana, a smear of nut butter may be okay. But if you can do nuts and seeds, or you're fat adapted, and or some protein, a simple smoothie, which is maybe it's almond milk in your protein shake before, so it's liquid, it'll digest a little bit easier. Something in your system prior to can be helpful, especially to strength training for those women who struggle to gain lean muscle.
And when you say prior, are you talking right before or 30 to 60 minutes before?
The timing is really individual. So it has a little bit more to do with your stomach. I mean, obviously, the closer you get to the exercise, the lighter you want it to be, and just to take the edge off of hunger or being distracted by that, and and give you a little bit of blood sugar, but not such a huge rise that you're going to come up and crash down.
We don't want you puking, right?
No, we don't want that.
Play with it. And then you mentioned the word time. Is there a better time to exercise? Does it matter? Morning, afternoon, evening?
Yes, I'm so glad you asked that. So the mantra we use at Flipping 50 is intense early and light late. So that a woman is working with her natural cortisol levels. Because later in the day, generally as cortisol is coming down, cortisol is the energy hormone we use for exercise. So that steal of hormones that should make us rest and relax and sleep better later, that pregnenolone may be converted to cortisol. If you're somebody who tries to exercise at 5:30 and you're trying to do your high intensity intervals at that time, you may get done and say, Debra, I'm fine. I just did it fine. And potentially you could, but later you may not get the quality or the quantity sleep and rest that you should, because you've kind of written checks from that account to borrow for the cortisol energy you didn't have. So I'd much rather see somebody do high intensity early and light late, even if, because I know this will happen, you meant to do your high intensity workout this morning and it just didn't happen. Don't be thinking you need to pay that back tonight. Push it to tomorrow, and instead tonight, go for a walk or do yoga if you want to move.
That's such good permission. Thank you. And before I ask you where everyone can find you, because I want to know what we can do. So it's a personal question, but rather than ask you off air, I figured, there's probably women listening. So I am really into hot yoga. And hot yoga is a lot of muscle, like we're doing push-ups, we're using our own body. And I'm just curious, does that mean you don't need to do the strength training? What do you think of the more hot power yogas, not just like a hatha chill yoga, but one where you're working hard?
Yeah. So, I mean, it is, in a sense, you're right. It is resistance training in that you're moving your own body, but you're not actually reaching that point of muscular fatigue, just total muscle fatigue at each of your major muscle groups. So I would suggest, yes, to balance that, 2 short strength training workouts. And maybe because you're doing that, those are a little bit shorter. Your sessions of strength training, picking up heavy weights, are shorter, but you're still doing those to round things out. So I'm asked that quite a lot. And I remember sitting through I'm a 200-hour yoga instructor, and I was sitting through the training, and I remember they were going through, here's all the benefits. And he was just kind of reading them, and he was in bone density. And I'm like, just a minute here.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. So, wow. Well, we are at our time. And I guess the last thing is, I'm sure there are a lot of women who are saying to themselves right now, where do I get started? What do I do? How can we follow you? How can we learn from you? So what do you got for us?
I'm at flipping50.com, and that's all spelled out, words, no numbers. And then on all things social, it's Flipping 50 TV. So we're on Instagram, lots of YouTube videos, and we have a large Facebook group and activity as well.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, you are just such a treasure and such a wealth of information. So everyone go follow her, go learn from her. I follow her on Instagram, and her videos are awesome. And of course, before you engage in any new physical journey, make sure you check with your physician. I'm a physician, but I'm not your physician. So make sure you get cleared. We don't want you getting hurt. But this has just been so valuable and such an important piece, and just inspiring, empowering, that it doesn't matter if you've never exercised or you feel like you've lost that opportunity. you can rock it. You still got it, girl. You can get this going on. You can be an athlete, because I am now an athlete. Deborah said I'm an athlete, so I am I'm owning that. So thank you so much for being here, and everyone else. There was so many good, important nuggets. So I hope you're taking notes, and I know you're going to want to listen to this one again. And so there's just so much hope and inspiration here, and a methodology that it's not just something you go out and do, that there's really, as Deborah was saying, there's research, and the best take home is less is more. You don't have to be hours a day every day. So that's fantastic. So thank you so much. And we'll look forward to seeing you in the next interview, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, if you're enjoying these presentations so far, which I know you are, I can't imagine you wouldn't be, then I really want you to consider taking home lifetime VIP access to the entire summit at a special discount right now. You're not only getting on-demand access to all the 40+ interviews and hundreds of dollars, probably thousands of dollars in free bonuses, but you're also becoming part of a movement that says menopause is your sacred second act, and it is time to rock it. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. And I am your host, Dr. Sharon Stills. Always thrilled to be here with you for this super important topic. And today is going to be a good one. My guest today is someone who is at the top of my list to have be a part of the summit. So I'm really glad she could take the time to be here with us today. And we are going to talk about not hormones today. You know how much I love hormones and how important they are for so many things. But today we're going to talk about some of the other underlying things that are equally as important and that you have to have handled before you even think about throwing hormones into the mix. And so, as we've talked about in other episodes, hormones are amazing and they have long-lasting benefits, not just for handling symptoms, but for preventing Alzheimer's and osteoporosis and cardiovascular disease and diabetes and all of these important chronic illnesses. But they are not a magic bullet. And so you do have to do some of the work on the other areas that we are going to talk about today. So stay tuned. This is going to be a good one. My guest today is Dr. Mariza Snyder. She is a best-selling author of 8 books, which is just so inspiring. She is an expert in women's hormones. She's an expert in essential oils. She has been on lots of media shows, Dr. Oz. She is well known in the field, and I am honored to have her here with us today. Welcome. Welcome to the summit. I'm really happy to have you here.
Thanks so much. I am so excited for this conversation today.
Hey, so why don't you tell us, I know you have a story, and how did you get so passionate about women's health and hormones and all that you do?
You know, like so many of us, I would have to say probably like all of us, I come from a lineage of women who struggled with hormones. And my mama did, her mama did, my sister, myself. And, you know, at the time when I was in my 20s growing up, so much of it was just normalized. You know, you just felt like crap. You just had brain fog. You just didn't have great energy. That was just women's lot in life. Like you put everybody in front of you and just take one foot in front of the other and just keep plowing. And so that was what I believed to be true until at one point I plowed my way straight into the ground, to the point where I had severe chronic fatigue at the age of 30. And I remember having patients in my office who were in midlife and had all the symptoms I had. And I was like, oh my goodness, I look like I got to have a lot of this earlier in life, which was really such a blessing. But at the time, I remember going to my doctor because I wasn't specializing specifically in women's hormone health. I was a migraine doctor. All of my women had estrogen dominance. All of my women had, they had hormonal imbalances that were driving these migraines, and they were being treated for gut issues. They were being treated for migraines. They were being treated for energy. They were being treated for, all these what looked like to the medical system, to their primary care doctor as different problems. We're actually all coming from the same root causes. And as I was looking at my patients and trying to take care of them, I went and sought out, a really well-known practitioner who dealt with hormones. And because I knew that this had to do with my hormones. I was like, I just really messed them up. And so I went to the doctor, had my labs run. It wasn't even the ideal type of labs I would have recommended today, but it was better than nothing. And sure enough, everything was a hot mess. Nothing looked good on the labs. But I remember finally waiting with like bated breath of like, what were going to be my solutions, what were going to be my protocols. And I just had this hope that I was going to get fixed, and it was birth control and Xanax. And I remember I had one of the ugliest cries I can ever remember in my car later, like after leaving the office, and I think an ugly cry for so many women who were just, this was not good enough. We deserved better. And that was literally the moment that I knew that I needed to be a part of the solution, not only for myself, because I was only 30, for goodness sakes, I was nowhere, in my 40s or 50s. And so I knew that I had a lot of life and a lot of purpose and passion. And I wanted to make sure that my body was at a place where I could really live that out. And I know for so many women, so much of the big stuff in our life, raising the families, the big careers, the big passions are in midlife, are in our 40s and starting in our 40s and then like catapulting in our 50s. And if we don't feel how we want to like do and show up in the world, man, everyone misses out, including ourselves, but everyone, all the gifts that we have to give in the world. So that's my big story. Not only my own crisis in my own hormone issues, but, taking care of my mama in her own, and then serving hundreds of thousands of women since then.
Amen to that. Well, we are lucky that you made the pivot to help so many women. And that is so true. And that you knew that, that wasn't the answer, and that caused you to have that cry, but that it sent you on your journey instead of just accepting. And that's why we're here today, to let all the listeners know you don't have to accept these. There are so many other options and solutions, and that's what we're here to give you. So I know we wanted to talk about perimenopause versus menopause, because I think that's an important distinction to make. And perimenopause is just so often not discussed at all. It's not brought up to women. They're just kind of left to swim in the deep end and try to stay afloat on their own. And so maybe we could just start there, talking about what is perimenopause? How will someone know if they're potentially in perimenopause?
Absolutely. So I want to just, experience that a lot of us know, because we all came through it, is puberty, right? You think about, remember puberty, like how intense that was. And it was literally the slow, tumultuous climb into our menstrual cycle, like into becoming like fully, childbearing, right? And that same kind of uphill climb to get to childbearing, to, where we got the ideally made the good, cyclical menstrual cycle that happens like clockwork, hopefully, throughout our 20s and 30s and into our 40s. And then basically what happens in our mid to late 30s, but more like late 30s into our 40s, we start the wind down. So there was a wind up, and now we're going to do the wind down. And yeah, it's mind blowing to me that we just pretend like it doesn't happen, and we just go straight to menopause. And then and we've been told, I know even myself, there was a myth that I had to really dispel, was that the worst of the worst happens in menopause. And it just simply isn't true. And not to say, not the worst of it shouldn't happen in any part of this journey. But I think we really need to give a lot of credence and a lot of grace for the perimenopausal journey, because man, talk about a journey that could be anywhere between like 8 and 15 years. And you think about it, when you were a teenage girl, it wasn't a lot on your plate. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't have a family you were tending to. You probably are raising teenagers at this time. You know what I'm thinking? You're thinking like if there was a lot less going on as a teenager through puberty than there is going on with perimenopause. And, you know, there's a lot more at stake, I would have to say, happening in this phase. And so I break down perimenopause in 4 phases. Phase 1 is that 35 to 39-year-old range, where maybe 35 to 40, where you start to feel things shift. You know, workouts aren't as easy as they used to be. You know, energy, maybe you're noticing a little bit of an energy slump in the middle of the day. You'll notice maybe metabolically things are shifting just a little bit. Because this is a really interesting time, our 30s, where a lot of things are shifting, and 30s are setting the tone for 40s, 50s, and beyond. And I think a lot of us, women, aren't told this. They're not told, like, here, this is a decade that you really got to lock and load and pivot as your body starts to slowly pivot. Other things you may notice, the shortening of your cycle isn't happening yet, but PMS symptoms may be activated. You may start to notice signs and symptoms of estrogen dominance. This is a great time to start looking at your labs. This is a great time if you haven't done so yet. This is also a great time to, if you haven't started this, track your cycle. Track your cycle, please. You know, and so I want every woman to know and own their menstrual cycle in this phase, because you can pick up on so much of what's going on. You know, you can even see, you know, are we dealing with something adrenal? Are we dealing with something thyroid related? Are we dealing with something insulin related? Like, we get a better sense of what's going on with our body through our menstrual cycle. Then into our, I would say, supposedly 42 is the proverbial cliff that we all fall off of. I'm 42 right now, and so far so good. But that's when women will really start to notice a shortening of their cycle. The fatigue becomes a more real thing. Metabolically, all of a sudden, weight that you could easily lose in your 20s and your 30s, not so much anymore. We become a little bit more insulin resistant. Progesterone and testosterone have taken a major dive at this point. Progesterone in particular. So we'll notice more mood swings. We'll notice more anxiousness, worrying, maybe even affecting our sleep, that mental chatter. So that's, you'll start to notice. But like, if you're tracking your cycle, maybe your 28-day cycle is now a 26-day cycle. You know, that's what you'll start noticing. Not so much anovulatory cycles yet, but getting there. And the discrepancy between progesterone and estrogen is real. So you may start to notice things like lumpy breast, migraines, PMS, bloating, more estrogenic symptoms, heavier bleeding. At this point, women are starting to develop fibroids. We don't know it. Not all of us do, but 98% of us have them before we hit menopause. So they're coming into play. And that's a lot to do with the excess estrogen that we may be dealing with. Although this is a temporary time, it can still feel very tumultuous, right? That the inconsistency. And if your liver is unhappy and your gut is unhappy, we're just not clearing hormones the way that we should. So you may just be experiencing more excess of something versus another. Then I call it the eye of the storm. I would say around 47, 48, 49, 50. This is where your ovaries are definitely trying to take a permanent vacation, but the brain is like, no. So you'll have a month where you will have no cycle, you'll have no period. And then another month where you'll have the heaviest period of your entire life, you know, and it'll go like this, like a roller coaster, because your ovaries are on the wind down, and follicular stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone, they're not about it. The message from the hypothalamus is keep cranking those eggs to the very end. And so sleep issues, especially if your liver is unhappy, hot flashes. And then we get to now a major wind down. I call it the waiting room of a stage 4, which is no cycle, no period for like 6 months. And then bam, out of nowhere it comes. And then you start all over again, right? Till we get to that defining moment. And this particular definition is definitely up for discussion, but the 1 year of no period where you're in menopause and you stay in menopause moving forward. And physiologically, the tumultuousness of these 3 power hormones, testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone, have all kind of pretty much settled out. And it doesn't feel as crazy. However, there's a lot of other things at play behind the scenes, other hormones like cortisol, thyroid, insulin, metabolic hormones like ghrelin and leptin. If these aren't measured out and they're not happy and well balanced, it could still feel a little bit rocky, just different kind of rockiness heading into menopause. And I know, we're not going to talk as much about it today, but that there is absolutely a time and a place on an individual level for bioidentical hormones that really eases some of the more long-term symptoms that can be coming up, like brain fog and cardiovascular concerns, inflammation, those types of issues that start to happen as we enter our 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Beautiful, beautiful description. I'd love for everyone to just share this far and wide, because so often we just don't think about hormones when we're going through this. And if we're not working with a doctor like yourself or myself, then we're just given an antidepressant. We're told it's in our head. We're told it's part of aging. And so this was just such a great little journey. And of course, remembering these are all average ages. Like I personally went through menopause, was done by the time I was 48. So that's to be a little on the earlier side. I have some patients who are still strongly cycling well into their late 50s. And they're like, when is it going to stop? And so, but that's just a great, wherever you are, just to know that this is kind of what you're going through, and to realize this is normal, this is inevitable, and that preparation. I wish everyone who is listening, if you know someone, have a daughter, a niece, a friend, a colleague who's in their 20s, let them listen to this, because it's really about pre-gaming. And if you can pre-game all the things we're going to talk about, then your menopausal transition and your perimenopausal transition can really be quite beautiful. For myself personally, it was the healthiest I've ever been. It was the best I've ever been hormonally. I struggled so bad in my younger years with hormones. And because I pre-gamed, I was able to just fly through the transition and love this time of life, feel healthier than ever. And so such an important topic you're talking about.
Yes. Pre-gaming, pivoting, it's so, so critical, especially for us as women. There's just a lot going on. And the more that we can prepare our bodies to really move through these beautiful, incredible transitions, the better we're going to feel for so much longer. I had a baby 16 months ago. He's 16 months old a couple of days ago. I had him when I was 40. I'm 42 now. The eye of the storm for me was in my 30s. It was not a fun journey. But I knew I was so grateful for knowing how not fun it could be, at an earlier time where I was like, okay, this is how I prep up for perimenopause. I was on the tail end of my mom going through perimenopause, and oh my goodness, I was like, I'm not going to do that. So I saw how it could be. And watching her on the other side of it at 62, just, oh my gosh, who she was at 48, man, she is rocking life at 62. She is kicking 48-year-old mama, in the booty. And so so the other thing I want to walk away with is, as great as it would be for us to prime up in our 20s and our 30s, at any point in time, we really have that ability to move our body in a direction that feels really good to us.
I love that. I say that all the time. Reinvent your health. It doesn't matter how sick you are, how old you are. At any time, you can become empowered, and you can take the reins, and you can really turn things around. And your mom's a great excuse. I have so many patients that have done that. And I love that you had a baby at 40. You're the second amazing doctor on here who told her story and had their first baby at 40. And that's just another whole level of inspiring for women who have been wanting to get pregnant. And, there's that fallacy that, if you're I don't know I think they consider geriatric pregnancies like 30 something these days.
35.
Yeah, it's insane. So that's great. That is just so super. So we've kind of went through the little perimenopause, and let's just talk about, what is menopause? How do you know the difference? And what do you want the listeners to know about that transition?
Absolutely. So menopause, to me, in a lot of ways, menopause is a big breath of fresh air. after that tumultuous roller coaster, because we had to get onto the other side. You know, a great example, a lot of friends of mine went to the Antarctic a couple of weeks ago, and in order to get from the Argentina to the Antarctic, you have to go through what they call the Drake. And it's where all of the oceans converge in the world, and there's nothing stopping the tumultuousness. It's one of the most tumultuous areas of ocean in the entire world, and it's 48 hours, and there's no way to the Antarctic except through this tunnel of water where, you know, most people on the ship are just throwing up, right? It's so bad. And I thought about how there's just a lot of shifts and changes through perimenopause that it's kind of attributing to like the Drake. We got to go through this transition to get on the other side. And menopause for a lot of us, if we've made the pivots, we loved our body, can really be this beautiful, just breath of fresh air where we get to, it's a different level of ownership. It's a different level of wisdom, you know, that we get to stake a claim into. And so physiologically, menopause is where our sex hormones and our ovaries have definitely quieted down. There is still our adrenals and some beta cells and fat cells are still creating estrogen, and our adrenals are creating a little bit of progesterone, but it's not at significant levels at all. And then, you know, physiologically, you know, we in a weird way, we're more like men than ever before because we don't have the cycles that are happening. However, I do think that you know, having good bioidentical progesterone and estrogen, depending on where you're at in your journey, can really, really help to have us feeling as good as possible for as long as possible. I just never want to negate, you know, our metabolism, our mitochondria, our gut, our liver as major players here in terms of helping us to live, you know, with incredible longevity. So I would say that perimenopause is that transition where our hormones are transitioning out, and menopause is where they have finally transitioned out entirely. And after that, and to me, I consider all of it menopause. You know, that is where we're at in that next part of our life. So that's the big difference between perimenopause and menopause to me.
Great. Yeah, I know there's that whole, if you're like really looking at like the textbook definition, it's like menopause is actually one day. It's like that day you have not had your period for a year and then you're postmenopausal. But I agree. It's like you're just in menopause. Your menses has paused. It's a good time for you to pause and look at all those other major players if you haven't looked at them yet. So let's talk about some of them that you mentioned, the gut, the liver, the mitochondria, all these important things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, the first the hormone I really want to spend a little bit of time on today, if you're open to it, is our really big player, metabolic hormone, which is insulin.
Yes.
You know, I think, you know, so many of my patients and my ladies, my women, you know, usually it's at 40 where we start to see the more insulin resistance. We start to see a major shift there. And it has a lot to do with lifestyle. And it also has a lot to do with our hormones. The hormone that's keeping insulin more sensitive is going to be estrogen. And as estrogen is starting to kind of go up and down, we're going to start to see a shift and change. The other hormone that is playing a major role here is progesterone. Progesterone is precipitously dropping significantly faster than estrogen. And progesterone is what I call a they're both neuroprotective hormones, but progesterone is like the chill pill. She really protects, she creates protection around cortisol. She allows us to have less sensitivity to stressors coming in. But when she drops, all of a sudden it feels like the floor dropped out from under us, you know? And so that has a profound impact on our metabolic health and on insulin as well. In the opposite direction, it makes us more resistant. And so, you know, usually it's at that time into our 40s, well, this is what we got to really be paying a close attention to. Is what's going on with our metabolism. And, you know, we can be measuring that either with real time. You can be looking at that with a CGM, a continuous glucose monitor, to get a good sense of what's going on with you. Actually, I have a CGM on right now, looking every every 6 months after 40, having your hemoglobin A1C measured, where we can see, any changes, and it can really tell us if we're dealing with some level of insulin resistance. Your doctor, your primary, is going to be more willing to run a hemoglobin A1C than a fasting insulin test, because that's just a much more common test, but it can give us a lot of information. I would say hemoglobin A, we want to keep our hemoglobin A1C under 5.5 and ideally around 5 or lower. We consider anything above 5.6 to be prediabetes, and anything over 6.4 to be type 2 diabetes. So that's just a really important piece, I think, that we tend to not look at enough, because we put insulin in the prediabetes and diabetes bucket. We don't connect it to the rest of our hormones, as if they don't communicate with one another at all. And that's simply not true. And I think a lot of our medical system is doing women a massive disservice for not connecting the dots between what's going on with our blood sugar levels, our metabolic function, and our hormones, our sex hormones. We need to be able to connect the dots. We also don't connect the dots between cortisol and insulin, and that how we can actually create insulin resistance by simply being in a state of constant chronic stress. So if there was another hormone on the docket that I always love to pay a lot of attention to, it's the mighty survival cortisol. She rules the whole roost, because at the end of the day, our body will always choose survival over anything else, over metabolic health, over reproductive health, over immune system health, because that's just how our bodies are wired. And so that interchange and that connection, I think, is super, super, super important to understand, given the amount of load that women are taking on more than ever before, especially in this particular time in our life. I have not met a woman who's like, I actually have less on my plate at this time of my life than I did 10 or 20 years ago. It's always that I have more than ever, especially as we are coming out of this pandemic. I feel like there's more responsibility, more obligation, more holding the whole thing together on women's plates than ever before. And that level of stress, whether you're conscious of it or not, is driving metabolic dysfunction, is driving potentially dysfunction in other hormones as well.
I love so much about that, because it's funny, I was writing down, this is what I want to talk about. And I wrote down insulin, and then you're like, let's talk about insulin. And it's so true. I mean, I think about when I created my set of red cards and I was talking about hormones, and I didn't even talk about progesterone, estrogen, or testosterone. I only talked about insulin and cortisol, because just like you said, if you don't handle that, then you don't have your foundation, and we don't want to build a house without a sturdy foundation. And things are changing as we get older. You might notice, oh, I used to be able to eat whatever I want, and now I can't, or I just can't get that 5 pounds off no matter what I do if I'm doing the same workout. And so running those levels, and if you don't have a doctor who's not willing to run a fasting insulin on you, it's probably a good sign that maybe it's time to look for a new doctor, because these are important levels. And I know I see a lot of doctors will just run glucose levels, and often I'll see a patient has an elevated glucose, but that's just a one-time shot. And so when I look at their hemoglobin A1C, I can see, all right, it is correlating, yes or no. You had that one thing, and what were you doing right before that? We might find out they were at a party or something, but your overall hemoglobin A1C looks good. And so it's a great way to really look and see what's going on over the course of a longer period of time. So I love that you brought that up. I think that's so important, that everyone should be having that run regularly with their physicians, other than just the typical cholesterol CBC deal.
Absolutely. We're talking about testing. I always want a metabolic panel. I always want to see where your triglyceride levels are. But I also want that hemoglobin A1C. But I also want to see, what a lot of practitioners won't let us look at, I personally love both serum cortisol and looking at urine metabolites. I like both, and so I want to see all of that. I want to see what's going on. I want to see where your vitamin D levels are, your growth hormone. There's a lot of things I want to see. Not gonna lie, C-reactive protein. But in terms of those key pieces can really show us what levers we need to pull. in terms of lifestyle. And a lot of this is lifestyle at the end of the day. Since I hit the ground a long time ago, hit that Mack truck, I knew that 80% of what our longevity was going to look like was dictated by what we did every single day. Every single day, it's these daily decisions. And when I've been wearing a CGM, I've gotten such good clarity. I know that before 5 p.m., like I have some flexibility, but after 5 p.m., I have massive insulin resistance. My body's like, the day is done for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know that if I eat 3 hours, if I eat, let's say 2 hours before bed or an hour before bed, I'm going to see it in the morning, and so there's a lot of things that, this is my particular body, my unique makeup. I have diabetes runs in my family, lifestyle and genetics. And my goal is to pull the right lever, so that my metabolic health is working properly. And a big part of that lifestyle is definitely going to be, what do I need to do to manage stress? Like, what are the stress management tools? I am a self-proclaimed stressaholic. I'm not going to pretend. You know why? I have a lineage of hormone chaos. It probably was the hormones, but it was the lifestyle. That maternal lineage is strong, and how we operate in the world, just a lot of ridiculous overachievers for really no good reason except trauma, you know what I'm saying? And so, what are the levers that I got to pull on a day-to-day basis to really support the stress response system so that I don't burn out my mitochondria and absolutely deregulate insulin, right? And so these are the things that I think we women, we really deserve to know more about. When I was taught at a young age in my 20s that it was absolutely normal to burn to the ground, like that's just the way it was. It was a lot of undoing. It was a lot of undoing of knowing. And once I became a mom, I remember my husband saying, "Oh my gosh, you are like yourself, but now you're a mother. You just took who you are and translated it to motherhood." He's like, "Oh my goodness." He's like, "You are so fierce." And I was like, you sometimes, and when we're listening, they're like, "I don't know any other way." And so we got to build in a lot of these techniques. And I'll tell you what, I have dug so deep into this because it has been my own internal struggle for so long, like what is going to be the thing that moves the needle? I know when I'm having a stress day, I can see it on the CGM. I know, you know what I'm saying? And when I'm still breastfeeding, but when I was cycling, I'm not cycling right this second because that's just my body has chosen not to, probably until I stop breastfeeding Kingston. I could tell if I had a stressful October, November was coming for me. You know what I'm saying? Like everything was off. And so I'm super down to talk a little bit about some lifestyle strategies. One, ways to blunt the blood sugar response. If you feel like your blood sugar is at like just not doing what you want it to do, but then also some of the stress relieving modalities that actually move the needle, like, that will actually shift how your labs look and how you feel on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, I love that. It seems like in every talk I have and every patient all roads always lead home to stress. And I always say stress is 99.999, add as many nines as you want % of what causes disease. And so I love that you brought that up. I'd love to start with the blood sugar tips first. That would be fantastic.
So I'm going to share what kind of like my top 5 ways to blunt a blood sugar spike, because unbeknownst to you, if you haven't worn a CGM, it is unfortunately pretty easy to spike that up, and for so many of us, a lot of us are just completely just don't realize. My husband got his CGM on today, and he's got a lot of predetermined genetics there too. And so we have to like really bring the hammer. For him, I have a lot more metabolic flexibility. That my husband's 20, he's 6 years younger than me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, uh-oh. And so, so one of the probably the most underrated habit that we can do is walk for 20 to 30 minutes after dinner. you want to change your life. You want to change your metabolism, especially at any age. That is the thing. And if then an example of this too is like, if you are like, you've decided that you're going to have that ice cream tonight, or you're going to have that milkshake with your daughter or with your partner. And you're still concerned about the blood sugar response, you walk and drink that milkshake at the same time. It'll literally, let's say you drink a milkshake, it's liquid sugar. I don't care if it's a Frappuccino. I don't care if it's a green smoothie with, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. If it's liquid sugar, it's going to hit your system really fast. And an ideal, so let me just share what an ideal, kind of the range you want to stay in is 70 milligrams per deciliter to 110 milligrams per deciliter. You drink that sugar beverage of let's just say an average of 50 grams of sugar in that. And that's your medium Frappuccino. That's a milkshake. That's a Jamba Juice green smoothie. Straight up. I don't care what kind of metabolic flexibility you have. It's going to go up, and it's probably going to, on average, hit around 150 to 180 milligrams per deciliter. And that's, it's a lot. And so if you want to blunt that even by 30 points, instead of a 150 rise or a 180 rise, it's a 120 or 140. You just start walking your booty. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why the Italians and the French can do it. They walk while they're eating their gelato. They walk while they're eating their pastry, whatever the thing is, And so walking after a meal, walking after dessert, so critical. And honestly, walk as much as you can. Take your morning walk, have your evening walk, get to walking. It is going to be so powerful. And if you can integrate weight training as well, just in general, it's going to help, because your muscles, this is the reason why it happens, is your muscles don't need insulin to take up glucose. They don't need insulin to do that. They can just do it. And that's where we want glycogen. That's where we want glucose and glycogen to store. It's in those muscles. And so walking is going to be a major player here. Next is, if you know you're going to have a super sexy processed carb at dinner or lunch, let's say sweet potatoes are mine. Oh, I love me some sweet potatoes. And I'll tell you what, they light me up. It was the most heartbreaking thing was when I saw sweet potatoes on my CGM, and I was like, no. So sweet potatoes and it's one of my big foods that just send my blood sugar into a tailspin. And so what I'll do is I always have protein before I have a big salad with fiber, lots and lots of fiber, because fiber coats the stomach and it slows down the ability for sugar to go into the bloodstream. And then protein is huge. So I will have a salad with protein before I have the sweet potato, so that you have set up the digestive system to slow down the glucose from hitting the bloodstream too fast. Another one that I absolutely love is pairing every meal with protein, making sure that every meal is paired with protein no matter what. But also, if you know you are already on the alert that insulin is not where you want it to be, I highly recommend apple cider vinegar 30 to 45 minutes before a meal, or berberine 30 to 45 minutes before a meal, because they will blunt that blood sugar response as well. And then the other thing that I absolutely love, that I think makes a huge difference, is to eat around 5 or 6 o'clock. Like have a timeline where like you have dinner before 6 p.m. because the later it gets, the more insulin resistant we get. And ideally, if you can have a 3-hour window between the last meal and bedtime for you go to sleep, that's going to help not only manage the blood sugar response, but it's going to give your brain that opportunity to really clean up shop at night. Those glial cells will be able to go in and clean up any of the amyloid plaques, all of the yucky buildup. If we're having to manage sugar super late night, your brain doesn't get to do that job. I can hear a baby behind me. I'm sorry.
Is he going to make an appearance?
No, they just must be running upstairs somewhere. So those are my go-to hacks. And then also, I mean, we know this to be true. We just got to cut down the sugar. Easier said than done. That's why I was giving you some of the other ways to do it. But I mean, we do eat a lot of sugar. It is what it is. And a lot of us don't realize how many foods and how many, when we eat it has such a profound impact on our bodies. So if you can, it's not easy to get your hands on, but I always, if you ever get a chance, I think having a wearable where you really get a sense of what's going on, like getting it even for a month and just see what happens, test it out. I have tried so many things with a CGM because I really want to know how does my body respond when I eat this or when I do this? And it's been such an enlightening experience for me personally and so many of my patients. And so, but whether you get a CGM or not, those tried and true lifestyle hacks will change everything about how your body manages blood sugar and insulin response.
They're fantastic. I hope everyone was writing those down or is going to buy the recording so they can listen to it again and again, because those are priceless tips. And I love the CGM, and I'm sorry about the loss of your sweet potato relationship, but that's because we often say to patients, oh, don't eat white potatoes, eat sweet potatoes. They're much better for you. But you just gave such a beautiful story about how for you personally and how we all are metabolically individual, that for you sweet potatoes are really, they spike you, and we often think they won't. So the CGM is a great tool to utilize.
Oh yeah, it's such a great gig. And there's a lot of food that I learned very quickly. I was like, I thought, I can't tell you how often my patients are like, oh, I thought that was healthy, or I thought I was eating healthy. And I was like, nope. And then here I was having my own. Well, I thought that was healthy. Well, I thought that was healthy. Oh my goodness. Well, not for me, at least not for my blood sugar. And the numbers don't lie.
Exactly. I know there's a lot out there that we think is healthy, but we really have to dig deep, whether it be with the CGM or it be doing intense food sensitivity testing and really looking, because often what we think is healthy may be, but it might not be healthy for us. So let's move on. And if you could just share, you said you were going to share some of your stress reduction tips. So I want to hear those now.
Absolutely. So oftentimes we have no idea, we're very unconscious when we are firing up the stress response system. And I would say that many of us are firing it up dozens upon dozens of times a day. And what it can even feel like is your slight edge. It can literally feel like you're kicking butt. You could be like, oh, what you mean in my zone? No, that is called you and your stress. Because women thrive in that. We are checking off those boxes, handling lists, handling business, running from one thing to the next. That's called rushing women syndrome. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's super important. One is to send the brain safety signals. The brain is looking for stranger danger. The amygdala is on 24/7, looking for the next dangerous situation, sending out the sensors. And so I think it's really important to bookend our day with self-care. That it's breath work, that is gratitude, a gratitude shower. One thing that we do every day is we all in bed when we're cuddling, we gratitude shower 3 things. So Kingston, gratitude for him, for dad, for mom. Kingston doesn't want to do it yet, but he's getting it. So it just really sets the tone for the brain to know that nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. That's actually one of my favorite affirmations. Nothing is wrong. Because I just need to tell my brain that nothing is wrong. Because my brain is looking for something to be wrong all the time. There's always, and that's, as a mama, you're thinking about all the fires you're putting out, all the problems you're solving. Everything is wrong. There's always something wrong. And so I love the affirmation of nothing's wrong. So having affirmations, breath work, a 5 to 10 minute mindfulness meditation, a walk outside, your blood sugar is going to love it. This is, again, just sending these preemptive, again, priming the pump. You're telling the brain, hey, we're so good. Everything is so good right now. Nothing's going to get in the way. And then day setting, like having super clear, like understanding about how your day is going to unfold for you, not to you. And then the same thing is book in the evening with non-negotiables, where you're breathing in your favorite essential oil. You've got your favorite sleep meditation. You've got a great book. You're not scrolling through Insta or crazy news, or you're not going back to bed with that crazy to-do list of the things that you didn't get done that day. And oh my God, I'm such a failure. Like that is not happening. So booking into your day with a lot of these brain safety signals, so the brain can just say, okay, cool. The other thing is when you're in it, is to recognize the cues for you. Is it how you are talking to people? Are you snapping fast words, things like I'm busy, I gotta go. I don't have time for that. Like I got something to do. Like, start to notice, where you're breathing, notice the tightness. And if you start to notice what your body does when you're in a stress response mode, what I recommend is that second that you notice it, take a moment and just shake out the energy. Because you think about when we're running from the peripheral tiger or the bear or whatever it used to be, we're flooded with cortisol. Your body's flooded with that corticosteroid and adrenaline, and your body wants to do something with it, right? You just sitting and trying to meditate it out, it's probably not going to work. You got to shake it out. You know what I'm saying? You got to shake it out, take a walk around, shake it. Call your best friend, leave someone a voice memo, go hug somebody, whether it's your grandbaby or your kid or your partner. Like, touch is such a big thing, but find a way to release that flooded cortisol, from the body. And then if you're thinking to yourself, Dr. Mariza, Dr. Sharon, that would be great, but I don't know when this is happening to me. I say every 60 minutes to 90 minutes on your phone, chime it up, something nice, no dog barking at you, right? I don't need you to elevate that cortisol any more than it is, but something nice that is a reminder to you that it's time, that you already know that you're lit up. You just assume that that's what's going down, and give yourself a moment to shake it off. So either put your favorite Aretha Franklin song on, or Stevie Wonder, whatever it is, Lady Gaga, just dance it out, shake it out. And that gives your body and your brain a chance to reset the system, right? That's going to be a big one. Now, the other thing, if you're thinking to yourself, well, like, what if I just can't do the lifestyle piece, right? The other thing is to bring in key adaptogenic nutrients. They're going to work at a hypothalamic level to help. So things like Tulsi tea in the morning or Tulsi tea in the afternoon will help calm the brain down. I also love, if you can tolerate them, like ashwagandha is phenomenal, but nightshade. So if you just always make sure, if you've got an autoimmune condition, to see if you can actually take that. Rhodiola is one of my absolute favorites here as well. And there are such great adaptogenic drinks these days. One of my favorite companies as a coffee substitute, because caffeine is going to just crank those corticosteroids as well. You want to crank that cortisol, drink that coffee, girl. So my favorite company right now is Rasa, R-A-S-A, and they make these coffee subs with cordyceps and adaptogenic herbs, and they make all different types of, they've got a calm, they've got so many wonderful things. And if you know that coffee is lighting you up and actually causing you more of a disservice than not, like you're just not processing it fast enough, then that's a great company to go to. But the key of this is like getting in front of it. Like, if you know yourself, get in front of that. And the second that you notice, find an activity that you can shake it out, and send as many happy brain signals to the brain as possible. I think meditation is probably one of the best ones to do, that just kind of flosses out all of that stress response system mode.
I love that. And I love midday, early morning, late dance parties in your kitchen, in your living room. That's such a great way. And you can make dance I'm a big fan of meditation. I think it's the best medicine around, but you can make dance a meditation. You can make your walk a meditation. You can make what you're doing a meditation. And I love that you brought up about, like, I think you said day planning, like really looking at. And so I often say to patients, like, one of the best tools that's going to help you get better is having a calendar and using it. And just like we were talking about in the beginning, and now as we're winding down, pre-gaming. And so pre-gaming your health, pre-gaming your hormonal journey, and pre-gaming your day, and knowing what you can and can't fit in. And I think it's really important that you do that in accordance with where you are. I remember when I was a single mom and going through med school and then running a clinic, I didn't have as much time as I have now that I'm semi-retired and my kids are grown. And so back then it was like, what are the non-negotiables? And for me, it was sleep. It was a half hour of meditation and a half hour of getting some cardio in. And I figured out a way to get up early, not skimp on my sleep. So I had to go to bed early, but to get that in. And now that, you know, that I have more of my own time because I'm in that beautiful menopause life stage, I have much more time to do all these other things. And so it's not to stress yourself out. It always makes me so sad when I go to a yoga class and you see people rushing out at the end and they don't stay for Shavasana because, you know, they just got to get going and do the next thing. And it's like they miss the beauty of the piece at the end of corpse pose, of embracing it all, of integrating the whole practice. And so it's not to pile things on because that in itself becomes stressful. But it's like Dr. Mariza says, planning, gaming, and each day may be a little different journey, but really giving yourself that space and sticking to it and not putting your self-care. If you don't put your self-care in the calendar first, it most likely won't get there because you'll be too busy. So I love what you say. Start out your day. I'm like, can I come over for the gratitude shower? That's
yeah.
fun.
It's so good. Well, it takes 1 second. It takes a minute, you know, and yeah, you're always, here's the thing, how we operate is we are always, there is no lack of things to do. There is no lack of people who need something from you. There are people who need something from me right outside this door. If I were to walk outside right now, there are people who have a to-do list for me. I didn't ask for it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but there's things going on. And yeah, I'm a big proponent of, yeah, like if you're already overwhelmed, if you already got too much on your plate, it's one thing. It's two things, right? It's the thing that's it's going to be the thing that opens the big, like the hinge that opens the biggest door for you. Exactly. For me, that is always working out. For me, that's sleep. As a new mama to a toddler that runs to everything. You know what I'm saying? And also trying to run a business at the same time. And then and walking is such a big one for me. Because I listen to audibles, I do walking meditations. Those are the things that are going down. And so, and then supplementation, like that I've got locked and loaded. Like they're already pre-ready. I get them ready on Sunday. I just take them throughout the week, but they have made the biggest difference because when we are running at this level, we become so nutrient depleted. Right. And I'm just going to wager a guess that you all are running at a certain level and that you probably are burning through a lot of stuff. And so I already know that there's just a level that I'm going to run at, you know, and I want to make sure that I've got the vitamin D levels that I need to do the job. I've got the magnesium, I've got the B vitamins, that my mitochondria being fully supported with all the cofactors to make sure that those little divas, I call them the divas of our cells, they're running, they're happy, because if they're not happy, they will shut down. You know what I'm saying? And so those are the types of things for me that are the non-negotiables. And I find that I can do a lot of them, again, my languaging, pretty quickly. You know?
I'm trying to look at your back and see if there's like a superwoman cape on there, because you are certainly a superwoman. And so I see your beautiful book in the background, and could you just tell us a little, or maybe just give us a tip, an essential oil that everyone needs to know about?
Absolutely. Probably one of talk about who's wearing a cape is peppermint essential oil. Peppermint, she is hot, from hot flashes to cravings to headaches to you needing to get back and focused and alert. Peppermint's going to do that for you by simply breathing it in. And I bet you're thinking, oh my God, I need the trifecta. I need to stop that craving. I need the energy boost, and I need to be focused again. It's 4:00 in the afternoon and it's all melting, you know? And so peppermint will literally do that for you. And if you want a little bit of a joy zinger to go with peppermint, is any citrus. Tangerine, grapefruit, whatever you love, combine those two, a drop of each, rub your palms together, breathe it in, and you are like a new person in less than 30 seconds. And that's what I loved. You know, when I was looking for, I think we all deserve quick wins, especially women holding it all together, going through this transition. We deserve quick wins. And honestly, the only thing I knew that was a quick win before oils was sugar. It was the only thing. I mean, no wonder we struggle with sugar. You know what I'm saying? And so I was like, what is going to give me the energy boost? What's going to give me that feel good moment? What's going to shift my mood besides chocolate? You know what I'm saying? And so, and I am a big fan of dark chocolate. A chocolate meditation, I think can really serve. One of my favorite chocolates is Hue chocolate because there's no dairy. It's vegan, paleo, no emulsifiers, super 70% dark chocolate. And you know what? It doesn't move the needle on my CGM at all. It doesn't. I can have one square of that and my CGM is like, you're good. You're good.
Awesome.
But for women who are like, they want the non-caloric energy booster, mood booster, it's going to be an essential oil. It's going to be a citrus oil. It's going to be a clary sage or a lavender or a peppermint, any of those. And you pick the thing that feels really, really good with you. And that gets to be a moment for you. That gets to be a ritual that takes very little time that can really move the needle in your emotional and physical well-being.
I'm just sitting here imagining smelling them all. So I can't wait to dive into your book. And so where can people find your book? And then where can people find you? And do you have a free gift for our listeners? Because I'm sure everyone fell in love with you just like I did and wants to know more about you.
Yeah. So the best place to find me is my podcast, which you are coming on. So I can't wait to continue this conversation together. The Essentially You podcast, over 4 million downloads, focused 100% on women's health for women 35 and older. Like we dive deep into all these particular topics and more. The book on Amazon, it's literally about menopause and perimenopause, mostly menopause though, in midlife. And what are those root causes? What are the levers we need to pull? I talked about 2 of them today, blood sugar and cortisol. But there's other ones as well that we got to investigate. And so that book is where it's a year old this month. I can't believe it.
Wow.
It came out when our baby was like almost 6 months old. And so it feels really good to be a year now. So, and then the free gift is again, we talked about the nutrient deficiencies at the end. And so many of us are struggling with those and they can really fill in the gaps, where modern medicine is kind of failing us. And so the gift is going to be the top 11 supplements that every woman need at this age to really help support their hormones.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, this has just been, I'm like, bummer, we have to end.
I know.
But this has been fantastic. So thank you for sharing your in-depth knowledge that just, range from so many different areas that are so important, and your beautiful personality. You're just so lovely. And I know everyone is going to need to hear this again and again, because it's just so inspiring. And there's so many juicy tidbits in here. So I know I'm telling everyone as you listen, it's like, we're making this map of all the things you need to do. And we just put some really important pieces on the map, from your nutrients you need and how to handle your blood sugar and your stress. These are just key, beautiful things. So thank you for sharing and helping to spread the word and educate. And it's just been a great time speaking with you. And we'll be back soon with another episode for you all. So be well. Hi, I hope you're enjoying the Mastering the Menopause transition so far. I would absolutely love to hear from you. So please let us know in the comments below about what you've been inspired by, what has moved you, what's helped you see things in a new light, what you're going to start implementing immediately in your life. I just love getting the feedback and hearing all your comments. So looking forward to seeing them. Hi, everyone. So good to see you here again. Welcome to the Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. I'm your host, Dr. Sharon Stills. It's always a joy and an honor to be here with you, sharing all this amazing information. Today is going to be another good one. I am so looking forward to the conversation we're going to have with my special guest, Dr. Keira Barr. She's a mindfulness mentor. She's an embodiment coach. She's a dual board certified dermatologist. She's written a best-selling book called The Skin Whisperer, which I think is such a cool title. And so we are just going to talk about your skin, inside, outside, mindfulness, all my favorite topics. So thank you so much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I guess just for starters, you have such a vast and interesting resume of all that you do. So how did you go from being a dermatologist to getting into natural healing and mindfulness and all of these other things?
Yeah, I'd like to say it was some lovely story, but I think for many of us, it's like when poop hits the fan, things, like stuff changes, right? Your mess becomes your mission. And so about a decade ago, the focus of my practice in dermatology was skin cancer and melanoma. And I was running ultramarathons at the time, thought I was the peak of health, and my skin was changing. I was developing new moles, pigmented lesions. They were darker. I was having biopsies every couple of months. They were more and more atypical until I found the one on my arm that I had a diagnosis as early melanoma. And that really was my wake-up call that how I was living wasn't necessarily serving me. And from there, it was more gut issues and hormone issues, and my health just really spiraled out of control. Going to my traditional Western trained colleagues, I was just getting pills and other things that weren't helping me. And that's what led me to integrative functional medicine and really understanding, connecting the dots for myself, that all of the issues that I was having, the underpinning was stress. And that our mind, our body, and our skin are so intimately connected. And that when we don't feel comfortable in our skin, and for decades I wasn't, I'm still not at times, but when we don't feel comfortable in our skin, it shows up in so many ways, including what we see on the surface. And so that really has led me to shifting the focus of the work that I do with embodiment and mindfulness, is really helping people use what they see on their skin as the greatest source of information to what's happening beneath the surface, so that they can be empowered to take control of the things they can control, like taking good care of our health, and especially as we navigate through menopause when a lot of things are changing.
I love that, just sitting here thinking about feeling comfortable in our skin, because I think as we're going through perimenopause and menopause, it can be such a time where we don't feel comfortable in our skin. Things are changing. And so I think that's such an important thing to think of. So what would you advise? What would you share for how do you learn to become comfortable in your skin?
Yeah, it is not a one and done, that is for certain. And I think it's understanding, especially that what is showing up, especially in menopause, hair may be thinning, skin may be dry, there's more fine lines, wrinkles, dark spots, skin is dry everywhere, including our intimate bits, right? It's information. Use your skin and what's showing up on it as your greatest source of information and clues as to what your body may be asking from you, what your body may need. And so then you can begin the process of offering it, right? You may not know exactly what that is, but we know that there's such a connection between our brain and our skin, derived from the same embryologic tissue, that there's so much information that we can glean, the gut-skin connection, so breakouts and other things. So it's really just, I would say, instead of listening to the beauty and cosmetic industry that we should be covering up, nip, tucking, Botoxing, and filling to camouflage these changes that we're seeing, I say embrace them and see what we can learn from them to help us, again, be empowered to live our best lives at this stage of life.
I love that. I love the embracing rather than suppressing. And because aging, it's inevitable. We all do it. And it's actually a privilege to age, and it's a blessing to get to be alive, to go through those processes. So what are some of the things, and as you were talking, I was thinking, is there anything in the body, any organ that really isn't connected to the skin? Just seems like it's all connected to the skin.
Yeah, as our largest organ, I mean, your skin truly is a window to and reflection of our overall health and well-being. And there is a direct correlation between our brain and our skin. As I mentioned, derived from the same embryologic tissue. there's a bi-directional communication. So especially when we're talking about stress, right? So this is how it really played out for me and for so many clients. Acne used to be something that we thought only teenagers got, but especially like there was a statistic, someone was just saying it used to be many years ago, like in the teens, adults with acne. Now it's in 40-50% of adults, and women who are in the menopausal phase of life are struggling with breakouts. Stress is one of the contributing factors to stimulating those oil glands, which is one of the 4 pillars of what creates acne eruptions. And when you have an acne eruption, then you're looking in the mirror and then you're feeling stressed or shamed or, feeling terrible. And it creates this vicious loop, because when we are stressed, our body produces primary stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline. Cortisol and cortisol releasing hormone directly stimulates the oil glands. Most people don't know this. And so we always think of, when we think about stress, we think of a top-down process, that it's the brain activating that hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis and the sympathetic adrenal medullary axis. And then that sends signals and neurotransmitters and hormones all throughout the body. But what most people may not appreciate is that your skin has the exact same mechanism, that your skin produces stress hormones. So your skin becomes both a target and perceiver of stress. So it's this two-way street. So it's very fascinating that our skin is connected to every organ, but especially with regards to stress, it really shows up in so many different ways. Stress is kind of, I think, one of the biggest enemies of our skin, because especially as we are maturing, many women are concerned about fine lines and wrinkles. Well, cortisol, your primary stress hormone, contributes to breakdown of that collagen and the elastin, which gives our skin that youthful, plumpy appearance, and it also prevents its repair.
It's always all roads home, always lead to stress. I've said this in other interviews, but I always say stress is 99.9999999% of all imbalances we have. And it's always about getting a handle on stress. And so I love that you're tying it to the skin, because so often we don't think about that. We don't even, as you said, the skin is our largest organ, but a lot of times we even forget that the skin is actually an organ. We just think of it as something we see, and it better look
something we cover with clothes or with makeup or what have you. Totally. We just ignore it. But to your point, the statistics do show that upwards of 90% of all doctors' visits are for stress-related ailments, and skin issues are among the #1 reasons people go to the doctors. So there is no denying that stress and skin are intimately connected. We know it on a practical level. We know it on a physiological level because of that connection with the skin and the brain are derived from the same embryologic tissue. So our skin isn't just something that we adorn with clothes or makeup. It actually is your barrier between you and the external world. It is your greatest protector, your greatest ally in helping you take control of your health.
So that's really interesting. I didn't know that was such a high percentage of visits are because of skin, although it makes sense because we are so driven by what we see. And so we can't really see our liver or the inflammation in our gut. And so we can kind of ignore it. But when you have something on your skin, you're like, ooh, what is that? And why is it there? And how do I get rid of it?
Exactly. And what's showing up on your skin can be clues about what may be happening with your liver and what may be happening in your gut, right? Because we know there's a direct correlation between the gut and the skin, and the literature is showing, acne, eczema, psoriasis, among a few, and what's happening with our immune system and autoimmunity, conditions like hair loss, alopecia, or vitiligo, loss of skin pigmentation. Your skin is this amazing, it can give you so much information if we're willing to actually look at what we're seeing and be really curious from, not from a place of judgment, truly from a place of curiosity, and not be so quick just to cover it up or camouflage it, thinking that there's something wrong. Nothing has gone wrong. In fact, this is a gift. I know it's a very not the party line and not what people think, and it can be challenging, because if you're looking in the mirror and you're like, oh, what is going on? I've got a big date. I've got this. it's making me feel awful about myself and affecting my self-image and my self-esteem. And that may be true. And I'm not trying to diminish any of that. And yet, what you're seeing, if you're willing to really look, can offer you vital information that will help boost your confidence, your self-image, because you're able to take control of the things that you can control. There's lots we can't control, that's for sure.
So is there anything we could kind of take the ladies through now? Anything they could be looking at to kind of get some information while looking at their skin while we're listening to
Yeah,
us?
so I mean, when it comes to menopause, right, we're talking about the decline of our sex hormones. And so the one that we think of most commonly is estrogen. And estrogen plays a significant role in the health of our hair and our skin. So starting with our hair, some women may notice that as they're going through menopause, that their hair may be a little thinner or finer, less dense. They might have a widening of their part, and it's akin to male pattern baldness. So we call it female pattern baldness, androgenetic alopecia. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that estrogen plays a role in the hair growth cycle. So your hair grows in 3 phases: a growing phase, a resting phase, and a falling out phase. And estrogen is responsible for the growth phase, or prolonging that growth phase. That's why when, for those who have been pregnant, they may have noticed during pregnancy that their hair was more full and lush as estrogen levels were elevated. Once they had baby and hormone levels were starting to come down kind of precipitously, they might have noticed a dramatic shedding. They're like, oh my God, I'm losing my hair, I'm going to go bald. Most women do not go bald, but it can be quite disconcerting. And that's because when estrogen levels go down, it shifts the phase that your cycle is in to that resting and then falling out phase. So you may notice, because you have less estrogen on board, that the growth phase isn't as prolonged. The other thing that estrogen does is it plays a significant role in production of hyaluronic acid. So what so many of us are paying thousands of dollars to get injected into our face, estrogen produces naturally. So as we are going through the menopause transition and estrogen levels are declining, some women may notice that their skin isn't as supple and full, that they're noticing more fine lines and wrinkles and skin sag because of decreased production of hyaluronic acid, coupled with estrogen also plays a role in collagen production. So it's kind of like a double whammy there. So you don't have the fullness of that moisture from the hyaluronic acid, which draws basically 1,000 times more water. So so hyaluronic acid is very hydrophilic. And then you're not producing as much collagen. So the fine lines, the wrinkles, we notice that. Dryness, again, estrogen plays a significant role in skin hydration and helping maintain the integrity of your skin barrier. So you might notice you've been using the same cosmetics for years, and all of a sudden now your skin is a little bit more irritated and dry and red, and you can't tolerate the same products because the pH of your skin has changed a little bit as the hydration status and the texture and turgor of your skin has changed as well. Vaginal dryness, sex being uncomfortable. Well, your vaginal tissue, it's skin. And without the hyaluronic acid and the moisture and then the collagen, not the production being down, sex may be uncomfortable. There may be more friction. There can be atrophy in that area because of lack of collagen. So women may experience more urgency, frequency, and discomfort. So again, yes, everything is connected to the skin and the transitions in our hormones. It makes a lot of sense. If you're experiencing these things all of a sudden, you're not losing your mind. It's because your body is naturally, the production is naturally going down. I just do you have any questions? I'm babbling a lot, but I just want to circle back to hair for just 1 second.
Circle.
Okay. So I mentioned that you might notice that there is some hair shedding or hair thinning, but with regards to the widening of the part and more women feel like they're going bald, there's a reason for that too. So as our hormones are declining, the first hormone to decline is progesterone. And then there's estrogen and your androgen. So there's a relative imbalance. And even though you might not have too much testosterone or androgens on board, relatively speaking, compared to the progesterone, it seems elevated. So what happens is testosterone comes in two forms, essentially. Testosterone and dihydrotestosterone. Dihydrotestosterone is the more potent form, and that affects hair follicles. Progesterone plays a role in blocking the conversion from testosterone to its more potent form, which is a good thing, because without that inhibition, without progesterone on board, what happens is on your scalp, dihydrotestosterone can cause the hair follicles to shrink, what we call miniaturization. So the hair is more finer, thin, it doesn't grow as much. So you might notice that the part is widening, that you have what looks like bald patches. The hair follicles are not scarred down, they're capable of growing hair. It's just that more potent form of testosterone is causing a change in the texture and turgor of the hair. On the face, it has the exact opposite. So women might be experiencing like, I'm going bald, I'm growing a beard, what the F, right? And that's because on the face, the dihydrotestosterone has the exact opposite effect. It stimulates hair growth. So if you've noticed that, those dark, coarse hairs, that's part of it. It's the relative imbalance between your androgens and the progesterone and the estrogen.
I love that you brought that up, and that you brought up DHT, because that's such an important one. I've had women come in who have been on hormones and maybe overdosed on testosterone, and no one was watching their DHT, and their hair is falling out. And so that's such an important marker. Make sure that you have your physician tracking that, so that you know how you're converting your testosterone. It's not causing all of these issues you were talking about, acne breakouts from testosterone and all of these. I think it's just such a, when I talk about hormone replacement, it's so vast, and we so think of it for relief of symptoms, which is great. And so this is a way that you can really know by looking, and it can be motivating if your skin or your hair, the truth is we're women, we want to look in the mirror and feel good about what we see. And so this can be a really good, as you're saying, feedback mechanism to know if you're on the right hormones, if you need a change, if you're on too much, too little. And so I love that. And I'm thinking I have to ask you, because I'm sure women are curious, and I'm curious, what's your skincare routine? What do you recommend? Are there things to stay away from, things to look for? How do we get our skin to look like yours?
Yeah, well, I am not a skincare junkie. So when I was practicing dermatology, I was skin cancer, melanoma, and then I was behind the microscope. So I am not up on all the latest, greatest things because it's too overwhelming. I like to keep it really simple. Really the key to glowing skin, it starts from the inside out. It absolutely does. It begins with how we nourish ourselves, not just with food, but with quality sleep. I think we underestimate, if I were to give a prescription, it would be for sleep and learning how to manage our minds and our stress, because it's the two things that jack up, hormonal imbalance between cortisol and melatonin. Cortisol, primary stress hormone, like I had mentioned, it breaks down the collagen and it prevents new collagen from forming. Melatonin is one of the most potent antioxidants our body can produce to repair the DNA damage that has been done from the sun exposure, which causes 90% of visible signs of aging. So sleep is so vital, right? And so how we eat, how we move, over exercising is, I think, for a lot of women, it's a way of life because we're trying to make ourselves smaller to fit into some beauty ideal, but learning how to move your body in a way that feels really good. Listen, I fell victim to that. I was running ultra marathons and ran myself right into the ground, tore my hip, and wound up with melanoma and hormone imbalances. So I don't say this to judge anyone. I'm just saying, listen, listen to your body. Move your body in a way that feels really good.
We have a talk on here with Debra Atkinson, who is the exercise queen, and she gave us permission. Less is more. And so if you haven't checked out that talk yet, you're going to want to check it out, because I love that you brought that up. And we are conditioned to think, oh, we got to pound. So after I talked to her, I took the day off from exercising. It was awesome.
Yeah, because the more we pound, and again, it's a stress on the body. Eating can be a stress on the body, and we're doing it multiple times a day. So, it's not just what we eat, but it's the why and how we're eating as well. Right? What are we really hungry for? And giving ourselves permission to give that to ourselves, right? That's part of how we manage the stressors and stress response in our body, because again, that will show up on your skin, dark circles, fine lines, one hormone imbalance, it's a cascade effect.
Exactly.
So cortisol, causes, insulin and blood sugar dysregulation can show up on your skin in so many different ways too, from weight gain to patches of thickening, darkening of skin called acanthosis nigricans. I mean, we could go on. Your skin is your greatest ally, your greatest asset, and your feedback mechanism of how you're taking care of yourself in many ways. So my personal skincare routine, if we're just talking 3 steps. So it's the foundational stuff. And I know in all your other talks, you probably dive deep into that. And I second all of it. Skincare from within, absolutely. And that's really what the premise of my book, The Skin Whisperer, is about. Because again, I named it that because your skin and your body are sending you messages all of the time. And it's our opportunity to listen to those messages when they are just a whisper rather than a shout. Because unfortunately, my skin was shouting at me with all the changing moles and then the melanoma. I was deaf to it. I don't want that for anybody else. So if we can pay attention, use what you see to your advantage, and not, approach our skin from a place of appreciation for what it does and what it can tell us, rather than contempt and criticism. Game changer. And to take care of your skin from the outside in, 90% of visible signs of aging are from sun exposure. So sun protection is really, really important. And not just with SPF. People always say SPF is your BFF. I say it's one of your inner circle friends. You need to wear protective clothing actually is the number one way to protect yourself. Wide brim hat, sunglasses, covering your skin as much as you can. But 3-step skincare routine. In the morning, cleanse your face, gentle cleanser. Antioxidant serum to prepare your skin for the exposure you are going to get from the sun, from blue light sitting in front of your computer, and from environmental exposure. Air pollution is right behind UV exposure for causing hyperpigmentation and damaging your skin. So you want to protect the skin with an antioxidant serum. Vitamin C and E at the very least, but there are other antioxidants and ingredients that can be in there as well, like niacinamide and others, gadolinium, but vitamin C and E are your primary ones, and together they work the best. So it's a synergistic effect of vitamin C, E together. Then tinted moisturizer that has sunscreen SPF or 30 or above every single day. And here's what most people don't know or appreciate. UVA rays, so the sun is comprised of UVA, UVB, and UVC, but UVC doesn't get to the earth, so we don't have to worry about that. But UVB are the burning rays. UVA are the aging rays. They are longer than UVB rays. They don't fluctuate throughout the year, and they penetrate your window glass. So if you're like me and you have your computer on your desk and you're sitting in front of a window, you're getting pounded by the sun all day long, whether you realize it or not. And 80% of UV rays come through clouds. So I live in the Pacific Northwest. It is cloudy all the dang time here. I'm still getting sun exposure. So you need to protect yourself every day. Then sitting in front of the computer, you're getting blue light exposure. And studies have been showing that blue light from your devices, from your computer, from your phone, can break down your collagen and elastin and contribute to hyperpigmentation. So it's the tint, the iron oxide tint in your moisturizer with sunscreen that is offering you protection from the blue light. So rain or shine, inside or outside, there are wonderful products that you can use that almost act as like your foundation. So you don't have to double duty. I use one that I love that it's very sheer, but it's tinted and, so 3 steps: cleanse, antioxidant serum, sunscreen in the morning. In the nighttime, it's kind of rinse and repeat. You definitely, let's just say you woke up late, you didn't wash your face, you smeared on your antioxidant serum and you only did 2 steps, antioxidant serum, sunscreen in the morning, great, go. In the evening, wash your face because of that air pollution and the smog that's getting in the pores. That's going to potentially contribute to hyperpigmentation and skin irritation things. So you definitely want to wash your face at night. Step 2, you can smear some more antioxidant serum on. And then step 3 would be using a product like a topical retinoid, a vitamin A derivative that helps with skin cell turnover. Because our skin, as we are maturing, the magic number skin cells migrate from the bottom of your epidermis, which is the very top layer of your skin. And there's 7 layers of your epidermis from the bottom layer to the top, and they shed. When we're younger, that happens every 28 to 30 days. As we are maturing, that cell cycle slows down, which is why you may notice that your appearance is more sallow, more dull. So a product like a topical retinoid will help facilitate that process. Topical retinoids can be a little bit irritating and drying for some people. They also can make you more sensitive to the sun the next day. Again, why you need sun protection every day. But if you can't tolerate a topical retinoid, products like bakuchiol are nice alternatives. And they've also been found to be safe in pregnancy, whereas vitamin A, even though the amount you're using on your skin is so small, when taken by mouth, vitamin A derivatives are category X. So we always say, if you're pregnant, don't use it. Although we're all going through menopause and pregnancy really isn't on the table at the moment. I know, is that one advantage? Have sex whenever you want, and you can use topical retin-A, which is like the fountain of youth whenever you want. So there are some advantages to get.
Yes, we are making a list of all the amazing things. Why menopause is awesome. So you just added 2 important ones to it. I love it. I want to switch gears, but before we do, I just have a few more skin questions. I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on Botox and facials and just some of these fillers. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Listen, I'm all for them. If the intention, it's all about intentionality, right? How we see ourselves, the why behind why we're doing it, because this stuff ain't cheap and it's not a one and done. Botox is every 3 to 4 months. Filler is, 9 months, a year, sometimes longer if you're lucky, if it lasts that long. It's expensive stuff. And so for me, it's always about why. If I'm getting these things injected or these procedures done because I think if I do them, then I'll feel good about myself, then I'll feel worthy, then I'll feel attractive, the return on your investment is going to be so small. You might feel good for a short period of time and then you're right back to where you were. But if you decide to do these procedures because you have been nourishing yourself, you have asked yourself what you really need and you've given it to yourself, you've learned how to manage your stress, you are doing those things from a place of true self-care and self-love, that you feel really good and you want your outside to mirror your inside, hell yes, all day, every day, that money is so well spent. And the studies that I support this too, because there are studies on Botox and depression. And listen, there's nothing magic about Botox with depression. However, when you look in the mirror, if every time you look in the mirror, you're scowling, and when you're scowling, you just are saying nasty things to yourself and you're beating yourself up, and that inner critic is just, she's just having her way with you. With Botox, you paralyze those muscles. And when you look in the mirror, even if you want to scowl, you can't. And it softens the gaze. And it really does open up an opportunity to maybe have a kinder, gentler conversation with yourself. And so from that perspective, I do think that it can be valuable.
I love the way you think. It's because it's the way I think too, but I'm just like, oh, I love what she's saying. That's what I'm saying all the time.
And listen, I know this because like I beat the shit out of myself. Like I don't say any of this stuff because I'm like, I'm up here and like, this is what you should do. It's like, let me tell you, I over dieted, over exercised, beat the crap out of myself and was miserable, got skinny, did this. And I'm like, why is nothing different? Because nothing changes if nothing changes. And we have to change and be willing, just really be willing to really look at ourselves and see what's there.
Yeah.
And allow for it and accept it,
Yeah, I'll share a personal tidbit here. Not skin, but breasts. And I'm a naturopathic physician. I'm all about natural. And, I can swing sometimes. And then I remember to come back to balance. And I've always had huge breasts. I breastfed and they always bothered me. And they were always couldn't exercise without them bouncing up. And I had a patient come in, this was years ago, and she had just had a breast reduction and she was so happy. And I was like, I want to be happy like her. And so I actually did. I went, even though surgery is not like something I typically recommend, it was because of the why. It wasn't because I needed to get a breast reduction to feel good about myself, but it was like, I want to feel good. I don't want to have my back pain and hunched over. I want to be able to go out and not wear a bra if I don't want to. And so I went and did it. And so it just reminded me as you were talking, it's like, it's because of the why. I didn't do it so I would have perky boobs and feel sexy. I already felt sexy. I just wanted to feel more comfortable in my skin.
Exactly. And so I feel like there's so much judgment. First of all, we judge ourselves harsher than anybody. But with the social media messaging and as we are maturing, transitioning through menopause, I'm so grateful for COVID, I have to say, because it was during COVID with the embracing the gray, and there's so many more it seems like menopause companies are like popping up all over the place, and really fostering this conversation. Prior to this, women were invisible in beauty products and personal care products and in the media. We were made to feel that we had passed our prime and we needed to be quiet. And I am so grateful that we are now shifting that paradigm, that it doesn't have to be that way, right? It doesn't. And so I'm grateful for you having a summit like this. We can have these conversations and really illuminate that there is so much to celebrate, as shitty as it may feel with the hot flashes and the sleepless nights and maybe the weight gain and the mood swings and some of the things like that. But on the other side, there is a light, right? And it's getting brighter. And when our moms went through menopause, like that just wasn't the case. So
yes, it is. I call it the sacred second act because it is a good one. So I have one more skin question, and then about your embodiment practice. I keep saying that, but I keep going. I have another one. I'm just curious if there's something you see more commonly in women around this time? Do more women end up with psoriasis or melasma or eczema? Or is there anything I don't know if there is, I'm just curious, is there anything you've correlated with as women, as they're aging and going through the hormonal journey, that they end up manifesting on their skin more often?
Yeah, I have to say, I stepped away from clinical practice. So I'm not managing women's skin as much, but because I had alluded to the role that estrogen plays on skin hydration, a lot of dry skin and itchy, irritated skin are very common in women who are going through menopause, hair changes, and then the fine lines, the wrinkles, and the discoloration of skin. So I think those are probably among the more common. Some women do experience acne. If they're like, what is going on? I am not a teenager, but I am breaking out. And again, that's where really stress can play a significant role in learning how to manage that, because again, that cortisol, it helps stimulate those oil glands, contributing to acne. So it is kind of a gamut, but I would say dry, itchy, irritated skin is among one of the biggest complaints.
That makes sense. So let's take a little turn here now. Embodiment coach. Tell us what that means. I love that word.
Yeah, so it really is about being connected to your body. We talked about it earlier that we don't think about our skin as like an organ. We're just something to cover up, but it's a matter of like being in your skin. Who are you being? How are you showing up in the world? So many of us, we use skin as a metaphor for everything. Getting under my skin is crawling, I'm uncomfortable in my skin. And so the process is really that experience of what is it like to live in my skin. And through mindfulness, through meditation, through movement, really teaching women different skills of how to live more comfortably and confidently in this skin, especially as things are changing, especially as they may be juggling, raising teens or kids leaving the home, but taking care of aging parents, of career transitions, of what is their relationship with their partner like as their body is changing. Maybe they are experiencing vaginal dryness and their libido is not where it was. How does that make you feel in this body of yours? Because that cognitive dissonance of what's happening, what we think should be happening, but what's really happening, does activate that stress response, making us feel even more uncomfortable in our skin, which can have that outward manifestation in so many different ways that I was describing. So teaching women practices, really learning how to be with the experience of what is, as uncomfortable as it may be sometimes, is essentially embodiment. It has other very formal definitions, but that's how I would explain it.
I was going to say, for someone who's listening, who hasn't, who is learning all about what she can do in hormones and is going to find a doctor who understands all of this and so forth, who doesn't feel good, who feels fat or feels gray or feels dry, what could you share for her now? What is something she can learn to embody to start to shift that?
I think first and foremost, I always talk about the 5 A's of the skinny dipping process. And the first is just bringing your awareness, right? How are you feeling? What is happening? Looking to see, visually seeing, but also checking in with, right? How am I feeling about this? Most of us think that something has gone wrong if we're feeling sad or frustrated or angry or irritable. But I would say allow for that, right? Life is this 50-50. It's not rainbows and daisies. And just because you go into menopause, like all of a sudden, you know, it's supposed to be different or better than it was. No, life was always this way. And I think we fight against the reality. So allowing for all the discomfort and knowing that you're not broken, that nothing has gone wrong, and accepting that there is change that's happening. Again, we can't fight against it, but we can accept where we are and be able to take stock of what we see and how we're feeling, and be able to take empowered action from that place. Right? Yeah, you may be gaining some weight. Why is that? Right? What's happening? Is it sleep? Right? We know that not sleeping well can add, it affects your ghrelin and your leptin and your cortisol and your insulin and all those hormones that can add some weight around the middle, right? So it's an opportunity to really just increase our self-awareness, allow for what's here without trying to judge it or wanting it to be different, and accepting where we are as not something to be changed or fixed or nipped or tucked or cover up just to feel a certain way, but, to help us move into this sacred second stage of life. So that's a lot of it, but most of us are, we don't know what's happening. We just feel tired and overwhelmed and stressed, and we think that there's no other way. But honestly, I in this past, during COVID over the last couple of years, I dove into menopause medicine, prescribing bioidentical hormones. And I have to tell you, I am a big fan, by the way. I take them myself. I think that there's a place for them. But what I found first and foremost is I was giving hormones, and women's hormones were balanced on paper. And so many of my clients felt stressed out, overwhelmed, weren't sleeping, fighting with their partner, fighting with their kids. But when I was able to really bring their attention to what was happening, breathe with them, lead them through a meditation, help them reconnect to their body, that's when the transformation happened. That's when they started feeling well.
Amen.
So we need all of it, but the
hormones is the easy part. It's easy to give someone hormones and balance their hormones. And what you bring up is it sounds so simple, but it can be challenging. But the wisdom is in us. Mm-hmm. We possess the brilliance, and we possess the opportunity to really check in and know what's going on with us. We just have to make space for it and remember the priority of how important that is. So thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. And you mentioned movement. So I'm just going to bring that up. Is there anything that's not something you hear so commonly? So I'm just curious if there's something you can share, or just to educate us a little bit more on that.
Well, I think, it ties a little bit back to what we were talking about with moving our body, not like the pushing a hard way, but movement can be medicine. And there's so much literature. I am not a yoga teacher. I enjoy yoga, but that's not even necessary. But there are studies linking yoga and the power that it has for healing trauma and the stress response and for your skin. Actually, there's a really great study for yoga and decreasing the markers of inflammation. And they actually found that yoga decreased wrinkles. So plug for yoga for that, for your skin too. And again, it's because of the decrease in that stress response. So movement, part of when we are feeling stressed and anxious and overwhelmed, we may feel like a lump in our throat, a pit in our stomach, an energy in our chest, and it feels stuck and it feels stagnant. And wellness has become more of a trend, and everyone's meditating and you should just breathe. But sometimes that's not getting the job done. And I have so many clients who tell me, listen, if you tell me to just sit down and meditate, I'm going to punch you in the face. I'm like, all right, That's not the right tool that we need in your toolbox right now. So we need to mobilize that energy and really come into our body. And it can be as simple as just like a gentle rocking. But it's, again, just like you said, it's tuning into what our body innately knows, that inner knowing, because we're so used to being told what to do, that someone knows better than us. The media is telling us that we must do X, Y, or Z. But when we actually give ourselves permission to just tap in, where am I feeling this energy? What does it have a texture? Does it have a color? What does this energy want to do? And sometimes, like I do this, I'm not even consciously rocking, like it's just happening. My energy just wants to move. And it's so soothing, but sometimes the energy is going to be like, I want to move, and I'll lead clients through sessions where we have pillows and, we're throwing things. And first rule is you can't hurt yourself. You can't hurt the room. But sometimes you need to just let it out or cry, because we hold it in. We think we have to be strong or hide our emotion. But it's such a release in a way that sometimes meditate, like quiet sitting meditation, just can't do.
Yeah, crying
into our body.
When we cry, it's like nature. We have cortisol releasing in our tears, and I'm like, when I feel myself at my desk and I feel like, oh, I'm getting a little anxious or tense, or I'll just throw on a song and I have my own personal dance party.
Oh my God. I have a disco ball and my kids would always get so irritated, like, bring this out. I'm like, oh, I'll have my own dance party, shake my booty. It's like the best. It is. That is an instant reset. So yeah, you got to have your playlist and shake your groove thing. And yeah.
That's good medicine. But I'm going to play with the rocking, because that, as you said it, I started doing, I was like, oh, it's so soothing. It's like rocking a baby and just rocking yourself and nurturing and loving your own little inner child. So
and then adding like a soothing self-touch, hand to your heart. But everyone is going to be different. I noticed that I oftentimes do put my hand to my heart, and it's a little bit of containment. I can secure myself, give myself that insecurity. But I also find that I rub my hands against my thighs as a soothing. My daughter, since she was little, I never picked up on it, but she tugs at her ears. So again, it's all about getting curious, getting to know yourself. You are automatically doing all of these things, right? Your skin and your body are whispering to you all the time. It's our opportunity to clue in to what our body is designed to keep us safe and alive. And we can leverage that if we actually pay attention, like, oh, I noticed this. I do this when I'm stressed out. So that when you're stressed out, you're like, let me try that. Let me see if it actually helps. You do it on purpose. Right. You do it by design, not by default.
I love that. Oh, what a beautiful invitation for everyone. And before we finish, because unfortunately we are winding down, I'm like, I could have this conversation. I have to ask, let's go skinny dipping.
Yeah.
Taking off our clothes and jumping in the water. Is there something with skin in that? What's that about? Because I love it.
Yeah. So the whole premise behind that is, when I was practicing dermatology, I had to get people naked physically in order to examine what was on the surface and teach them to look for what was on the surface in order to help them save their own life, because skin cancer and melanoma are the most prevalent cancer in our country and in places around the world. So we had to be willing to get naked physically to save our own life. This applies to getting naked mentally, emotionally, and spiritually as well. So we have to, if we want to truly thrive and live as the fullest expression of ourselves, that's what's required.
I love that. I want to let's go skinny dipping sign behind me. Wow.
It's not easy and it's uncomfortable and it's messy and all of that. And admittedly, I get naked and then I put all my layers back on, and that's just part of the process. Nothing has gone wrong, but it's that awareness, right? Bringing our attention to what we're doing helps us, stop putting all the layers and just be okay. Nothing has gone wrong. And then again, just gently, maybe you just maybe it's a finger, maybe it's just showing up just a little bit at a time. You don't have to go all in all at once.
The biggest gift, right, is paying attention moment by moment on purpose to your life. Tap into it. So this has been a joy, and I think you have a free gift for everyone.
Yeah. So what we were talking about, paying attention with intention without judging it. And I, because stress plays such a key role in creating havoc in all areas of our life, but especially for our skin, I created a 5-day mindset reset experience where in less than 10 minutes a day, you can be guided through meditations to help you feel more ease, more calm, and more comfortable in your skin. So I wanted to make sure that everyone had a few tools in their toolkit to get started.
Thank you. That sounds fantastic. So thank you for coming on and just sharing your beauty and your message and your wisdom with all the ladies. My heart just feels open after talking to you. So I'm sure everyone is feeling the glow. I'm feeling the inner glow.
We don't, it's like the glow from the inside out. Doesn't cost a thing.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, that's the thing I wanted to emphasize. The average American woman spends upwards of $250,000 on her appearance in her lifetime. That's a shit ton of money. We just did it for free.
Get our glow on. So thank you, everyone. This is going to be one you're going to want to listen to time again and just get into your heart and get into your rocking. So we'll be back with another great talk soon. Be well till then. So there you have it. This wraps up day 1 of the Mastering the Menopause Transition Summit. I sure hope you learned as much as I did. I mean, we really covered so much with mindset and the power of your thoughts. We learned so much about our cardiovascular system. So now we know and are reminded cardiovascular disease is the #1 cause of death in women, not breast cancer. And so it's really important to have those hormones optimized. We saw how estrogen, how she is just so crucially involved with the health of our arteries and our heart. We learned about our bones. I mean, that was just another masterclass from Kevin on how to go through and know whether your bones are healthy and what you should be doing. And so environmental toxins, I mean, we just covered such a large, vast amount of information, and it's only day 1. So make sure you tune in tomorrow, because I have another set of amazing speakers ready to blow your mind again. They're going to be sharing their expert insights, their breakthroughs, protocols on how to thrive before, during, and after menopause. And now, after listening to Dr. Mariza's talk today about perimenopause versus menopause, you actually have an idea of what perimenopause and what it means to be before menopause. So if for any reason you might miss any of these inspirational and potentially life-saving interviews during the summit, I do encourage you to secure your lifetime access by purchasing a VIP all-access pass today. That way you won't miss anything. Your FOMO won't be activated, and you can watch and listen to these interviews again and again and again at your own pace. All you have to do is simply click the button below to order your VIP All Access Pass at a special limited time discount right now. That's why don't procrastinate. Just do it now, and you will have everything, the bonus interviews, the bonuses, the transcripts. So just such an important thing to do so you can really marinate with all this information. And please remember to share this with anyone in your life who you think can benefit. So especially anyone who you know who's a female, even a male, but definitely the ladies in your life. Make sure you share this with them. And please leave your comments in the section below and let me know what you thought about today's interviews. Who'd you like the best? What inspired you the most? What was a aha? Oh my gosh, I didn't know that moment. I love, love, love reading your comments. The feedback is fantastic. So I will see you tomorrow for day 2. Be well until then.